History begins in a deep morning. The sleeping girl suddenly woke the ringtone of the phone. Sana! The girl picked up the phone displeasedly. Who is so arrogant there? It all started with the call. While the girl was waiting for an answer, inscriptions appeared on the display. Reset. The game has begun. The girl woke up, hearing only the beating of the heart. She thought, when did I fall asleep? And what was this call? She paid attention to the top. What is this ceiling? Then she jumped sharply, pressing the blanket to her chest. I'm not in my room. Where am I? She heard a voice next to her. Your Highness? A girl with blue eyes and scarlet hair turned her head. The blonde looked at her, asking, already woke up? She thought in shock. Who is it? Incredible handsome man. She noticed that he was naked. Flying out, the stranger asked. Frozen? Warm you? She moved away from him and answered. No, no need. He looked at the girl. What is with you? Did I do something wrong at night? She answered. This is not the point. A homon was heard outside the door. Another man woke up and got out of bed. The girl thought, and who is this? As soon as the blanket slid, the girl blushed, looking at the lower part of the guy, thinking, he has it there. The stranger was not embarrassed by his appearance. He pulled on a bathrobe and asked, what? Do you want to see again? The girl put her hands to her chest and thought, in general, of course, you yourself showed your good. I still ask for forgiveness. Looking at the guy, she said, I really didn't want to. The man made a displeased face and asked, what are the games this time? The girl asked. Games? You already tie a robe. The man stood, not understanding the behavior of the girl. He sighed and headed for the door, complaining, what nonsense! I'm not going to participate in this farce. Farewell. The girl looked after him. Wait! You yourself are nonsense. Explain what is happening here. He did not stop, clapping the door. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Your Highness. The blonde called to her. She examined him, thinking, I forgot about him. A little more, and I'm crazy. Then she said, you would get dressed too. He suddenly cried, pronouncing, I'm to blame. This is all because of me. Your Highness, please humble. His behavior dumbfounded the girl that she did not find the strength to give some emotion. She examined him, noticing a bunch of scars. Has he subjected to violence? Now is not the time to worry about others, but the girl put her hand on his cheek and said, quiet. If you did nothing, then there's nothing to ask for forgiveness. I cannot leave a person to suffer. Let's figure it out. Room. At first, I thought it was a hotel. The room shows that it is residential. Secondly, this guy and that man. Their language is unfamiliar, but I know him, Yarrow girl reasoned. Also these scarlet hair. Scarlet? As I did not understand right away. This is the body, not mine. Suddenly, an information window appeared in front of her eyes. She raised her head and asked, what is it? The last Prince of Velad. He swore in your love, but he was forced to get in touch with Princess Eldria. Forgive him and save him. The girl held out her hand, which passed through the window. The blonde asked, what are you talking about? Pointing to the window, the Aliber said, system message. Can't you see him? The guy asked. System message. Looking at him, the girl thought, is this thing invisible to him? It is better not to ask rash questions, she answered. Forget. I thought about it. I need to analyze everything. In the game notification, 3 are mentioned. He, you, and Princess Eldria. He swore in your love. He was forced to get in touch with Princess Eldria. The blonde became embarrassed, but the girl immediately asked, who was it just? The guy answered with a question. Are you talking about Prince Edson? The last Prince of Velad, she whispered. Can't be. A sound notification sounded. The girl saw a window with choice options. She began to read the contents. He asked you for forgiveness. Kiss. 6 on the floor and start pouring tears. To admit love and hug. The girl thought in shock. Was I in the game? The cursor moves on its own. The choice was made. A new window jumped out. The last Prince of Velad. Congratulations on the end of the quest. Another signal was heard. A mistake is discovered, the girl thought. Error? I was reborn into a secondary character of the Gra. in which someone is playing now? She reasoned nervously. Error! Really, because of me? I can't even believe. How could this happen in reality? Although there is one chance that this is true. But how can I return? The signal was heard. Again, game alert. The last prince of Velad. For an unknown reason, he could not become a captive and is now your ally. If you do not get rid of hatred in his soul, he will leave you. You will become a maid princess of Eldria. To punish it, you must find a weak place and spread scandalous rumors. It looks like someone continues to play, she said aloud. This is no longer a joke. The guy gave a voice. Are you okay? She turned to the blonde. What is your name? I think I lost my memory. A few minutes later, the young man sat on his knees and told, Your Highness is the princess of the Viet Empire. You are 23 years old, and you are an applicant for the throne. The girl asked. Claim? And the children of the emperor? The blonde answered. His Majesty the Emperor had many mistresses, but he did not want to have offspring. Many were looking for your location, she asked. And what about Edson? Did I force them forcibly? It's all right, say, the guy said. You did not refuse the men who themselves went to you. You are interested in those who opposed. Prince Edson Velod also abandoned the offer, and 2 months later, you called him a military trophy. He especially resisted the order to divide the bed with you, the girl immediately thought. Edson fell in love with the main character of this game. He had to leave her and sleep with a hated woman. For the game, such a story is quite everyday, the guy said. I'm sorry, Alavalosa said. I'm not a very good princess. Why are you staying with me? The blonde answered. I am a concubine. This information hit the girl's head with a hammer. She asked in shock. What? The guy answered. You sheltered my nondescript, she thought. Such a princess could not but have a concubine. Judging by how he prayed for mercy, she treated him lousy. The princess asked. Can I believe you? The concubine answered. Certainly. Then she ordered, You will help me. After a few more minutes, the maids discussed the princess. Recently, Her Highness has been behaving strangely. She drew attention to the door from which the princess came out and said, You went out, the girl said. You make noise, the maid answered. We have committed mortal sin, the princess immediately thought. I said everything right? Approaching the mirror, she began to consider her appearance and muttered, Beautiful, but there is nothing more comfortable than the dress. The owner of this body of the princess of the empire and the enemy of the main character. Eldria Viata Cecilia, the hateful villain. Now my future is only death. I have to survive at all costs. The only hint for me is the warning of the main character. If I manage to get the choice menu, a girl turned to her from behind. Do you need something? The princess answered. Now call Edson Velad. A moment later, steps were heard, and a man entered the living room, asking displeasedly, What is the matter? Eldria invited the man to her and offered to sit down. Having slapped the door, he answered, This will be my last service. The girl answered, You say that you won't come, even if I call? She thought. And is he interesting to the princess? They abused him, and he thinks that I will drag him into bed again. The man said, You did as you wanted. Are you not tired of yourself? In his appearance and mood, she understood. He is at the limit. Eldria said, It's clear. And then I thought, Don't worry, this time everything will be different. A window surfaced immediately. Edson left you for a while. Wait, find the princess. Go to Rovia, which is waiting in the room. The princess thought. Rovia? This is the name of one of the 3 concubines of the princess, about whom the scum spoke. The girl began to reason. Choose she is the second option. I would be able to recognize a person that she intends to kill me. A window appeared. Rovia tried to kiss you. He complains that you have not come to him for a long time. If you pull the time on the contrary, Edson may return. Take a kiss? Do not take a kiss. Make a connection. Looking at the man's face, she noticed that the third option was chosen. She thought, One will not be enough for you. Eldria said, Do as you want. The man asked for. What? She added. Are you sorry that I let you go? He answered. Rave. She raised her tone. I will complain to you a piece of land. I did not think of anything. Exactly. You can grab any person, beloved, Eldria thought. He believes that I will try to harm her? Unable to restrain himself, the prince grabbed the girl by the throat, screaming, "You!" The maid, standing nearby, cried out, "Guard!" The princess held out her hand, said, "Everything is fine." Thus reassured the maid. Edson was Yarostin and said, "Do not touch her." Eldria smiled and answered maliciously, "Come on, no way. There is not enough gunpowder?" The man threatened, "Though you will touch her with your finger, and I will kill you. Remember, I will make you pay for everything. I will definitely let the whole world know what dirt is hidden behind a seductive appearance." The princess asked, "Do you know me well? Would I idle?" He slowly began to release her throat. He fell to his knees, saying, "Slee over her. If you leave Uriel alone, I don't care what will happen to me." Eldria thought. Now he sees a pure evil in front of him. In fact, I am not the object of his anger. I am the same victim. I was deprived of myself and my world. Why should I stand and listen? How do they blame me? She said. Let's see. All you can. Curse me with words. But I am able to realize everything. Different thoughts tormented her. Uriel jumps into other people's beds, and he easily sacrifices himself for her. She said, "Do not scare. I will not do anything. Neither you nor her if you do not wish that." The princess continued, "Do you want to know why? A miserable man. I'm tired of you." The man looked at her while she was talking. "You are tired of me faster than I thought." Eldria was plunged into his thoughts. She called out by a voice from which she shuddered. "You have an unhealthy complexion," the girl answered. "A little tired. You served me all day." "Name?" the maid answered. "Hess. I am your personal maid." There is no use from the maid now, so Eldria gave the order. "Hess, that's it for today. Go to rest." After some time, the girl settled in, stealing, and out loud expressed her thoughts. "I changed the development of the game. Now it remains to see what will happen next." Suddenly, a familiar sound signal was heard, and followed by a message. "In a limited time, you have created a connection with Rovia." She recalled the dialogue with Edson, who spoke. "Speak! Have not heard the screams of innocent people who die because of you?" Her words are likely to sound cruel, but there is no choice. Then she answered, "I will tell you something very interesting." The princess realized that, in the end, they were just game characters. Then she continued, "Where is your beloved now? With whom? And what is doing?" Reluctantly, she added, "She is now with my concubine, on the same bed on which I slept with you." Being in bed and resting her hand on her eyes, she thought, "I thought he would immediately run to check. Was the spirit?" Suddenly, a signal sounded. "The interest of Rovia fell a little in you." The princess jumped up, asking, "What?" "Everything went well, so why?" She began to read. Rovia wished the princess's love, but could not achieve her. "Because of your insincere behavior, he had doubts. He suspects that you have another man. For some time, in no case do not let him know about your relationship with Edson." The girl spoke in shock. What happened there? Since he had doubts? A notification appeared again. "You failed in the comfort of Rovia." The sound alerts did not end, but the princess, ignoring them, returned to bed, thinking, "Today I am fed up with this." When the girl fell asleep, somewhere in the distance, she heard a voice. Opening his eyes, he became more distinct. There was a distinct male voice. Wiping her eyes, to Eldria asked, "Frill?" But the blonde whispered, "Have you forgotten me?" Frightened by a sudden guest, Eldria raised herself and pressed the blanket to her chest, sleepily asking, "Why did you come?" Looking at the stranger's face, she thought, "Who is this? Perhaps I knew this guy, but I lost my memory." Rustling a blanket, the guy put his hand to his chest, clutching his shirt and answering, "I heard no one came to you." Suddenly, the guy abruptly took off his shirt, saying, "For a long time you have not been looking for meetings with me. There were always men to replace. Now that you are sleeping alone, it looks like even it was bored with you. You never called me first. I had to visit you." Fighting with awkwardness and embarrassment, Eldria somehow answered, "Number, I'm tired, so I want to sleep." Clutching the blanket, the girl thought and asked aloud, "Uriel?" The guy immediately cried out nervously, "What are you talking about?" The frightened princess immediately understood everything. This is definitely a mug from that game alert. Suddenly, a new window appeared in front of Eldria. Edson wants to get a connection with you. However, if you agree, traces of this can see Rovia. At the same time, if you refuse, Edson can make you an offer that you cannot refuse. Refuse! Climb with a lie. Make a connection. Cry! The last option was chosen. Eldria thought in shock. Tears for no reason? Uriel, you are hopeless. The princess introduced a girl, next to whom there are two men, and thought, Edson and Rovia. She wants to sit on two chairs? Touching the blonde's cheek, the girl said, You are the same. After meeting with that woman, did you have the arrogance to come to me? However, instead of leaving, the guy leaned closer to the girl, asking, Are you angry? Rovia grabbed her hands and pressed her to the pillow next to the princess's head, asking, Why are you always so cruel to me? She mentally asked him a question. Cruel? Being in a strong grip, she asked, Didn't you sleep with another? I or she? Be honest in her behavior. Do not revel in stupid tears. The guy immediately asked for, How can you say this? Tears were still from his eyes when he spoke. Why can't I? Why only me? Unable to restrain himself, he began to pester her. Be mine today. The princess knew that it was impossible to do something, even when being in a strange body. But the guy continued. Give me to me that night, please. Approaching her lips, he whispered, A second. When they almost kissed, Rovia collapsed on Eldria with his whole body. In complete shock, the girl thought. Sleeping? This moron. A new notification has appeared. The failure was automatically counted. A fine is assigned. As a fine, there was a reset of the interest of Rovia Zuran. Ruth Rovia Zuran is temporarily closed. Depending on the success in a hidden quest, the closed route will open again. Suddenly, a booming male voice was heard outside the door. Your Highness! The trouble happened. Knights entered the room. One of the soldiers, stuttering, answered, Prince of Velod and one of the palace servants have just been captured during an attempt to escape. Suddenly, a new notice came out. A hidden quest began. You dared to escape in the middle of the night with Edson, who was the lover of the princess. Now the whole world found out about his secret lover. Protect yours with Edson's life from the rage of the princess. The maids immediately began to discuss this. How is she going to do with Prince Velad? Death penalty? Will she really reach this? Her interlocutor answered, Of course. After a moment, Edson and Uriel were already sitting on their knees in front of the princess. She immediately asked strictly, Why did you do this? Is this such a way to ask me to kill you? The prince began to answer, You yourself said that you let us go. Pulling out patience, the man screamed, I was afraid that you would take Uriel from me. Coffin silence came. The girl was confident in one. He does not believe me in a drop. By the way, finally I saw her, Uriel. The main character of this game was sitting in front of her. A young girl with long black hair, red eyes. Looking at her face, Eldria thought, On the face is not a shadow of fear, is not afraid of death. The feeling that she was familiar to me, as if I had met her before. Unable to stand this infinitely stretching pause, Edson first gave a voice. You can kill me, but release Uriel. Looking at the defenseless prince, bowing her head, the girl asked in a cold tone, Do you cherish this girl like that? However, the princess did not finish on this. Or the price of the life of the royal clan of Velod is so small? After which he again turned to Eldria. As you said, now it is more important for me to protect it in the world. A notification reappeared. Princess Eldria knows the truth that you had fun with her concubine. You must pacify the anger of the princess. The life of Edson Velod depends on this. To say that it is in no way connected with Edson, pray for forgiveness. Ask to kill yourself with him. Ask for help from Rovia. The main character pushed her lover's hand, saying loudly, He made me escape! Thinking, Eldria issued her verdict. I will let you go both. And I will give so much money in addition that you will not spend in my whole life, but on condition that you will not return here anymore. After which Eldria thought, While Uriel is nearby, Edson will not think about revenge, and he will not encroach on my life. With Uriel is more difficult. Edson is not enough for her, so she will probably want to stay in the palace. She waved her open hand and firmly declared, "So choose." Suddenly, the princess's bedroom door opened, and half-naked Rovia came out of it, pulling a shirt over his shoulders. With a misunderstanding of what was happening, the blonde asked a question. "Uriel, why are you here with him?" Looking at the prince, Eldria thought. Edson. Now he finally realized that Uriel actually has a lover. At that very moment, Rovia went to Uriel and, grabbing her by the shoulders, sentenced him. "How could you do so to me? More recently, I molested me. And now, with me, he finds out relations with Uriel? Suddenly for everyone," the princess said menacingly. "Rovia, on the knees!" Guy immediately fell into a stupor. "Losing patience," the princess repeated. "Knee, I say." Pointing with a finger at the blonde, the girl said, "You first. Apparently, you are not satisfied with your status of the concubine. I let you go. You can be free." The dumbfounded guy looked down disappointedly. Eldria was misunderstood why the guy had such a reaction. Then she turned to a couple. "You can also leave the palace, together." The irritated Rovia angrily glanced towards Edson, saying, "This dog has no pride at all." A notification of the system sounded, and followed by a window. "In the future, whatever you do, Edson will not leave you." Contrary to everything, Uriel only giggled quietly in his hand. Surprised, Eldria thought. "Does she laugh?" Then she concluded, "That's all." Suddenly, the main character gave a voice. "Your Highness! I don't want to leave the palace." Pointing to Volodya, she screamed, "To leave with this person, what a stupid thing! I'm really innocent. I want to serve you personally." Putting his hand to the chin, Eldria began to reason. She decided to find out my weak place. "He thinks that I am completely an idiot?" The main character continued her loud speech. "I didn't want to run away from the very beginning. But this man made me." Illuminarly slowly got up from the couch, saying, "You don't want to leave, want to serve me." Uriel began to make excuses, Your Highness. But the princess immediately interrupted her. "How much our capricious Uriel wants. Most likely in the future, she will ultimately kill me. I have to end her until it became too late." The girl turned to the main character. "Uriel, you can do what you want, but forget about becoming my maid." The young girl immediately answered, "Thank you." Then Eldria turned to Eden. "And you?" The man answered, "I will stay here too." Looking at them, Alovo, Haired asked herself, "So this is only the beginning?" Then a new notice appeared. "The quest is completed. Congratulations. The reset of the interest of Rovia is preserved. Ruth Rovi Zuran moved from disappearance to status expects disappearance. Life is awarded as a reward." After some time, the girl went to her room. Approaching the door, she saw Rovia and Scab. "I ordered everyone to leave." The puzzled guy decided to ask, "Want to throw me away?" Closing her eyes, the princess gave a brief answer. "Right." Clutching his hands into a fist, the concubine said, "This is unfair." But the princess answered rudely, "What did you expect? You betrayed me. Name at least one reason why I should leave you nearby." He remembered the moment when he was in the same bed with her, after which he spoke. "You have accepted my feelings. I seem to be in reality." Then the girl's calm voice was heard. "Boredom. And I hoped that you would have entertained me better." Staking a little finger on the lip, Eldria thought, after which she asked, "Maybe you will do this with another woman, and I will look?" Another day, standing in front of the door to the princess's room, Rovia thought. Then I realized that she made me an concubine. Returning from his thoughts to reality, the guy immediately heard the girl's voice. "Come as you figure it out. I will give you enough freedom." Standing her back to the concubine, the princess thought, "I still can't kill Uriel, even if this decision can lead me to death. Even if it was the only way to get out of the game. I cannot deprive human life. We exist in one space. Therefore, I cannot go to something so reckless. Maybe everything is on the contrary well. I was not able to send her, but now I can follow Uriel while she is in the imperial palace." The next morning, standing by the window, the princess heard a familiar voice behind herself. "Your Highness, did you wake up? I brought water." Looking at the smiling Nodic, Eldria thought, "Among all, he is the only one who remains friendly with me." Taking a cup from the tray, she thought, I have been tormented by constant insomnia since I was reborn in this body. Is this the reason for my fatigue? This is not the first time I have heard this question from my close ones, but what about themselves? The girl began to examine the blonde. He turned his head, and the princess found a bruise on his neck and asked, Is this my hand? The guy was silent, afraid to answer. At that time, Eldria continued to think. Terrible. I was not going to climb into the affairs of the past, but, looking intently into the guy's eyes, she said again, I repeat the question. Did I leave this bruise? But the scum did not answer. Braving and embarrassed, the concubine finally answered, Yes. The princess sincerely turned to the guy. Whatever it is, you should not lie to me. Suddenly, the maid entered the room and rushed low. Eldria immediately asked, Where is the doctor responsible for him? The maid answered, Your Highness, it is forbidden to touch the property of the imperial family. These are our customs. With a drooping look, he said, I usually engage in self-medication. The girl thought in shock. Is he the property of the imperial family? Having taken aback, the princess muttered nervously, How? I forgot something. Bring the medicine. Then the illuminar, haired one, took him into himself and rudely asked, Can't I touch him either? The servant answered here, I will bring everything in an instant. With a calm face, she looked into the face of the concubine and said, Nadika, undress. After the maid brought everything necessary, Eldria was wetting the towel and the medicine, she said. Be patient a little. She looked at his back, full of scars, thinking, What a horror. Then she picked up a towel and began to rub his back. When the procedures were over, the concubine briefly said, Thank you. The girl answered right there. Thank you, but did not even look at me. He laid his hands on his knees, embarrassedly speaking, Just do something like that for a person like me. It excites me. However, the girl decided to change his attitude towards herself, saying, I already told you, do not show yourself weak to others. Suddenly, the concubine said, But I want to be weak in front of you. Eldria was immediately shocked by this. She herself thought, I understand that passion in his gaze is the product of faith that a real princess cares about him. However, Eldria had other thoughts about his behavior, so she said firmly, It is forbidden. Getting up from the couch, the girl said, I finished with treatment. Without raising his head, the concubine whispered softly, There are still. Raising his head, he continued more confidently, There are still wounds. Down. Show? Cure me, your highness. Suddenly, a maid turned to them. His Majesty calls you to talk to an official dinner. Some time later, a man with long scarlet hair arrived, whom the whole servant greeted in a bow. Then, he turned to the princess. Ria, for a long time you and I did not talk face to face. Did something happen last night? Stopping, he turned around, smiling at the girl. Looking at him, she thought, This man, Elport Enzo Cecilia, the current emperor and brother of the princess. Smiling mutually, Eldria answered, Nothing special. Elport was very glad to finally see her. The princess thought at the same time, Now he is glad. But what he will do if he notices that he is not a sister, but another person? Then why did he turn a blind eye to her bad inclinations and allowed him to sink like that? The man spoke again. I have important news. Looking at how his sister is in the clouds, he asked for, Ria, are you listening? Having shuddered, she looked at her brother, answering, Yes? Throwing a smile, he spoke. You were interested in the results of the war and the conclusion of a peace treaty with the Rothschild Empire. So, at the end of this month, our union will come to an end. The reason was the fact that the loser of the Kingdom of Borne broke into two countries, between which an agreement was concluded on the domestic territory of the Kingdom of Borne. The girl thought in confusion, Impruding Rothschild? Kingdom of Borne? I screwed up. It was necessary to find out everything about the princess. Meanwhile, Elport said joyfully, I think to give you power. These words introduced the princess into a stupor and shock. The darkness that enveloped the girl made her clarify. Did I hear it right? Suddenly, he became serious, saying, Although no, at such times it is better to actively make connections. Do not worry, your assistants are full. Looking at his sister, he continued, Right. Your devoted knight is just returning, so there should be no problems. Raising his index finger, the man said joyfully, He will return with great merit. What will you do? Eldria had to think seriously before answering. Will I accept it with honors? Elport immediately said joyfully. Great. The Emperor spoke. You were completely not excited by this news. I decided that you completely forgot him, she answered. How could I? The man said. Right, it's you who sent him to the very bake. She thought in shock. What? The Emperor said. Time flies so fast. I recall, 5 years ago, immediately after the wedding with you, he went to the front. The girl thought, Weddings? Is it really another favorites of the princess? Smiling, Elport said. I even thought whether this war arose only because of the discord between you. He turned to his sister. Who could have imagined that he would return? With victory, back to you, she thought. Come on. Their relationship cannot be called just stretched. She untied the war to get rid of him, sending him to death. Does he come back with the victory? There was a notification. Border night. After a while, 2 maids were whispered. What did Her Highness think about so deeply? The second immediately whispered. Quiet. Eldria thought about her brother. This abnormal decided to shove his duties on me. What now? How did I know that everything would turn around? She remembered her brother's words. Ria, I don't know what changes have happened to you in your soul, but when I heard about the events of last night, I believed that you are able to hold these negotiations. For this, you have enough wisdom and mercy. She answered awkwardly. How? She thought. So I look like now? The soul in this body is really different, so we can say that the changes have occurred. The real princess has disappeared. But there was such a thing that everyone wants to see. Sounds like a bad joke. Elport continued. Of course, you are still inexperienced. Therefore, Sir Eclot will help you with difficult matters. Don't worry, Eldria asked. Does he still remain my concubine? The Emperor was surprised, then answered. What are you talking about? Of course, until you back it again for the next war. The girl noticed. But he hates me, brother said. Ria, you yourself know very well what kind of person he is. She did not understand. So he hates me or not? To deal with one favorite, but then they immediately leaned them. A new notification arose. She thought, What is this time? You found a note left by Edson. Gods, despite the events of this night, does she continue this chaos? And so already 2 men fucked. Here is restless. This is not Eden, but I had to escape that night. Then she turned to the maids. I need to go out. They looked at her misunderstood. One of them asked, What did you say now? She explained. I said that I want to take a walk alone. 3 maids said in shock, stuttering, Your Highness, you can't. The girl looked at them blankly. Eldria thought, what did this princess create outside, since such a reaction? Suddenly, she pointed a finger at one of the maids, standing in the middle. Speaking, then you. Stay, the rest leave. The girl who left was strained and scared. Having bowed, the brown maid stuttering answered, Yes. Then the maid screamed, I'll take care of you, Your Highness. Suddenly she stumbled and flew right on the princess, picking her so that they do not fall together, Eldria thought. Girl with surprises. A little more, and I would crush me to the floor. Then she asked displeasedly, Live? In panic, the maid trembled and could not tie a pair of words. After a couple of seconds, she screamed loudly, Sorry! Falling at her feet, the servant spoke strictly. Your Highness, sorry. I am ready for everything to atone for my guilt. I asked the princess with irritably putting her hand to her forehead. What is your name? Sobbing, the maid mumbled. My name is Daisy. Please do not kill. I am terribly fascinated. Unconsciously, Eldria laughed. A young girl with a guilty and curious look looked at the mistress. Looking awkwardly at the maid, the princess thought. She herself did not notice how she laughed. Then she said, Sorry. Approaching the maid and wiping her finger with a tear, rolling down her cheek, she asked, Are you fine? Didn't you get a head? The servant answered in shock. No, everything is fine. Smiling, Eldria said, I will spare you if you stop pouring tears. Daisy, not believing her ears, asked a question. Is it true? So punish me? Without removing smiles, the Illuminar, Haired answered. Certainly. Frightened, the maid asked. How? Eldria said. Tell me as a punishment, where is there a secluded place in the palace park? After a while, they went outside. Correcting her hair, the princess said, Fresh air. Now I came to life a little. The day has not ended yet, and the heels are already burning from fatigue. The feeling that a hurricane was carried around my world. Trembling in front of the princess of the scum, Rovia thirsty for her love, deadly hating her Edson, and in frightening unknown eclat. What strange connections are neither love, no trust, nor understanding? Will I be able to return to my real world? What if I have to live like a princess, stuck in this fictitious imposed world on me? What should I do? Suddenly, she saw a stranger standing under a thick tree. Going closer, she recognized him. Edson, his note for Uriel said. I will wait at our permanent meeting place. You walk towards Rovia. Who will you choose? Edson. Rovia. Uriel had to make a choice. A scream was heard in the palace. Rovia, I'm sorry. I almost made stupidity. Uriel hugged the guy, saying, When you and I saw Edson with the princess interrogation, I understood everything. With a neutral face, the blonde asked. What? She answered. I can't escape from you with him. Rovia asked a question. You want to say what stayed here because of me? Clutching the guy, she answered. Yes, beloved, the blonde thought. Lieutenant. Now I was able to understand the reason she met with me. Also, like this lying woman, I do not feel any remorse. I and she do not love each other, Uriel said. I am so happy that you did not hate me. Truth. Listen to me, he answered. Speak. Thinking, the girl spoke. I want to meet Her Highness, the blonde thought. Why did she need this? Then she said, I beg you. You are the only one I can contact. After a little silence, Rovia answered, Okay, I'll help. Distributing with him and walking along the corridor, Uriel began to gnaw his nails, thinking. Not a single bell about increasing interest. That systemic warning fiercely broke me. How could he cool to me? After a skirmish with the princess, the game threw off all the progress. If this goes further, the route will close. But all my attempts to correct the situation turned into a collapse. She screamed. Damn it! And what should I do? Stay on the sidelines and observe? Angrily squeezing the apron, she thought. So it shouldn't be. This is me the main character of this game. She screamed loudly again. You have to return to me. Suddenly she heard someone's steps. Looking around, she was frightened, asking aloud. Nobody heard? Running around the corner, she began to look for the owner of the steps. Looking into the corridor, she said joyfully, This is the concubine of the princess? At the same time, standing under a tree, the princess greeted Edson. Hello! Without answering anything, the man crossed his arms over his chest and looked away with displeasure. She thought, This is the place where he was going to meet with Uriel. Edson turned away and walked away. The princess shouted in shock from such arrogance. Wait! Walking after him, she thought. We could just disperse, pretending that we did not see each other. But let we both feel awkward. I can't leave everything as it is. She grabbed his hand. Where are you? He answered. What are you grabbing me? She said. Will you leave without even saying hello? Edson said. We are not in those relationships to bow to each other. Suddenly, a notification jumped out. Rovia doubts you because of your desire to meet with Princess Eldria. Sometimes it is useful to tell the truth. She threw Edson and went to Rovia. Not so much she needs him, it comes out. No matter how important she is, the place of the maid, to do so. Edson asked. You did not come to say that you changed your decision? The princess thought. I already said that he bored me. So if I drive him away, it will not look strange? Eldria answered. Stay until you yourself want to leave. But in return, you will no longer be a prisoner, nor a hostage, nor a guest. Having clenched his fists, the man asked displeasedly. And who will I be then? She answered. I will give you the opportunity to stay in this country. You will have a situation here. This is what I propose. The man asked. Stay? Do you think this is possible for me? With interest, the princess asked a question. And where would you go escaping from the palace? Eldria extended her hand and said, Pay! The guy asked in shock. What? The girl said. I say, pay if you want to live here. You don't want to. Go work. Although for this, you still need to have housing, the man asked in shock. Do you understand what you are carrying? Eldria answered, Yes. The guy continued, Rave. The girl turned away from Edson. Then she said, From this moment, nothing connects us, as if we were strangers. I did not forget about what I had done before. I know you can't stand me, so much so that you wish me death, burning your hostility. Nothing will come out for you. I will not forget such a favor forever. You can even live here with your beloved. I will accept it, the man asked coldly. This is all? The princess asked in surprise. What? He repeated. I ask this end? Edson cried, speaking in a trembling voice. You refused me so easily, she thought. He must be devastated and irritated. My words made him be completely confused. Closing his face with his hand, he muttered, And with such insignificant feelings, you destroyed my country and ruthlessly dealt with my people? If I repay you for everything, maybe then I feel better? The man gazed dumbfounded at the princess, asking, Why are you crying? He held out his hand to her face, saying, Strange. What kind of obsession? I did not expect this. It doesn't look like you at all. Admit it. Are you mocking me again? He still did not trust her. Eldria thought, How can I tell him that I am not the princess that he knew? You and I are so similar. Both fell into the world alien to us. Both are powerless to change something. Wipe the tears, she answered. Sorry, I'm sorry. And again I thought, if I appeared here a little earlier, he would not have to experience so much suffering. Edson said, Enough. Then he grabbed her hand, crying out, Stop fooling my head! Stop, please! The princess shuddered. Suddenly, somewhere near them, a girlish voice was heard. Edson? It was Uriel, who went towards the tree, screaming, Where are you? Edson! Running to one of her lovers, she joyfully asked, Have you been waiting for a long time? Eldria was no longer next to him. Diving behind the tree, the princess pressed her mouth with her hand and thought, Why did I hide? Having her head, covering her whole face with her hand, she asked herself, And why did he suddenly burst out before his eyes? Hugging a man, Uriel began to apologize. Sorry. Along the way, hugging him, buried his nose in the chest. With a thoughtful look, Edson answered, Nothing. I did not wait long. Uriel, looking into his eyes, said, I apologize not for that. The man made a serious face, after which he said, Uriel, I only need you. Having acquired her by the waist, he continued, These are my feelings, the girl whispered. Edson. Eldria, eavesdropping them, thought, Why did I decide to stay and not run away? Over time I will tell. Then the maid said, You have the right to know. She was going with her thoughts. The princess thought, True, he loves her very much. She can't find the same devoted man. The maid said, Wait a bit. He answered, Okay, I'll wait. The princess listened with displeasure. Eldria thought, Amazing. It is so ridiculous that it is no longer funny. Suddenly, a notification jumped out. 3 options offered to take a connection. Eldria thought in shock. To do what? Right here and now? What are these options? Are you joking? Sitting behind a tree, she could wait for what option Uriel would choose. The princess reasoned. Number even if she offers it. Edson will refuse. Refusing, yes? Edson, you know that I'm hiding here. She looked in shock to choose a system. Looking at the window, she thought in a panic. Uriel, choose the first option. But she opted for the latter. He said, Now take a connection with special passion. Having wilted, the princess told herself, This girl is without brakes. The maid reached for the man's lips, but he calmly said, Wait, suddenly someone sees. He glanced on a tree, behind which Eldria sat, and encouraged him. Yes, continue in the same spirit. However, the maid could not be stopped. She spoke. I don't care. We no longer need to hide our relationship. He began to stroke the girl through his hair, answering, Exactly. The princess did not like this. Without hesitation, he gave Uriel a kiss, who foreshadowed something more right in this place. At the evening, Eldria returned to the palace, and she was immediately met by the maids, bowing. Holding on her head, the girl thought, I spent there until the sunset, until they were crushed. Tired. Wow walked. Only migraine earned. I thought we were similar to Edson. But unlike me, he has a person dear to him. What am I doing? Returning to her room and slamming the door, she found a scum sitting on the sofa. The guy was sitting at one point. The princess said, "There is no face on you. Did something happen?" Without turning his head in her direction, he said, "Your Highness?" She asked me impatiently. "What?" Having lowered his head, he said with a guilty look. "That woman touched me," Eldria asked in surprise. "What woman?" At that moment she thought, "The scum thinks that the princess has lost her memory. And since I know that woman, the current one," looking at the guy's murdered expression, she asked, "Are you talking about Uriel?" She reasoned. "I thought everything was not the Nodkey of one of the love goals of the game for Uriel." Not going around the bush, she asked a question that interests her most. "Did you sleep with her?" Blonde. The blonde turned his head towards the princess, answering, "No, no, I would never dare." Looking at the concubine, she asked herself a question. Why does he even cry so beautifully? I would always admire this. The reddened and whimpering guy mumbled, "This is true, I swear." Eldria mentally confirmed. No, he and Uriel are clearly not close. She decided to ask another question. If not she, then who is so insolent that he dared to touch my concubine? "Wipe the tears," the scum answered. "Everyone knows that even if I am harassed, I can't tell your highness." Taking his hand, she asked, "Why?" And she thought, "He said everything?" The blonde did not ask knowingly. "What?" The princess said right there. "Why did you still be silent?" Looking at the girl with puppy eyes, Nadika answered, "Because then your highness would have killed me." With a serious look, Eldria asked, "Do you think that now I'm not capable of this?" Blicking, the guy answered briefly, "Yes." She continued the interview. "Where did this woman touch you? Here?" Then she suddenly kissed his lips. Having pulled back, she answered herself, "Apparently not." The blonde mumbled in shock, "I don't remember. Maybe if you still try, then I will remember?" He surprised the princess. Slowly taking his hand, she asked a question. "Here or here?" Then she kissed his brush. She continued to ask after each kiss. "Here?" She kissed his forearm. Suddenly a cry was heard next to them. "Let go." With a displeased look, Eldria said, "What is this time?" Rising, she noticed two guards who held the guy, trying to explain to the princess. "Sorry, your highness. Insistent from the House Lebanon. He stubbornly demanded a meeting with you and suddenly broke through. To blame, your highness." Looking at the sudden guests, she ordered, "Enough. Make it away." The answer was heard, "I obey." The stranger began to break out and speak. "Take your hands. Do not know who I am?" He turned to Eldria. "Your highness, why do you pretend that you do not recognize me? I'm your favorite. You said that you will give me status soon." The girl answered, "I'm sorry, but this will not happen. If you get it all night," the guard obeyed, "will be executed." And the guy shouted, "No, I can't believe it. As soon as I become the concubine of her highness, the first thing I will demolish your heads." "Let me go, to whom I say," the princess thought. Everyone seemed to conspire. As soon as they appear in front of me, and they begin to shake with fear. Apparently, the princess did not cost anything to destroy someone's life. Is it all the bloody traces of her deeds? I do not need a life where everyone depends on me so much that they follow my every gesture and cry, or smile at the command. Having thought about it all, she drew attention to the scum, who stood aside and silently watched what had happened, not giving a look. Eldria hugged his neck and said, "Do you think that others cannot touch you because you belong to me?" Blicking and answering a hug, the guy whispered, "Yes." Putting his head on his shoulder, the princess said, "Nadika, you belong only to yourself." He was surprised. Eldria continued, "Therefore, do as you think it is necessary, and do not do what you don't like." Looking into the girl's eyes, the blonde said, "But I don't like what your highness does not like." Smiling, the princess answered, "So it was before. I ordered, and you obeyed. But this is not what I wish now. I want you to become more free and happy." After that, she kissed him on her cheek. The concubine shuddered stunned and blushed 3 times stronger than usual. The girl thought, "He blushed. How nice." She was amused by the guy's reaction and she asked, "Fine? If you don't like something, then I too." The blonde was a novelty of this behavior of the princess. However, he also smiled and answered, "Fine." A little later, drinking coffee, Eldria asked the maid, "How long have you been working in the palace?" The girl with blonde hair and green eyes answered uncertainly, "The 4th year." Taking a sip, the princess said, "A lot." "Then you should know," the maid asked with surprise. "What are you talking about?" Eldria said, "The scum yesterday drew everything to me. I was surprised that many in the palace do not take me seriously." The servant shuddered sharply. "Impressive." "What? What did he tell you?" "Your Highness, I'm not to blame for anything," the princess said coldly tint. "I know everything." The maid fell with a spent movement to her knees, bowing her head and screamed, "Spare! I have committed a mortal sin." Looking at the miserable maid, Eldria spoke, "If you want to live, you will have to answer me all questions without a shadow of lies." After some time, the guard who connected some servants reported, "We caught them as you ordered. Since you all recognize each other, therefore, understand what crime unites you?" Related people trembled with fear. The princess in a black dress, crossing her arms over her chest, threatened, "Your shamelessness crossed all the boundaries." The caught man tried to make excuses. "Your Highness, Eldria displeasedly interrupted him. "Silence. I know everything you have done." While everyone was trembling, the girl thought. Before their eyes, there was a bad example, not only in the person of the princess, to humiliate those who are weaker than them, taught by the owner of the palace, who could be cut into his bedroom in his bedroom, and in a hurry throw it away. "Alovo." Hared waved her hand. The closest knight only answered, "I obey." Then he began to take the sword out of the scabbard. Hearing the sound of steel, the maid with which Eldria spoke earlier, "You promised to spare me if I tell me everything." The maid sobbed when she heard a cold answer, "Number." And the sword stopped opposite her face. "Departing from the servants," the princess said, "I would not want to stain the shoes in the blood." And she thought, "In fact, I do not wish blood on my hands. But I could not scare them either." Looking at the related servants, she said, "Bring them out." Eldria answered, "I was thinking of decapitating you to the edification of others. But I will give you another chance. Remember, for the 2nd time, there will be no mercy." Entering the kitchen, Daisy folded her hands into the castle, and smiling, she said, "She is so cool." One of the maids broke the plate, falling out of the world, asking for, "What?" The input servant repeated, "She is cool, I say." "Her Highness was even cooler than I thought." A shocked maid, coughed, said, "I seem to choke on the air." The other asked, "Hit the chest?" Then both maids turned to the girl, asking, "Daisy, what are you? Who is cool?" She answered awkwardly, "Her Highness." The maids immediately hung over her, screaming, "You ate conditionally edible mushrooms and now rave? Who are you? What did you do with Daisy?" Smiling, the girl with brown hair and brown eyes answered, "No, she is such a darling. To serve Her Highness is God's grace." Girlfriends asked her, "Are you fine?" Suddenly, a girlish voice was heard from behind. "Grace?" The rest turned to the sound in shock. That was Uriel. "Are you crazy? Don't you know that this princess again killed several servants?" The main character thought with anger, in rages. "I had to surrender to some kind of freak in armor so that he would cover me," Daisy said strictly. "If Her Highness did this, then they deserved it." Uriel did not calm down. "What do you know? It seems that you have not experienced her anger yet?" An irritated maid answered, "Why would it be? Of course I spent a little in front of her, but she forgave me." Two girls were asked in unison, "Do you drive?" Daisy continued, "I work hard for Her Highness. So what to punish me for?" Another maid asked, "Daisy, what have you done? It's scary to even ask." She answered, "I stepped on the dress of Her Highness. I ran to her, slipped and crashed straight at her, and she grabbed me." Uriel listened to the story with anger while Daisy concluded, "Her Highness is a paw." Sitting at the dining table, Eldria turned to Elport. "I wanted to talk to you about one business." Smiling, he answered, "Ria, I'm always ready to listen to your request. So why are you hesitating today? You know that there is no refusal for you. So do not be shy. Continue. I look forward to something interesting. Before you say, she thought, would he be so located if he had found out that he was not his sister? She said, it is necessary to determine the place of stay of the Prince of Velod. Now I have no more reason to keep it next to myself. The brother answered, reasonable. Leaving a person next to him that he had fun with a servant may not affect your authority very well. Eldria continued, if the status of my concubine does not suit him, he should find another place for him, according to his title. The emperor answered good-naturedly, good idea. Let's think about it. The princess added, I decided to leave the maid, who was about to escape with him. She begged me to give her a chance to prove her devotion. Elport said, this maid, her name is Uriel. Eldria said in shock, what? I wonder how you know the name of some maid, he answered. I get reports about what is being done in the palace. She is a beauty with black hair and scarlet eyes. After lunch, leaving the dining room, the princess, accompanied by Hess, thought, what is this? He immediately changed the subject, but I suspect that the emperor is definitely interested in Uriel. What if there is a connection between them in the game? Then she turned to the maid. Hess, how are things? With an eternally strict face, the servant answered in an even voice. I figured out everything, as you ordered. A few days ago, the princess gathered several servants, saying, I heard everything while waiting for you. Tonight, be prepared to leave the palace, one maid asked in shock. What? Eldria explained. I will spare you. But this does not mean that you will avoid punishment. Then she asked Hess, ready? The maid answered, yes. I prepared documents for urgent dismissal. The princess said, you will be transferred to another place and will become there with my eyes and hands. You are forbidden to communicate with your former colleagues. Then her tone became colder. If it turns out that you are hiding something from me again or deceiving me, you will pay. From this moment on, your lives are mine. The servant had no choice but to obey. Eldria said, Hess. She, bowing, answered, yes, your highness. Order. The girl ordered. This time, send people to the imperial palace. Let them find out if the emperor came across Uriel. After some time, Eldria already watched sleeping Nadia and thought, sleeps like an angel. Then I thought, in this alien world, your feelings have become the only support for me. Opening his eyes, the guy noticed a princess near him who asked, woke up, Sonia? Seeing his beloved woman in front of him, he smiled and answered, good morning, your highness. Kissing him on the lips, she said. Good morning, she thought. I could not withstand all this without you. Little by little, I began to get used to life in the palace. Two maids cried out with enthusiasm. Dressing in a business suit, she expected the reaction of the servants. They said, your highness, a trouser suit is very suitable for you. Eldria thought, I should not imitate the behavior of the princess, but to keep the balance between her personality and mine so that the differences are not striking. She drew attention to the excited Daisy, who thought, the princess dressed on the exit. He wants to take a walk again. Serving her for a walk. Take me with you. With a burden on her shoulders, the princess thought, yes, everything is written on their face. Unable to stand the puppy look, the princess turned to the maid. Will you make me a company? I did not have to persuade her for a long time. Sitting in the park, Daisy looked after the girl. Your highness, here is your tea. Holding a saucer in her hands and a cup, she served the joyful speeches of the maids. Today is such beautiful weather, right? Daisy was beside herself with happiness while he was saying, I am so glad that you called me with you. The packed princess asked a question. Honestly? Folding her hands in front of her, the servant answered loudly, yes. Smiling, she answered, it's nice to hear it. Daisy launched. Your highness, Eldria asked. What? With an embarrassed and uncertain look, the girl held out a wreath of fresh flowers, saying, I wove the exam for you. Eldria thought, she is hopeless, but she answered aloud. Beautiful. The joyful maid clarified. Is it true? Contrary to everything, the princess picked up her mood and asked in response, teach me how to weave it? After some time, Eldria held her own woven wreath. Daisy screamed, your highness, you have talent! Will you give this wreath to that person? Looking at the maid in surprise, the girl asked, you're talking about who? With a guilty expression on her face, she embarrassedly began to mumble. You see, Eldria asked absolutely calmly. Do you mean the scum? Why don't you call him by name? She answered. You can't just pronounce the name of the person who belongs to the imperial family. Everyone calls him a person here, so I am. Sorry, Your Highness, Eldria asked. He is never called, for example, my husband, Dazi answered. He does not have an official status, and husbands are usually called not by name, but by last name, and he has no surname, because he was a slave. I thought maybe that person is the nickname that employees at court gave him. Their position is always higher than that of ordinary people. The princess was surprised to listen to the explanation of the maid, and she thought herself, I guessed that there could be a slave system, but she did not assume that the Nadika was a slave. In the palace, he is the most irreparable, and he thinks that his duty is to patiently demolish everything. Therefore, he desperately needs my protection. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of her face. Disclosure of a settlement of Princess Eldria. You failed in the opening of a weak place due to insufficient grounds. There was only one attempt. Uriel rejected her. If you want to increase the likelihood of success, wait for the right moment, she thought. Failure again? Was it a hint now? Suddenly, a male voice called out to her. Uriel! The blonde approached the maid, watching her reaction. She asked, Rovia, are you here? The guy spoke. Can I ask why you came to the palace of Her Highness? I told you to wait. The dissatisfied maid answered. How long should I wait? You only promise. I do not believe in words, but to deeds, she told him. Admit that you cannot help me. Do you think I will not find any other way? The guy grabbed her by the shoulders and answered. Uriel, do not be angry. Trust me. Am I your beloved? Looking at him, the girl thought. Lying. I know that the level of interest was dropped. Surely he pretends because for some reason he needs me, Rovia said. If you say why you want to meet with the princess, I will find the best way to arrange it. After what happened, you should not catch her eye yet, she asked. What? I didn't call you after that night, right? In the apple. Do you understand? She found out about our connection, but still left me in the palace. She lost all interest in you. The guy grinned, after which he answered irritatedly. Yes, I know. Self, permanent Uriel mentally asked. What do you know? This woman has become a completely different person. Aura emanating from it, every gesture and habit. Even the facial expression is different. What happened to her? Are the consequences of my intervention appear now? It puzzled the maid. Meanwhile, Eldria asked the servants, What did you manage to find out? They answered her. In the palace, no one saw Uriel Rose. We checked this through the maid of His Majesty. The information is reliable, the princess thought. Uriel has not yet met with the emperor? Well, if they are not connected. But if the emperor himself is involved, it will not be possible to further sit back. Uriel is looking for my weak place, my only weakness. She introduced the smiling face of the scum. Suddenly she called out, Your Highness! Where to put the wreath? What did you bring? The girl answered, Leave on the table. Looking away, she thought, I have to tell Nadric that we need to stay away from each other for a while. The next day, Eldria thought, Nadika did not come last night, although I waited for him until late. Not that I would like him to spend days in my bedroom. Suddenly she heard a voice. Your Highness. The entered maid bowed and immediately reported. The Zuran Gospodin arrived. The girl answered, Let him enter. From the very threshold, Rovi said. By order of the emperor, from today, I will teach your highness. The princess thought in shock. Rovia? What did he just say? Some time later, he rammed non-stop. According to legend on the foundation of the country, the features of the leading ideology from the early times were the education of labor and strengthening defense. He interrupted, asking, Are you not listening? Putting the elbows on the table, Eldria answered dejectedly, I'm listening. Looking at the new teacher, the girl thought. Crap! Immediately it was necessary to find out who Zorain is. I did not expect that it was the surname of Rovia. When I asked the emperor to find an advisor on diplomatic issues, he said something strange. I will give Zoran a secret that you need it. I understand your feelings. Clear. He decided that I want to return the concubine. which cooled to me. But I am my pride too wounded to call him personally, so I need help. God, and what is the emperor of opinion about his sister? She completely mired in her thoughts. Suddenly, Rovia turned to her. Then repeat what I just said. The girl looked at him in shock. The guy decided to continue. After the war and the colonization of the captured states, the tribute received from them became the basis for the growth of our empire. Having buried in the textbook, the princess asked, only war and colonization strengthened us? He answered, right. The amount of crop from our lands was not enough for the increasing population. Agricultural equipment was not enough. And every year there were less and less suitable for cultivation of land. In addition, in the center of the continent, where the Imprudus is located, a cold climate. The situation was worsening that land rent increased, and in the cultivated territories, the crop of the godbull from frost. The girl asked. While, Rovia answered, their decision was magic. Eldria thought in shock. What? Is there magic here? The guy continued. The empire, which foresaw its sunset, showed resistance to the exiled exile of the magicians. Thanks to the possibilities of magic, the borders of our empire expanded greatly. It was possible even more expansion of them, but this required an appropriate increase in the army and weapons. If you thoughtlessly enslave the lands, that is, danger, the collected taxes will not cover the costs of maintaining captured states. It is more profitable for them to be colonies. The kingdom of Borne, which was located geographically, was originally prey, which was hunted by the kingdom of Rothschild. The climate in this country was soft, and unlike the cycling. Suddenly, the princess shuddered, hearing a familiar name. She asked, dumbfounded. For a second, cycling? The guy answered. In Volota, there are a lot of mines with minerals. Therefore, it is an excellent colonial source of income. In a sense, it is a storehouse of gold, silver, rare stones, and marble, Eldria said. I didn't mean that. I thought that I completely destroyed Velad. Rovia looked suspiciously at the princess. With a serious face, the blonde asked, have I noticed a certain semblance of torment of conscience? Looking at the man from the sublobe, the princess asked with discontent. Do you think I have no conscience? Rovia answered, I don't believe you. But even if you do not play me, this is not only your fault. Eldria was surprised while the blonde continued. It is true that the emperor cares very much about your highness, but he is too aligned to miss the real benefit. Your highness wished to capture Prince Edson Valad, and his majesty is his land with mines. Your interests coincided. The emperor satisfied not only your whim, he told her, remorse. It doesn't suit you. Are you going to ask him for forgiveness? Did you start to regret too late? She answered right away. It's never too late, even if nothing can be changed. If a person does not look back, he cannot change. And one feeling of guilt of sins cannot be atoned. But perhaps I can prevent mistakes in the future. That is why I think this is important. After listening to the words that were previously alien to the princess, Rovia paused, after which he said, This is where our lesson will end. Walking along the corridor, the blonde thought, Damn it. How can you regret someone except me? Covering his face with his hand, he asked aloud in a desperate voice. In fact, who changed you like that? Suddenly, he heard the sound of steps. Having looked closely, he noticed the scum, after which he said, You! What are you doing here? How dare you come to her without an invitation? The guy with a guilty gaze lowered his head and tried to go around the man, saying, I'm sorry. Rovia held out his hand, stopping him and speaking. You, puppet equals slave for betting, and must do only what they say. Rush along a click of fingers, and not to show the nose, if not called. Do you allow yourself so brazenly imposing on her highness? The scum shouted. I'm no longer a slave, Rovia asked. And what? It cancels your low origin? I decided that since she did not let you out of bed for several days, then you are indispensable? Remember your place and behave appropriately. Do not flatter yourself. And he remembered the words of the maids. Rumor has it that Her Highness has been holding only that person next to her for several days, and he does not seem to notice other men. The other asked, Is it true? Rovia thought, You behave as if you mean something for her. It's like you don't know that she cannot sincerely love someone. Suddenly, the scum was menacingly declared. And who are you yourself to talk to me like that? You changed Her Highness and did not even try to pray for forgiveness. And after that, you think that you can teach someone? Yes, I'm arrogant. But I am at least not like you, a wild beast that does not know devotion and compassion. Rovia, in shock, listened to the concubine's speech. After Chego said, "What is the point of beating forgiveness if you know that you will not get it?" Nadika answered, "It always makes sense, even if you probably know that you will not be forgiven." When the night came, the blonde sat next to the sleeping girl and turned to her. "Your Highness." Not hearing her answer, he remembered the words of Rovia. "Remember your place and behave appropriately." Then he winged the princess and touched her forehead, saying, "Let you certainly have good dreams." On the day, the man said in his uniform. "Glad to meet. Allow me to introduce myself. Captain of the Knights of the Imperial Palace, Leo Defet." With an indifferent look, the blonde answered, "My name is Rovia Zuran." Eldria stood next to them. 20 minutes ago, Rovia said. "I will recommend you a manual that from this moment should become your table book. Today, we found out at what level your knowledge is. For a more in-depth study of the past, you must read it." The princess immediately answered, "Understood." On the way from the training room, I will look into the library. The hand of Rovia jerked, and he asked, "Are you going to a training ground?" Eldria calmly answered, "Yes," and she thought, "It would be nice to find out about the ilk from other knights." The concubine suddenly asked, "Without support of servants?" The princess examined the questioner on him. The guy asked a question again. "Maybe it will be better if I spend you?" Looking at the outstretched hand of Rovia, she thought, "Better? What does he imply?" Looking directly into the man's eyes, the girl asked, "If I allow, will I show sensitivity?" With despondency, he remembered the words of the scum. "You must pray to Her Highness about forgiveness, even if she does not forgive you." Then he briefly answered, "Yes." Taking his hand, the princess answered, "Okay, spend me." Now Eldria grabbed her head, thinking, "It was I who was to blame that I felt and lost to him." While Rovia and Leo fought gaze, Eldria said, "Sir Defet, I already know everything from the official report, but I wanted to make sure." He answered, "Are you about the exam for raising the knightly title in which Edson Velad decided to participate?" The princess answered awkwardly, "You did not understand. I was not going to make him a patronage at all." The knight said, "Suppose that this is a misunderstanding, but if you think about it, Your Highness is subordinate to a separate knightly detachment. Why not just attach him there?" The girl asked in surprise. "My knightly detachment?" Suddenly, Rovia cried out with displeasure. "How dare you say in this tone?" Eldria looked inquiringly at the guy. Leo continued, "Once they came, first find out if the vacancy arose there, and only then make the final decision." The girl reasoned, "What is the reaction? Did the princess and the knightly order of the pen applied? Obviously, this person does not tolerate the princess, and he does not even try to hide it. Talk to him further to no avail." She turned to the knight. "We have to go." Rovia began to be indignant. Leo said, "The advanced group with victory will arrive soon, so I'm busy." "Forgive the program, Your Highness." Leaving the parade ground, the girl thought, "It turns out that my knightly detachment is located next to the 6th curriculum." Suddenly, Rovia stopped and said, "I should return and teach him good manners. It is clear that he lurked anger at you. He is the closest student of Sir Facius." Eldria thought, "That's how. He is a friend of the second concubine of the princess, whom she sentenced to war. Then, his disgust is understandable to me." She again remembered the knight's face. Then she turned to the blonde. "Rovia, it is not for you to teach someone good manners. Is silence a sign of consent? Is it allowed to take sunbaths on the training parade ground?" Rovia answered, "Why not?" Looking at almost naked men, the princess asked in shock, "How is that?" Passing by a couple, an elderly man, seeing Eldria, instantly fell into a stupor. Then he screamed loudly, "Her Highness arrived! Get ready!" Her Highness came personally. "What are you digging? Faster! Building! Your Highness? Are you here?" Putting her hand on her face, the girl thought detachedly, "God, what a parade of naked male bodies." "Having built?" one of the knights asked. Your Highness, will you want to hunt? I prepared the helmet and the saddle stronger so that it did not happen the same as the last time. Rovia looked at the awkward expression of the princess's face, who thought, Last time? Did I fall from a horse? The blonde whispered. Do you remember? During your love experiment, your partner fell from a horse. The girl listened to the concubine in shock. You said that hunting is especially leading you. Eldria thought dumbfounded. Am I really like that? Yes, this is not a knightly detachment, but a personal harem of the princess. Returning a serious face, the girl said, I have no mood to hunt today. I came to report that I am going to eliminate your detachment. The men were abruptly taken aback. They began to pry. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Have you decided to get rid of us? Suddenly, the girl noticed a tanned man behind the rest of the soldiers, asking herself, And who is this? Even among all these handsome men, it stands out especially. She did not look away from him. The soldiers did not let go. Your Highness, explain. What are we to blame for? Forgive us. Do not destroy us. With bewilderment, the princess asked, Did I say that I would kill you? Tell me, what do you see the meaning of your life? The men answered questioningly. To appeal, Your Highness? The girl asked gloomily. And this is my knightly detachment? They waited for the princess to say, I will offer you a worthy way out. Are you knights or not? Pass the exam to increase the knightly title. If you surrender, you will remain members of the Knight's Order. If not, you can leave the palace. The men stood in a stupor when he heard this statement. All but one, Eldria added. You are free to do it even now. She made the final decision. Half-naked guys screamed, Your Highness! How we will pass it! Even the current knights hand over him with difficulty. The girl answered. And what are your reasons to receive a state salary? Are you satisfied with this state of affairs? Coffin silence came. Nobody expected such instructions and behavior of the princess. Eldria thought. It dawned on them that I was seriously determined to disperse this gathering of a Lizokok. She said, I understand that you will lose the previous carefree life. Think for yourself, is it worth it? Suppose today you will convince me to leave everything as it is. But are you confident in tomorrow? What if everything changes? One of the men squeezed his hands into a fist and said loudly, We have nowhere to go. The servant, the delivery of milk from some capital, the youngest son of the baron without inheritance. Where do they go? He pointed a finger at a tanned guy, saying, Only he has nothing to worry about, but we are different. The man who was indicated yawned indicatively. Eldria thought, To him? Who is he? The indignant guy continued, His teacher is the captain of the Imperial Knightly Order, so he gets away with everything. In surprise, the girl cried out. What? The knight answered. He used to work as deputy captain. The princess approached him and asked, What are you doing here? The brunette said calmly. What are you talking about? Eldria asked another question. Leo de Fête? The guy answered. This is my teacher, she thought in shock. And the teachers took away, and the student. Yes, the unfortunate score has every reason to hate the princess, she said. That's how. I will immediately take measures so that you get everything you need. In order to start a new life, you will need money. I will provide you so that you will never regret it. You can even pay for military business. Suddenly, she heard a scream. I can't leave! Some guy fell at her feet and spoke. I spent the best years on you. You will not compensate me for anything. Take me as an concubine. Why are you so with me? You liked me. Grabbing her by the waist, he screamed. So it was, Your Highness! She did not expect such persistence. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand, turning it. The guy screamed. Hurt! Rovia arrived at the aid. Turning his head, the blonde turned to the princess. Hold on behind me. Suddenly, the voice of Leo gave a voice. Forgive him for that. The sudden news of the dismissal closed his mind, so he forgot his place. But there is a way to make him remember. He began to beat the guy with his feet. Then the man turned around and turned to the princess. Your Highness, take your measures. The girl stared at the actions of the guy who added, And I will help you persuade them. Slightly nervous, she answered. So I will do it. Stop. You will kill him. Stopping, the man smiled and said, I will not kill. I know where to beat. Looking at this picture, Eldria thought, what else could you expect? They are accustomed to being the princess's favorite toys. But what is he doing among them? And why does he behave as if he doesn't care? Putting a beaten guy on his back, a tanned man heard a question. Does everything suit you? He thought a few seconds before answering. Who knows? Maybe. Doesn't I look like everything suits me? The voice gave Rovi. This man, I heard about him. His name is Seeger. He is from Commoners. He was the youngest deputy captain. The girl listened to the concubine, after which she said, It's time to return. At this time, the maid said to the man in the palace, Edson, please do how I ask you. This is necessary. Purchasing the whimpering girl by the neck, he answered, Uriel, will this not hurt you? Then he hugged her tightly, asking, Ask for this. Why are you doing this to me? The maid jumped up and shouted, I said that I can't tell you yet, and you promised that you would wait. Your feelings have not changed for me? The man silently lowered his head. Looking at his beloved, he answered, My feelings for you are squeals. We will continue to meet as before. I'll be there for you. Uriel said right there, Prove that you love me. Thinking, Edson answered, Okay, I will do as you ask. Hugging her, he whispered, Please do not cry. However, the girl, on the contrary, was pleased with her plan. Sometime later, Edson squeezed his shirt, thinking, If you wish that, pass the upcoming exam on the knightly title. You will be allowed to carry weapons with you. I will return your sword. He recalled the words of Eldria. She sent him a sword and a note. Prince Edson Velad. I hope you make the right choice. The system announced. Unforgettable feelings have passed from a state of expectation to a state of awakening. The beginning of awakening is 0%. Access is impossible. Forcibly changed to a state of inaction. Going down the stairs, Eldria heard a scream. What are you doing? The maids grabbed Uriel, who screamed, Why are I forbidden to be here? I'm a palace maid. Can't I even pass this place? The girl was beside herself with anger. Another maid answered, It can be seen that you are standing here for a reason. Are you going to slip into the chambers of the princess? Do not create a problem for us. Let's take it as soon as possible. Suddenly, Uriel froze, and the other maids with her. Crossing her arms over her chest, Eldria asked displeasedly, What is the matter? Trying to hold the breaking girl, the maid answered, Nothing, Your Highness. Suddenly, the main character turned to the princess. I have an offer to you. This is due to Edson Velad. You will not regret if you listen to me. Eldria answered, You two are free. Uriel, after me. Having come to the princess' chambers, the maid sat on her knees and spoke. Your Highness, you spared me, so let me thank you. Eldria thought, I see you through. And she answered aloud, Thank you? Are you still hoping to become my maid? In a confident tone, Uriel said, Yes, but besides this, I talked with Mr. Velod. He is ready, as before, to serve you every night. Would you like it? Slowly getting up from the chair, the princess spoke. I don't know how you could convince him and what you hoped for, having come here. But how can you do so with him? Eldria jumped up, scaring Uriel. With a naive face, the maid asked, What are you talking about? I don't understand. The princess screamed, He loves you! Isn't that enough? How can you be so greedy? In order to achieve your goal, you forced him to go to the bedroom to another woman. And not to anyone, but to your enemy. Did you offer him this, looking directly into the eyes, breaching again to convince him? Smiling, Uriel asked, Does your Highness have not many what you own, but not use? It annoys you that I own Edson's feelings. To command him to give you his heart. The dumbfounded princess answered, Be quiet if life is a road. Uriel, in your opinion, it will never be. Smile off. The surprised maid from the bottom up looked at the princess. Suddenly, a notification sounded. An unknown error has been discovered. A new finale has been discovered. Be happy with what you have. Due to the change of the princess, a hidden ending was opened. When choosing, you can avoid a shadow of death overhanging over you. You will forever abandon endless glory and myriad wealth. The root of Rovia Zurin and Elat Phaseus, which are in the process, will close. Looking at the maid, Eldria thought, Choose, Uriel. This option would arrange you and me. The system said, You cannot turn back, so decide thoughtfully. Do you choose to be happy with what you have? Eldria thought, This is the only end at which we will not have to kill each other. However, Uriel rejected him. Smiling, she asked, "And what should I lose?" "To be happy with what you have was destroyed," the maid said. "I suggested this only because I wanted to be useful to you," Eldria thought. "Every sleepless night, I thought that if you got here not at your request, and you continue this game from the hopelessness of the situation. I thought we were similar, that having revealed the whole truth, we could help each other. But you without hesitation destroyed all this." A voice was heard. "Your Highness." Uriel got up and said, "Thank you for listening to me. I'm uncomfortable that I could not thank you." She headed for the door, smiling. "I said everything I wanted. I take a break on this," the princess said after it. "Give it to Eden. This will not happen." The maid heard her, after which she slammed the door, sitting on the sofa and putting her head on the bed. Eldria thought, "We are similar, but our paths vary. Is there really no other way out?" A new signal was heard. Daisy, seeing a familiar girl, asked with surprise, "Uriel's sister? What are you doing here?" "Are you not forbidden to be here?" Uriel answered. "Have you heard?" The ban was lifted. Daisy was imposed. "How is it removed?" "Because of you yesterday, such a noise rose. It cannot be." Smiling, Uriel said, "Well, how can I lie? Especially if it concerns Her Highness. You were right, she is such a generous person. We talked in a dream, and starting from this day, I became her personal maid." "And now I am fulfilling the first assignment," Daisy asked with distrust. "And what do you need from me?" the brunette answered. "This order applies to you. Her Highness said that she could not just enjoy your society." The joyful maid sang, "Your Highness! Why didn't you personally tell me about this?" Then Uriel became serious and said, "She has a secret business." Grabbing her cheeks, Daisy asked, "Her Highness?" "To me," she answered. "Yes. The work is complex. Try to fulfill it as inconspicuously as possible. You just need to transfer this note. The person who is now at court." Uriel's eyes burned with anger and hope. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and grabbed the maid's hand, taking the note. It was Eldria, who said with a serious person, "I do not remember that she gave instructions." Tearing a sheet from the hand of the maid, Eldria talked. "So, let's see what's in the note." Uriel tried to mumble something in her excuse, but to no avail. Rustling with a leaf, the princess read, "Sir Truckerus, I send you a gift as a greeting. This will dispel your fatigue after a long trip." Now it's clear. This girl is very young and inexperienced. It is quite in his taste. Suddenly, Uriel screamed, "Your Highness, wait! I will explain everything." Having crushed the sheet, she grabbed the maid by the breasts while she tried to say something. With a laugh, the princess said, "And you are good. It is written believable. If something happened, everyone would believe that I had done it." Uriel silently turned her head off. "You counted on that, right?" And she thought, "Your system messages gave me a hint. A notification came last night. The servant Kane was convinced thanks to your talent of the narrator." Eldria thought, "This time a servant just went out of the threshold and immediately began to act? Failure. Use the skill of a mental voice. What is she trying to find out?" The servant Evan was convinced. Dirty hearing. There is a rumor that the Marquis from the South Trucrus takes away from the Palace of the Maids, which appears to him. Holding Uriel by the breasts, Eldria thought, and I wondered what she would do with this information. So what did she think? "Princess Sparsel, why do you need this? What is the benefit to you that you will destroy this gullible girl?" The maid looked angrily at Eldria. "Try the opening of a weak place. 1 attempt. In progress. 12%. A Lovo-haired thought. "Let's see what she will find out." And she said aloud, "Answer. 91%. Signal. The opening of a weak place is completed." The princess asked herself in shock. "What?" "The opening of a weak place was spent. Check a weak place. Useless weak spot. Daisy Fren. This is not a mistake, but so insignificant, a weak place that it is considered a failure. You only angry the princess, so we recommend that you never mention it." The shocked Eldria thought, "If you think about it, I first saw a system window for opening a weak place when I was with Daisy on a picnic. Has anyone got sick of us? If because of me, this girl almost got into trouble." Her voice burned his soul. "Is she, in your opinion, not a living person? How can you do this? It's low." Uriel answered, I tried for you. I wanted to earn your forgiveness, help you achieve its location. This aristocrat has real power in the south. Eldria loudly interrupted her. Really? Letting her go, the princess said. Fine. The main character looked inquiringly at the mistress. Alovalosa said, Since this is for me, I will give you an opportunity to earn my forgiveness. Raising the note from the floor and handing it to Uriel, Eldria, smiling, said, You will go instead of her. With a trembling voice, the maid asked, Who? The contented princess answered, You? Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. Uriel, how could you leave your place? Do you understand what you are doing? She was addressed by an elderly lady dressed in a shirt of a maid. Eldria asked herself, And who is this? The women bowed and announced a standing maid nearby. The main maid of the imperial palace. The eldest spoke. Your Highness, she showed disrespect. Please forgive, the princess thought in surprise. The main maid of the imperial palace personally appeared for Uriel, the woman said. Whose order you would not follow, you should have been informed in the realization of me that you are going to the palace of Her Highness. Are you angry because of this, Your Highness? Eldria asked. What is happening here? Notification. The interest of the Emperor. To you that she took 2 men from the princess and escaped her anger. The Emperor is of interest. While he is interested, no one will harm you in the palace. But the Emperor is very changeable, so you can bore him. You need to successfully hold 6 random meetings. With success, a special Ruth Elport Enzo Cecilia will open. Reading this, Eldria thought. Special route? Is the emperor of this country itself interested in it? The princess again turned to the senior maid. I asked why you are here? She herself thought. Special route? This pops up for the first time. What will happen if the emperor unites with Uriel? He will decide to kill his own sister. No, me? I will not sit back and wait for my end. Uriel dropped the note while the elder spoke. Sorry for the anxiety delivered, Your Highness. While the woman raised the sheet, Eldria answered, I don't need your apologies. If you came for Uriel, then I just won't let her go. At least without proper punishment. Suddenly, something clicked in the head of the eldest, after which she was saying, Your Highness, please calm down. She executed the order of His Majesty. It was I who handed it over, so I am ready to accept the punishment instead of it. The princess thought. Nonsense. Uriel tried to crank the search for a weak place. The emperor cannot be involved in this, but according to systemic notification, he is interested in Uriel. Therefore, the main maid burns out, using his name. Eldria asked, You say the order of the imperial? And the content of the note did not bother you? The princess reasoned. She realized that she was trying to make Uriel, but still continues to bend her line. The woman answered, It is difficult for me to comprehend the plan of His Majesty. Your Highness is indifferent to aristocrats on the outskirts. Maybe he tried to establish relations with them on your behalf. His Majesty expressed a desire to meet this servant right now. He will decide what to do with her, since she appeared in the palace of Your Highness contrary to the ban. Eldria screamed, Whose order it is, this is my palace, and only I decide what to do with people who are in it. I go to the Emperor. Until I return, no one will move from the place. Guard, take it! Uriel was in a panic. Having rushed to her brother, the princess chattered. Your Majesty, he answered. Rhea? What a pleasant surprise. Looking at the servant next to him, she understood. He was already given everything to him. She asked straight, Did you want to see Uriel? The emperor said sadly, Annoying. My secret assignment upset you? She thought. Lieutenant, it is clear who led the main maid, and now he is inconvenient to recognize the truth because of the fear of a quarrel with me. The princess crushed briefly and clearly. Uriel will not come, Elport asked in a serious tone. You say that you are disputing my order? She answered. Yes. And in the future, this girl should not be here. I forbade her to approach my palace, but she broke the ban. This is considered as state treason. I only follow the laws of the Empire. Do not worry, I will not kill her, but withdraw your order. Will you say that this was invented for me? Do you find entertaining so cunning orders? Do you really need this maid? With a sigh, the Emperor answered, Fine, let's do what you said. Turning around, Eldria minted. Then I take a break. Unable to withstand her own curiosity, she turned around again and asked, "Are you fascinated by it?" The man bulged his eyes, not knowing what to answer. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Not hearing the answer, the princess headed for the door, thinking, in the game, Uriel and the Emperor had to have 6 random meetings, but now not a single one will take place. Notification: you have entered into a state. The event of the Emperor's call was automatically cancelled. The Emperor has already changed. Arriving in her bedroom, Eldria ordered, "Report." Hess bowed. The maid spoke. She received 7 strokes with a whip. The girl thought, "For some time she will be painful to walk and sit." The princess asked. "And Daisy?" Hess answered. "She was ordered to rest until tomorrow. Now Oan is in his room." Listening to everything, the Illuminar, Herd said, "Clear, wait. Know where the scum is now." Meanwhile, the guy stood opposite the mirror and recalled the words of Eldria. "Neurotica, henceforth take care of yourself as it should." He answered, "Yes?" Then he said aloud, "Your Highness." Suddenly a voice was heard. "So this is what your room looks like." Suddenly, the guy saw a familiar silhouette and immediately asked, "Your Highness, why are you in my wretched dwelling?" Approaching the guy, she answered, "Since you do not come to me, I came to you." The blonde tried to say something, but the princess had already reached for his neck to hug. Covering the guy, Eldria thought, it was a long time ago. This warm, soft aroma. Without leaving her arms, the girl spoke. I missed, frowning. Then she threw him onto the bed. And hanging over him, he said, "And now I'm waiting for an explanation. Why did you avoid me?" The blonde blushed immediately, looking away. He could not choose words. Eldria thought, what is happening to him? He always said that he wanted to be next to me, but now it seemed to be moved. Having stood up, she asked again, "Answer honestly, why are you avoiding me?" He immediately chattered. "Avoid your highness? I would not dare," she thought. Maybe he is capricious? Then the princess said, "You did not visit me for several days." The scum answered in the guilty voice. "You see," she thought. "Because of Uriel, I was thinking of inviting him not to meet for a while. But suddenly his feelings changed. Because I do not look like a princess?" And he fell out of love. Nadika gave a voice. "If you are a slave, then you cannot wish anything." The girl immediately stopped him. "Wait, why did you talk about the fact that you were a slave?" The reddened concubine answered, "I'm only happy that I can give pleasure to your highness. I should be enough for me. It would be impudent to show that I wish you." The surprised princess told herself, "That's how. The scum also wishes me," she said aloud. "You can no longer come to my room." The blonde flinched. "Growing out?" he asked. "Are you angry?" Having taken aback, she answered, "Not at all. I'm not angry." The girl thought, "Again, I involuntarily brought him to tears." And then she said, "I wanted to say that now I myself will come to you." This information dumbfounded the guy. Eldria decided to ask, "What do you say?" But the concubine did not dare to answer. Having lowered his head, the scum said quietly, "I want to hug you." It was hard for him to say that. "Contrary to everything," the princess answered. "I want it too." Then she hugged him and kissed him on the lips. The next morning, during lunch, Rovi said, "Today you are late for the lesson." Eldria answered, "And today you never looked at me." The man said, "You heard you did not spend the night in your room, therefore did not appear on time?" The girl answered the question with a question. "Because of this, do you drink until noon?" He muttered rudely. "How I have fun at non-working hours, you do not concern you? Do not worry, I can drink." The princess thought, "Effective." Then she said, "Didn't you recently broke into my bedroom?" Eldria asked a question. "How much did you drink at that time?" "Then you were not such a bore." Suddenly, 2 maids flew into the dining room. Daisy cried out, "Your Highness!" Sobbing, the maid mumbled, "For what? Why do you send me to another palace?" Looking at the girl, the princess answered, "Strange. Everyone here was obsessed with fear and dream of translation. Why are you objecting?" Hugging the girl, the maid screamed, "I do not want to go to another palace. Can you stay with your highness?" While everyone was shocked at what was happening, Eldria thought, The incident yesterday was very shocked by Daisy. Therefore, I decided for her good to transfer her to another palace. Now the ruptured girl drilled the mistress with an imploring gaze, hoping for her condescension. The princess reasoned, "You can expect anything from Uriel, so do not lose sight of it. Keep your friends with you, and the enemies are even closer," she said. "You can stay if you want." Not believing her ears, Daisy asked, "Is it true?" Eldria answered, "I do not have hatred for you." The maid again hugged the mistress, screaming with joy. "Your Highness!" The rest looked at them dumbfounded. Alert! The state of the conclusion is cancelled. The state of weakness is preserved. Edson went out to meet you to spend. But you can miss the opportunity to find a hidden event. Will you go with him? Refuse! Go together. Ask to take a walk with you. Eldria thought. I assumed that, having left the dungeon, she would do something. Notification. Where will you go? Palace Garden. The bedroom of the Emperor. Room Uriel Rose. The princess expected what choice the maid would make. She chose a variant of the palace garden. Eldria already expected her at the entrance to the garden, thinking. No one gave her painkillers. Walks barely. Slowly moving forward, the brunette suddenly stumbled and fell, screaming, "Crap!" The princess, looking at her, thought, "Tolerate, Uriel. This is a compassion of a weak punishment for going to do Daisy. I was alerted by the game message that I saw earlier." The soldier reported, "His Majesty just went to the garden. I had to go out in the middle of the night to scout everything, and if necessary, I will have to prevent the collision of Uriel and the Emperor. I will arrange a system collapse for them." Then she spoke. "Uriel?" The maid stopped, looking at the princess in shock. The brunette thought angrily. "Is the hidden event a meeting with the princess?" she asked aloud. "Have you come to kill me?" Eldria answered in a calm tone. "Why should I swear my hands?" the maid said. "I thought, why did you spare me? Is it because you don't want to quarrel with Prince Vlad?" With a mockery, a Lovo-haired asked. "Do you think so? Therefore, do you think that you can do everything you want?" Grinning, the main character said, "If not this, then what holds you?" Frankly laughing, Uriel asked, "Are you not afraid that I will find out your secret?" With misunderstanding, the princess clarified. "What are you talking about? Afraid? You?" She began to approach the girl. Putting her hand on her cheek, she said in a cold tone, "Just give me a reason. If I see that you deserve death, I will get rid of you in an instant. Think carefully before deciding on another baseness." Moving away from her, Eldria heard the answer. "Thank you for the advice, Your Highness." Smiling, the princess said, "Let's see how well you understand my words. Dress." The smile disappeared from her face. Having bowed, Uriel said, "I understood everything, Your Highness." Having reached the room, Eldria thought, "I hope this was enough for the meeting of Uriel and the Emperor to take place. Notification! Congratulations!" A random meeting was made. The girl asked in shock, "What? You were faced with the Emperor while you went to your room." He confused. "If you do not interest him, he will avoid meeting you." Pretending to have not recognized him. "Invite to your room. Make a look that they fainted." She chose an option with a swoon. Notification. Success. Interest rose. Eldria thought, "Of course, who will pass by a girl who has lost consciousness? But I won't know the mind where this crazy speed of the development of events is from." As if the Emperor was ready to fall in love. The necessary level of interest for opening the route was achieved. The princess read it in shock. "I climbed out of my skin, trying to prevent their meeting. But all my efforts were in vain. No, it's too early to give up. There are 5 more meetings to the full opening of the route." She began to read again. 4 out of 5 gathered tips, she thought. Hipples? Another problem. What if I should not fight against Uriel, but with those who are behind these system notification? When morning came, Eldria opened her eyes and said, "Already morning? I spent the night without sleep again." Suddenly, she heard a hoot next to her. Raising her eyes, the girl asked in shock, "Bird!" She blew out of bed and began to stroke the owl, asking, "Where are you from here?" The bird was sitting on a bit. The girl drew attention to the paw of the owl and said, "Is something tied on the paw?" While the princess took out a note, the bird stood motionless, waiting for the letter to be taken. Carefully studying the parcel, Eldria involuntarily asked aloud, "Aiden Frank?" Suddenly, Daisy entered the room and said, "Your Highness, I came to go." "By the way, did you just say Iden Frank?" the surprised princess asked. "Do you know this place?" The maid answered, "Certainly. This is a large guest house in the city. I even spent the night there once." Holding a mysterious note in her hands, Eldria thought, "Guest house?" 3 days later at dawn, they were not afraid to send a postal bird directly to the chambers of the princess. Also secretly called to meet in a guest house outside the palace? "Well, if the system invites, then I must go," she whispered aloud. Aiden Frank, sitting at home and drinking coffee, Eldria reasoned. From that night, nothing is heard about the Emperor and Uriel. Due to the high level of interest, Uriel has a lot of time for accidental meetings, so she behaves more carefully than usual. Sometimes system notification of Edson pops up, but he returned Freedom and Sword taken by the former princess. Therefore, it is better not to contact him anymore. It's good that the day of the meeting indicated in the message tomorrow. "At least today you can breathe calmly." Suddenly, the voice gave Daisy, "Your Highness," with pressure, chewing cookies, the maid said. "I am very offended," she asked. "Why?" the maid answered. "Because strange conversations go about you." Eldria listened and thought. The princess, who acquired bad fame, suddenly became more restrained. It is difficult to imagine what the servants invented for themselves. "However," Daisy blurted out, "they say that you put a sloce on women." From these words, the princess choked on coffee. Eldria asked, "Are you sure of that?" She answered, "Yes!" The maids are constantly whispering, like, "You communicate too closely with the girls." If I go to them at least a word to insert, they immediately pause and scatter. Can you imagine? "I see that you are working, devoting all yourself to the affairs of the empire." Having gone into herself, the princess thought with sadness. The worst girl did not even understand what they were talking about her. But the maid did not finish this. "And also, no, repeat this." She covered her mouth. Eldria asked, "What is the matter? I will call the other maids and ask them." The maid answered in shock, "No, no! I'll tell you. Rumor has it that your Highness buys slaves, and that they will all die before the end of the year," the dumbfounded princess said. "I don't understand what we are talking about," Daisy said. "So I say, some kind of nonsense. Notification. The last Prince of Velad. Congratulations on the end of the quest. Opening a weak place. Successful, scandalous hearing." A Lovo-haired thought. So this is Uriel's evil language. For some reason, I am not surprised. But what bothers me, is this rumor really noise? For a simple gossip too specific, until the end of the year. And he is soon. Notification. Congratulations. You have collected all the tips. Association of tips. Signal. Successfully. Check the result now? The taken thing in the bedroom of the princess. Daisy asked worriedly. "Your Highness?" she answered. "That's it for today. I want to relax." Closing the next box in her room, Eldria unsuccessfully searched and thought. The princess's dark affairs again? A where thing? What and from whom did she take away? It cannot be that she took the thing from some servants and keep in her bedroom. Is this the very secret that Uriel should not have gotten to? What if those rumors about the princess are true, and I am the only one who does not know about it? And Uriel with his gossip made everyone remember what is really going on. The warning spoke of 3 scandal rumors. So the last ear is the key? What scenario does this game have? What does Uriel want in the end? And so it is clear that her goal is to bring the princess to collapse, and that for this, she needs strength and support. Key figures of the game. Reactionaries dissatisfied with the existing authority. If Uriel lures them to his side, the princess will lose everything, including life. Even if she is the only heiress of the throne, this is possible if most aristocrats rise against her. And then any slightest reason will be enough to make a coup. The slightest reason? That's why there were rumors. The search for a weak place and the seduction of the princess men. Ideal candidates for the role of witnesses. Alert! An unexpected quest. Islet Phaesius enters the capital, heading the victorious procession. In the letter sent, he asks you for personal information about Princess Eldria, but the answer to him is your will. In shock and anger, the princess thought, Islet Phaesius, the person who corresponded with Uriel, is returning, and he collected information about the princess. Will I be able to avoid a new threat? The option was chosen. Skip. Looking into the mistress's room, Daisy asked, "Your Highness, have you called?" Putting on a road cloak and smiling, Eldria answered, "Daisy, come." The maid asked a question. "Are you in outerwear? Want to take a walk again?" The princess said. "I am going beyond the palace?" The maid asked in shock. "What?" Turning around to the trusted girl, Eldria gave the order. "Until I will be, make sure that no one enters." The princess came to a large two-story house. This is the place indicated in the message. Aiden Frank. She did not know what or who could meet here. Gathering strength, Eldria opened the door. She was immediately met by a green-haired girl, saying, "Welcome! I apologize for calling you in such a disrespectful way. Follow me," the princess thought. "I don't come today, and who knows how else they would try to contact me. Sooner or later, they could find themselves. And I have to see with my own eyes who they are, and what black deeds associate them with the princess." The stranger tapped the door 3 times. Then she said, "Master, I brought her." Eldria continued to reflect, to understand what to do next. In a small office, she was met by a man with black hair. Cooked said, "God, what an honor! I haven't seen you a long time ago. You probably already waited." Eldria thought, "What is happening here?" And she asked aloud, "Is it not dangerous to meet in broad daylight?" He answered, "That's the point. In the afternoon, many people are wrapped in the streets, so just get lost in the crowd. You know what kind of fierce guard is now, especially at night." The girl cut off. "Do not talk in vain and get down to business." The man answered, "Judging by your tone, your medicine has already ended. You must have been very tormented." "Even if you insist, I am powerless to change anything," the princess thought. "Medicine," the stranger continued. "Do not worry. Our Rabata had to just deliver him to the palace. You know that everything should happen in accordance with the policy of our company. We are sending a message. You come at the indicated time." The girl said, "Exactly." And she thought, "What is he talking about? The princess has great power. If she needed medicine, she could easily take him to her hands. But everything is not so simple. The supply organized secretly, and in the case of the opening of the supplier, the princess will remain in the shade. Did they call me to this place to get a receipt about payment? Judging by him, the princess is constant, depending on drugs. It turns out that the weak point of the princess is prohibited substances, but since I am in this body, I did without them. It was lucky that the dependence of the princess was not transmitted to me. Is this also a systemic error?" Grunting, the man said, "Exactly. Would you like to look at recently arrived kids? Bring!" After a second, chains rang. Eldria looked at the people in shock. Several children, who were emaciated and exhausted, stood or sat on the floor in front of the princess. The brunette asked, "What's happened?" "Nobody liked you?" Eldria thought. "So this rumor is true?" "Rumor has it that your highness redeems Yunosh slaves." She asked, "What is the origin of these slaves?" Grinning cunningly, the man answered with pleasure, "Velad, your highness." Walking down the street, the princess reasoned. After the word, I bought everyone. I wanted to abandon the proposal of this bastard at the same second, but I could not leave these innocent children. You need to think about what to do with them next. Suddenly the guy called her. "Go away, you shut me up." Pulling the hood, she thought. What kind of bustle? Why in the morning, early on the street, a crowd of people? It became even noisier than it was, after which a loud scream was heard. "They go! The knightly order of our empire has returned." The crowd immediately banged with admiration and joy. The princess thought, "Are they already here? I thought they would arrive only tomorrow." Someone shouted, "Look! The hero who brought us victory." Eldria told herself, "This is Helat Phaeteus." Having come to her senses, she turned around and began to run, thinking, "Crap! You need to urgently run to the palace." Hess stood with her back in front of the Eldria door, strictly stating, "You cannot enter the chambers of the princess." The surprised Iklat asked, "Why?" She said she didn't want to see me, and did not tell me anything. The guy came up to him and whispered, "Mr. Iklat, maybe then we will go to the emperor for an audience? He is waiting for you." The knight answered imperatively, "No, first I want to see her highness. I must make sure personally that everything is fine with her." Hess said, "Wait, Her Highness did not give orders to your account. Iklat seriously answered. So report to her that I arrived. Are all the close associates of Her Majesty so incompetent? To entrust the care of it for such people, the mind is not comprehensible. Get part. The knight in the impudent went towards the door, while his assistant screamed, Mr. Iklat! Looking at the discouraged maid, the knight asked, looking towards the door, Your Highness, are you all right? Then he said to the maid, Do not stand a pillar, open the door. She answered, But without permission I cannot. Looking at the girl with a chilling gaze, the man cut off. Open. I will not repeat any more. The frightened and trembling Dazi thought in a panic. Your Highness, where do you disappear? I'm so scared. The maid, which Elat turned to, said in a panic, Wait, you cannot. She did not have time to finish. The creak of the door was heard. Daisy came out of there, barely speaking. I beg you. Eldria sat in bed with a calm look, and she thought in a panic. I barely managed. Fortunately, Daisy is nimble, quickly changed me. The maid was also scared. The man sat on his knees and said, Sir Elat Faces. Greetings, Your Highness. I am glad to report that your order has been executed. Eldria thought. The princess wanted to get rid of him by exile to the war. A man who did not die, but returned to the hero. He said quietly, Your hand. The girl handed her, after which she received a gentle male kiss. Having shuddered, the princess told herself, I never experienced anything like it. Is he the same Iklat Faces? The man looked at her, but the girl immediately looked away. Eldria thought, How he can kiss a hand for a woman who sent him to death. She said aloud, You are alive. Then she asked herself, What am I saying? The answer was heard. Yes. With a serious face, the knight said, I return to you. Eldria did not look away from his gaze. I have not yet met a person with such a decisive and imperious look. She said, It's good that you returned. In the evening, sitting by the fireplace, the princess heard a question. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? The scum, sitting on his knees, was imposed. Are you upset by something? The girl clarified. I look like that? Staking him on the cheek, she said. Do not worry, I just thought a little. The blonde asked again. I heard this man again in the palace. Did he offend you with something? Eldria answered. Number. Once in this game, most of all I was afraid of Ilt. The information about him was contradictory, and it was impossible to understand what kind of person he was. But I assumed that he had every reason to hate the princess. Am I wrong? Having met him personally, I did not feel either hatred or contempt in him. But can he trust him? The next morning, someone's voice was heard. Your Highness, in the palace is a traitor. The dumbfounded princess cried out. What? Elat stood in front of her, reporting. There is a traitor in the palace, and it must be exposed as soon as possible. The princess asked in misunderstandings. No, wait. She could not tie two words, thinking. Who does he mean? Here is a full of dangerous people. Iklat decisively declared. Let me take this task for myself, Eldria asked. What are you going to do? He clearly and without hesitation repeated his words. The princess looked at him irritably. No, I asked what you would do with the traitor when you catch him. Clutching the blanket, she thought. What should I answer him? Is it possible that this is a new intrigue, conceived by him at the same time with Uriel? It seems that I don't know anything if I do not agree with him now. The princess answered. Fine, do as you want. Having bowed, the knight said, I will immediately take up the search. Now I'm in a dangerous position. Rumors about the purchase of slaves who were true, the use of substances. But if Iklat stands on my side, the Sitaos could fundamentally change. She turned to the concubine. What do you know about Aidan Frank? He asked in surprise. What are you talking about? Then, maybe, you know where I secretly went from the palace to loss of memory? He answered. Yes. The girl reassured the guy. Everything is fine, say. He spoke. You sometimes left for medicines, but I don't know where. The princess asked a question. I hope you did not accept them with me. The scum immediately answered. Number you did not give them to me, Eldria thought. At least one good news. Nadika suddenly said. Listen, Your Highness. The girl answered questioningly. Yes? Blonde, continued. Today our lips have never touched. She was surprised to listen to his timid speeches, after which she leaned toward him and endowed her sweet kiss. Then Eldria said, "Nadia, how good it is that you are." "You are my comfort," he asked. "Is it true?" the princess thought. "When I see him, the anxiety disappears." Rather, find out what Elot was planning there. The next day, one of the maids was kneeling in front of the princess and knight. "That was Uriel," who asked dumbfounded, looking at the knight. "You?" the knight reported. "Your Highness, here is the proof that it has spread about you personal information." He handed her records while she was thinking. "This must be one of the letters that Uriel sent him," the man said. I ordered the knights to check the notes made by the servants, and after reconciliation of handwriting, it turned out that it was she. For a long time, she tried to get closer to me. "The concubine of your Highness. Apparently, she wanted to use me to harm you. In addition, issuing information about you." He could not finish. The maid grabbed him by the trousers, screaming, "You yourself asked me!" Looking with cold eyes at the maid, Eclat turned to the princess. "Just order, and I immediately execute it." Shocked Eldria, with a sheet in her hands, asked mentally, "What? Does he want to kill Uriel?" Until this day, I had many opportunities to get rid of her. But so far, I have managed to cope with her without bloodshed. Despite her machinations and insidiousness, I cannot kill her, because it is not known what will become with this game after her death. What if with death, Uriel game will end? Will I get stuck in this world forever? A signal sounded. Was heard? Why? Eclat turned to the girl. "Your Highness?" The soldiers seized Uriel, Eldria thought. Not a single notification warned Uriel that she would be seized and brought for interrogation. Was this situation not planned by the game? If so, then how do I? Eclat again called the princess. Sitting in front of her on one knee, he was imposed. "What excites you? Who are you afraid of?" Clutching a sheet of paper in her hands, she listened. "I promise, there will not be the cost of someone who brings chaos to your soul. I swear that I will save you from any anxiety, whether it is even ridiculous or inexplicable. I will take on any responsibility." The princess thought, "Incredible! I did not expect this." It suddenly became so calm at heart. The man continued, "For the sake of you, I will go to everything." Looking into her eyes, he added, "I will protect you, Your Highness." Having considered everything very carefully, Eldria issued a verdict. "Uriel, you are forever expelled from the palace." The dumbfounded maid answered, "Your Highness, let me justify myself. I will explain everything." The princess turned to Elot. "Make it a description and pass it on guard, so that they would not let her into the palace under any pretext." The maid screamed, "Eclat! Why are you doing this to me? I took so much because of you." The guard grabbed her again. She screamed, "Damn, do not dare to grab me! Do you even know who I am?" Uriel grinned, looking towards Eldria, thinking, "Well, beware!" The princess answered her with a smug gaze, mutually thinking, "You deserve it." He feels the heart that this is not the end. Alert! The failure of the quest. A fine is set. Ruth Eclat Faces is completely closed. A bad reputation appeared. A bad reputation rose. You were expelled from the palace. The state of exile is preserved, Eldria thought. But it was definitely a decisive moment, Eclat said. "Your Highness, I can ask you a question." She answered with surprise. "Yes?" Before he started to start, as he was interrupted, the assistant knight screamed, "Mr. Eclat, His Majesty!" He hesitated, falling on his knee in front of the pyranch. "I apologize. I did not know that you were, together with Her Highness the Princess." The girl asked right there, "What did he ask to convey His Majesty?" The guy answered, "I was ordered to immediately bring Mr. Ilabat." Many aristocrats expect to greet him, Eldria thought. Surely the emperor reported that Eclat grabbed Uriel. Soon it will be known about its exile, so it makes no sense to delay this moment. She turned to the knight. "Go to His Majesty. I will be ready to listen to you at any time." Having bowed, the man answered, "I will return to you as soon as I finish with business." 2 days later, rumors went among the maids. Her Highness drove Uriel out of the palace? Not only. I heard that after that, they got rid of her quietly. Nanza, did the princess take the old one again? A friend answered, "People are changeable, especially she. So do what you are ordered, And do not go into the rampage, otherwise you will lose your head. The sound of a broken plate was heard, and behind it a scream. What abomination did you bring to me? And do you call it food? The maid answered, Your Highness, but these are your favorite dishes. From this, Eldria was even more angry. Dare to make excuses? Let's go out, I don't want to see anyone. Gathering fragments, they answered in the pillar. Yes, Your Highness. Turning away, she gnawed at the nail and thought. I played quite convincingly. She decided to pretend that she had a breakdown. If only it turned out. This is the best that I could come up with. I was not going to harm anyone, but there was no other way. It is necessary to find out where the substances are hidden. I am sure that there is a person responsible for them in the palace, but he did not get in touch with me. It is unrealistic to calculate it, so I had to play a comedy so that it came out. The door creak was heard and a familiar voice said, Your Highness! Rising and turning, the princess thought, finally appeared. Who is he? A woman was sitting in front of the bed. Hess? She took something out of her dress pocket. Having stretched out the gear, the servant was bread. Here, take it soon. Taking the maid by the hand, Eldria asked. Where? She asked in bewilderment. What? The girl clarified. Tell me, where are you hiding them? Hess answered. Your Highness, if you accept more daily norm. Eldria immediately interrupted the maid, saying, You need to hide everything. The woman was surprised. The princess ordered, Move them outside the palace, so that no one recognizes. The dumbfounded servant answered, It will be fulfilled, Your Highness. Then she left the room. Walking along the corridor, Hess grunted and asked aloud, But why? She did not notice that the worried Daisy was watching her around the corner. Sitting in her bed, Eldria thought, I wonder how Daisy's business is doing. Of course, I told her to stop surveillance if the situation accepts a dangerous turn. I cannot be sure that Hess is completely devoted to me. Now it remains only to wait if she will fulfill the order. Having expelled Uriel, I won a little time to search for a thing mentioned in alert. An attempt to prevent the meeting by Uriel and the Emperor failed. The system plays along with it. I won't be surprised if she will return soon. Therefore, I have to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard. The princess thought in a panic, Who is this? But seeing the guest, she relaxed, saying, Frill? Did you want something? The guy embarrassedly lowered his head, delay with an answer. He broke off and ran to the girl, hugging her and answering loudly, Your Highness! Without understanding anything, she asked, Nadika, what happened? With despair, the guy answered, It's good that Your Highness is not under the influence of drugs. I was afraid that you were again, Eldria thought. When I asked him about the secret acts of the former princess last night, he seemed alarmed to me. So he worried that, under the influence of drugs, I would become as before. Well, while Uriel is not in the palace, perhaps I can afford to relax a bit. She gently turned to the blonde. Nadika, will you sleep in my room today? Opening her eyes at night, Eldria heard something strange and asked herself, What are these sounds? She drew attention to a trembling guy lying next to her. Why did the scum turn away from me? The girl looked dumbfounded at the ceiling, thinking, God, is this what I think about? The princess jumped sharply, asking, What are you doing? In a panic, the guy shouted, You are not sleeping? Flapping with paint, the guy stuttering, I will explain everything. Simply, you did not want, so I decided myself. She looked inquiringly at the blonde. Nadika continued to make excuses. Your Highness hugged me in a dream, and that was enough for me to ignite. It's hard for me to restrain myself with you and show patience, Eldria asked with interest. Wait, why are you restraining yourself? Surviving, the blonde answered. You see, there was no complete proximity between us since you lost your memory. You began to behave more constrained with me, and I am a slave for betting, so I could not be persistent. The princess asked the question again. And you decided that I had cooled you? The girl thought. He says, showed patience. Yes, I had to constantly restrain myself. Despite the fact that I passionately wished for intimacy with him, I was afraid that I could analyze the wounds that the princess inflicted him. Therefore, I did not give free rein to my feelings. She said, I love and want you, frowning. Lying on the bed, the guy looked at his mistress in shock, not believing his ears. Leaving on him, she said, Do not restrain yourself anymore. He asked in shock, Your Highness? Smiling, she thought. Your Highness? And she said aloud. Not so. Putting his hand to her neck, she said, Call me Rhea. The guy tried to answer something. However, he failed to do this. The princess dug her lips into him, kissing passionately. Their eyes were closed. They were focused on each other. Eldria's robe drove a little down. Then the scum stood up, and hugging the girl, whispered softly, breathing heavily. Rhea. Upon morning, the sleeping princess felt someone kissing her head. The scum, covered with a blanket, hung over the girl and asked, Woke up? She briefly answered. Number. He turned her and kissed her on the lips, saying, Get up, your highness. Do not miss breakfast. Removing the hairy of hair from his face and stroking the cheek, he noticed that the girl opened one eye. She immediately asked him a question. Forgot my promise yesterday? It was evident that the blonde was uncomfortable. Having reinforced himself, he obfuscated. Rhea. Smiling, she spoke. We agreed that in private, you will call me Rhea. She hugged the pillow and continued. I knew that you would have to remind you in the morning. Bad boy. Covering with a blanket everything that was below the waist, the embarrassed guy answered, I'm just not used to it. Having prompted, the princess said, If you forget again, you will suffer a terrible punishment. The scum flinched, not understanding if she was joking. But I decided to clarify. Rhea, you laugh at me, right? She thought. No matter how he calls me, it is still better than your highness. But I did not think that it would be so pleasant for me when he would pronounce my name. There was a knock on the door. The maid gave a voice. Your highness? Having picked up a bathrobe, the princess asked. What is the matter? The maid asked. Your highness, did you wake up? A brief answer was heard. Yes, the servant announced. Sir Eclat Facius wants to meet you. Wearing a bathrobe, she was ready, and therefore said, Let him enter, she thought. He returned then. He is clearly not easy, so I cannot ignore him. The scum, sitting right in front of Eldria on his knees, asked, Do you want me to go out? Applying her forehead to the guy's forehead, she answered. Number she did not want the blonde to leave her. While they enjoyed each other, not taking his eyes off, the knight imperceptibly approached them. Turning his head, Eldria said, Good morning. The man answered, I wish you health, your highness. Did you get enough sleep? I hope I did not interrupt your dream, or did I stop? She answered until the scum was hugging her. I have not been sleeping for a long time. If you could interfere, I would not let you go. With a cold and Keter look, Eclat said, I am immensely happy. Looking at his face, the princess thought. Yes. The face shows how glad he is, the knight said. It seemed to me that someone was casing in the bedroom. Eldria answered, No one coughs, everyone is healthy, she thought. No matter how fantastic this world is, to lie in bed with one lover and accept another man, Sitius out of the ordinary. And he did not even lead an eyebrow, as if he was used to this state of things. Looking at how the blonde hugs the princess, the man heard the question, What did you want to talk about? Thinking, Eclat said. I have a request for your highness. 7 years ago, Elet Phaceus, the only son of the deceased marquis, gained great fame. Protecting the state borders, he proved himself as a subtle diplomat and a talented commander. For the first time in the history of the empire, Marquis became the captain of the Imperial Knightly Order, the basis of the support of the ruling family, starting with members of the parliament in the capital and ending with lower aristocrats on the outskirts of the country, equals no one could ignore it. His appearance became a fresh stream in a stagnant political swamp. There was no one in the capital who would not know his name. This caused the discontent of the emperor, who could no longer turn a blind eye to his increasing political influence. But despite the opposition of the emperor, noble origin, high moral qualities, impeccable reputation, and the post of commander of the Imperial Knightly Order, they made him the leader of the new political forces who could lead his country to the future. But at the banquet, in honor of the 18 years of the princess, she smiled and asked, Present? Pointing with a finger, the girl clearly stated, I choose it. All guests froze instantly. The human in whispers began. Her Highness pointed to Sir Phacus. How? This is inaudible! Nonsense! Climbing the stairs, Eldria heard Elet's voice. Glad to serve you, your Highness. The political circles, in which he previously took an active part, ceased to exist. Everyone said, "The thirst for power blinded him, sold with the imperial daughter." I forgot about the pride of the aristocrat. Disgrace! The aristocrats who once revered him became contempt with contempt. Despite slander and attacks, Iklat remained on the side of the princess, being the most faithful and reliable defender. 6 months later, the emperor proclaimed a war with the kingdom of Borne. Iklat was appointed captain of the advance troops. He went on a long journey without a single magician, taking only ordinary soldiers with him. The princess did not even go out to carry him out. People who predicted him a bright future, as the leader of the new political steel, now predicted his inevitable death. However, as if in a mockery of their prophecies, Iklat Phaseus returned alive. To his princess, some time later, Eldria and Iklat sat at the table, drinking tea. Nearby, Daisy pressed the tray to her chest and imperceptibly winked at the princess, saying, "I will not bother you." Eldria thought, "No, Daisy, this is not what you think." And why did she bring so much? For breakfast, a lot. The first voice was given by a man. "Why don't you drink tea?" Looking at the winning knight, she asked in response, "Why don't you drink? This tea helps well from fatigue." He answered right away. "Thank you," the girl thought. What does he want to ask me about? I don't even know where to start the conversation. He helped me expel Uriel, but I still do not understand what drives them. Eldria decided to ask, "Have you been wounded?" The man briefly answered. "Number," she clarified. "Never?" He gave a detailed answer. "It used to fall into dangerous troubles, but it is unlikely that it cost your attention." The worried princess asked a question. "What are the troubles?" She became interested. Iklat, with a cup in his hands, said, "Once, during an enemy attack at night, I received a couple of cuts around the neck. But as you can see, he stayed with his head. Smiling, he put a cup on a saucer." The girl thought, "And he talks about this as if nothing had happened?" Then she asked, "While you were in the war, what did you think about me?" She told herself, "I need truth. How does he deal with me? It would be easier for me. I recognize his true feelings. Could he not hide at least some offense against a woman, because of which he lost everything and almost died?" Iklat began to answer. "I was wondering," the girl mentally asked. "About what?" The man continued. "When you sent me to war, what you really wanted, so that I will return with the victory or give my life for you." Everyone was convinced in the second. "But in the order of your highness, it was not possible to die, but to fight." I returned to get an answer. With his hands, the princess thought. So what tormented him? It is so simple that I could not guess about it. The princess sent him to death, and the ruthless Eldria could have only one answer. For a man who, without hesitation, will follow any of her orders, the answer that he expects from the princess. She looked at him with a serious look. Then she asked, "And if I say that you wanted you to die with honor, what will he do now?" She asked the question again. "What do you feel? Anger? Resentment?" He answered, "No, not that." The princess asked in shock, "Didn't you hate me?" The man said firmly, "Not at all," Eldria slowly said. "Why, such as you, became my concubine?" The knight did not know what to answer. Wish to refuse? I could do it at any time. In straight forces with the emperor, the aristocrats would take his side. But he did not resist, but immediately fell in front of the princess. I wanted to ask about that. Closing his eyes, Iklat proudly declared, "To be on guard of the well-being of the imperial family has always been a paramount duty for me." Some time later, the princess arrived at the library. She was met by two men. "We bring, your highness," she immediately asked. "In which part is empty?" They answered her quickly. "In the 5th reading room," the girl said, bowing guys. "I want to read the book in silence. Make sure that no one comes to me," one of the employees proposed. "Then I will take you." The princess refused. "Not worth it." The guy returned to the place, saying, "Yes, your highness." Then he froze in fright. He spoke. "God, I was mistaken. In the 5th reading room, after all, this one. I deceived her highness. Goodbye, my head." A colleague asked a question. "This question mark, who are you about?" The guy answered, "Well, this one, which used to be a librarian here. At this time, in the 5th hall, Rovia, holding a stack of books in his hands, folded them on a cart. He thought, "These books will be enough for the next lesson." Suddenly, the blonde heard the opening door and thought, "Who is this?" It seems they said that there was no one here. The included princess, not noticing the guy, spoke. "Nobody is following me. I live. This is the best place to calm down and get together with thoughts." Where to sit down? Watching the girl around the corner, Rovia asked himself in surprise. Her Highness? Should I get out and greet her? She still did not know about his presence. Suddenly the girl said aloud, "He is unbearable." Hearing this, the guy shuddered. The girl continued, "How can you be so impenetrable? Is he really like this or pretending?" Sitting at the reader table, Eldria thought, "That night I did not sleep at all. I feel tired. This strange conversation is also, 'Your Highness, I want to tell you something else.'" She remembered the dialogue with Eilot. "I'm listening," the man said. "Izvestia reached me. The servants are so insolent that they dared to touch your concubine. Let me enforce their execution." The girl looked at the knight in shock. Without changing the expression, she answered, "I prohibit." Not even a couple of days had passed since your return. "Have you already imagined that you have a concept about everything that is happening in the palace?" He answered. "Not at all," the princess said. "I decided to figure it out on my own, so do not go into this matter," he said. "But an encroachment on people belonging to you is an insult to the imperial family. These people should be punished, and you need to make sure that this does not happen again," the girl thought. He is not baking about the fact that the scum was injured. He wants to maintain the authority of the crown. "And for this, the murder is the necessary measure?" Eldria said. "It is wrong to go to such measures." Eclat continued. "Is it right or not? It does not matter. It is important that you need it. These are the orders. Dissenters without delay go to a scaffold, and the devotees are given for loyalty. Uriel committed betrayal towards you, the emperor's sister." The princess answered, "She is already expelled from the palace. Is it really not enough?" The knight said sternly, "Your Majesty, what if this woman recognizes your weak place? Just order, and I will quietly solve this problem." The irritated Eldria melted. "Enough. In your opinion, is it unfair that I did not execute these people and Uriel? Did you send you a loyal person to certain death? And that I did nothing with this stupid girl, but simply drove her away? Do you think this is suspicious?" The man answered right away, "Nothing of the kind. It seems that my emotions prevent me from thinking. But I can't become an ideal defender for you if you continue to hide something from me. I apologize if I was too harsh," she thought. So he reacts so because of emotions? I did not expect. But Uriel is not a simple palace maid for me. She is the only thread connecting me with the past. The fierce zeal of Eclat to kill her is too suspicious. The princess asked the knight, "If I order, are you ready to fulfill anything?" The answer was brief. "Yes." The girl spoke in shock. "But I admitted that I wanted your death." "Do you even agree with this?" the man said. "I just do what I should." Eldria quarreled. "You say as if you think it is normal. Are you amusing the prospect of folding your head because of my whim?" Eclat thought. To be a vassal of the Emperor family implies unquestioning devotion. I have no reason to doubt your decisions. In this, I am absolutely honest in front of you. She thought, dumbfounded. He himself understands what he carries? I wanted to apologize to him instead of the previous princess, whatever the reason. I believe that the order given to him was unfair. But, apparently, he believes in what he says. I have nothing to ask for forgiveness. Then she sternly stated, I no longer want to hear about their punishment. Leave. The last thing he said was, Since this is the desire of your highness, for today I am taking a part. I am not the one to whom he devoted his devotion, and for the sake of whom I agreed to risk life in the war. I am anxious from this thought. Someday he will expose his sword and direct it at me. For some time, I plan to pretend to be the same princess. But it seems that I cannot avoid the fate of the main antagonist of the game. So far, I have no choice but to continue to defend my position of the princess, as before. Leafing through the book, she said aloud, It seems that in the lesson, Rovi said that in this book there is an information necessary for me. If I am not mistaken, she can help me. The girl went deep into the study of the material. Some time later, The concubine stood on a princess who had fallen up at the table. He thought, I wonder what she read for so long. Her Highness came to study in the library herself. It reminded me of something. The guy was given the memories, the man said. You were able to get to the service in the library, and even without any connections. It is worthy of praise, the blonde thought. Not so long ago, as an official, I was able to get a high position in the service. The employee continued. Remember that, unlike other managers, the books for which you are responsible are available only to the imperial family. If not for your origin, you could achieve a higher post. What a pity. Get hard in a new place, Rovia thought. I will be content with what I have. For centuries, aristocrats, their children, associates, and related houses focused all power in their hands. Such not very noble aristocrats from the province, like me, did not have the opportunity to achieve high posts. What is the point in talents if they do not find application? So I got stuck in this place without the ability to reveal myself. The work gradually bored me, and on one of these dreary days, something happened. The man closed his eyes with his hand. He asked in bewilderment. Who? The girl removed her hand and said, Do not open your eyes. I'm glad to meet you. Rovia Zuran. This whispering voice called me by name, but I was belatedly opened my eyes. There was no one in front of me. This was my first meeting with her. Putting his hand on the table, the blonde began to wake the princess. Your Highness. Not knowing why, he began to lean closer to her, when suddenly the girl raised her head. She asked in surprise, Rovia. The guy froze, gradually blushing. He immediately gave a voice. It would be embarrassed if someone saw how you sleep. Therefore, I decided that it was better to wake you up. From embarrassment, he jerked. The princess thought in a panic. I hope I mumbled anything strange in a dream. At the same time, the concubine thought, I wanted a kissing Highness while she slept. What found me? Then he asked, Your Highness, often do you visit the library? She answered, Not often, but sometimes I visit, Eldria thought. In vain, I relaxed. From now on, I will behave carefully even here, Rovia said. It was a long time ago, but you remember how we met here in the library? The girl was confused, thinking, How do I know? I have no memories of the former princess. And what should I answer? She decided to take a risky move, saying, I forgot something. The guy continued, Then what about our first meeting by the lake? Don't you remember her even? Didn't you say that the lake is very beautiful? Eldria rolled up uncertainly. I remember the lake. Thinking, Rovia said. How? I could not continue to guess that I don't remember anything. It is necessary to change the subject as soon as possible, until his questions have grown into the problem. The princess spoke. Listen, Rovia, I was hungry. Will you make me a company at dinner? Sitting at the table, the blonde muttered displeasedly. I believed that we would be together, Eldria answered. I thought that it would be wonderful to have lunch together. Opposite Rovia sat by a scum, the girl thought. I completely forgot that I had already invited the scum. Do not take your words back? But I did not expect that there would be such a tense atmosphere between these two. Looking at each other, I thought the frill. Traitor. Rovia in his direction was mutual, mentally answering. Slave. The princess spoke. Rovia, I have been thinking about it for a long time. You should learn to lead with others more kindly. You begin to be angry, even when there is no reason for this. Work on it. Right? The princess turned to Nadric, who, stammering, answered. Yes. Then, Eldria said Rovia. Look, the scum also thinks so too. The guy ate silently and irritated. Unable to stand it, the displeased man said, Enough. Let's eat. Eldria thought. My first impression of Rovia was not very pleasant. But when I recognized him closer, I realized, it is much better than it may seem. It simply is often rude, not on business. However, this is quite in his spirit, although it is pretty nice. At this time, Nadika giggled sweetly that he did not like Rovia. Looking at the guys, the princess told herself, Here you go. The atmosphere began to heat up again. The scum must have been scared. He looked at the guy. She was surprised that he stoically looked at his opponent. The second concubine was also surprised at the resistance of the Nadric, but did not show. He only turned away and grunted. Eldria gave a voice. I want to ask something. One of the guys answered. What is your highness about? She asked a question directly. Have you quarreled too? The scum was stunned, and Rovia calmly asked, Why should I bother myself like that? Eldria continued, And what? In the harem, this is a common thing. Let's just say rivalry between favorites. The librarian answered displeasedly, Let me find out what time is it to me. Will it not be hooked that this is too much? Suddenly, the scum exploded, and blushing, cried out, Nothing like that. Is it true? Covering his mouth with his hand, he said embarrassedly, I would never. It was hard for him to hide emotions, the princess asked. So are you really jealous? Nadika, you are charming. Being in her room, Eldria asked. Hess, how are those who touched Nadrik? The maid answered. They behave quietly and try not to attract attention. However, one hearing goes among the palace servants. With interest, the princess asked, Hearing? She was not particularly surprised. Hess said, That your highness retained their life because they wanted to observe their torment. After listening to the servant, the girl answered, Fine, I understood. Hess, for today you can be free. To change clothes, I have enough, Daisy. The maid looked suspiciously at the young girl. Then both maids bowed, after which Hess answered, I understood, your highness. The personal maid princess left the room. Eldria thought, I did not need their lives at all, but even if they continue to think that I am mocking them, so that it would not be a good thing. Suddenly, Daisy began to report. Your highness! As you ordered, Hess hid all the medicines outside. Before that, they were in a kitchen warehouse. The girl thought, That's how it hid it. Daisy screamed. You have nothing to worry about. Am I well done? Eldria spoke to herself. Like a puppy that wants to be praised. She praised the maid, and after changing her, she laid to sleep, speaking to herself. I figured out the substances, but where can I look for that thing? In words, just in the bedroom. However, in the palace of the bedrooms, not one or two. No matter how I look, I cannot find her. After I saw a hint, every day I scoured in the bedrooms of the princess, trying not to come across another in the eye. But I did not find any special thing. Nadika cannot say that it is, Daisy too. What should I do now? How much is my strength? I drove Uriel from the palace, but I doubt that this will end there. Noisy game alerts that surfaced almost every day no longer appear. So far, I got rid of this threat. But I got stuck in this world and live under someone else's larva, continuing to lie to everyone. Who will sides the person like me? With this question, the princess plunged into sleep until the morning. Gathering a suitcase, a tanned man smiled and said, They drove. Escape for 1 year. A short-haired man was asked, What did you just say? In the middle of the night, they called to the training ground. And they fenced me with such a statement. Captain, are you serious? Do you want me to entertain this crazy woman? The interlocutor answered, Seeger! The guy did not calm down. Yes! This is me, Captain! The smallest street who almost died from poverty among robbers. But despite discrimination and neglect, I joined the Knight's Order and became your deputy. Do you even understand what you offer me? Or did you sleep completely? I have achieved so much to eventually become confused. Putting his hand on his face, the man answered, Calm down. He himself was not enthusiastic about the situation. Seeger stomped to the princess's mansion, attracting the attention of all servants. He talked to himself. Captain, you lied to me. They promised to help out, and where it is. They said this to get rid of me? Smiling, he thought. That's lucky. The princess got out of this damn brothel. But what can I say? Even I was amazed. He remembered the words of the princess when she visited them for the last time. I am going to dissolve this nightly detachment in the shortest possible time. Who are you? Is it because I have not seen her for a long time? At some point, it even seemed that in front of me is a completely different person. Looking at the Sigra, the soldiers thought in shock. I heard them dismissed. Is this guy right back? Without the concept of what happened. But this is a great success that the princess decided to dissolve us. This time she acted correctly, but who knows that he will be muddy in her crazy head. Well, they let me go from this place, and thank you. Smiling, he cried out. Captain did not wait? Entering the office, he noticed the gaze of the same short, haired and surprised man. Looking dumbfounded at his student, the captain, not believing his eyes, shouted, Seeger! He immediately hastened to hug his old deputy, saying, Well done, that returned. Smiling, Seeger answered, "It seems you promised to rescue me." Pushing him away, the captain said, "Sorry." The man did not know what to say. The word was taken by Seeger. I returned, although I understand that I will have to start with a clean sheet. I'm unclenched, right? Send me to some quiet and calm place, in some province. What warriors are heartless people? I almost died in an unequal battle with a walking princess, but no one sympathizes with me, Seeger thought. The knight who threw the princess's whim comrades. I did not expect that members of the order, for whom honor and pride in the first place, would accept me with open arms. He said, I am already used to such an image. As soon as I became the favorite of the captain, everyone turned away from me, and they just waited for the moment to gloat. Maybe now she has calmed down, but there are no guarantees that her madness will not return. Putting his hand on the back of his head, Seeger asked, So where will you send me? The captain answered briefly. You can stay, Seeger in shock asked. What are you saying? The man explained with a serious look. You were approved in guard outside the palace. The guy asked, dumbfounded. To guard? Is the one that is engaged in the patrol in those towers with spears? Sitting at the desktop, Eldria heard a knock in the door and a voice. Your Highness, can I come in? Closing her eyes, she answered. Yes. 3 young guys, dressed in suits, entered the office. They immediately fell in front of the princess who spoke. You were washed and fed. Now at least they have become similar to people. After the distribution of rooms, prepare them for training as palace servants. Nodding slightly, Hess responded. Understood, Eldria ordered. Stand up. Everyone immediately jumped. They trembled while the girl spoke. You must be interested in knowing why you were brought here. I want you to try to get used to this place and adapt to the local order as soon as possible. I give you the opportunity to live in this palace and work honestly. One of the former slaves decided to ask a question with a trembling voice. Why did your highness leave us? Eldria answered, I promise that I will make every effort so that nothing bad happens to you. She began to speak. I'm sorry, but she was immediately killed, your highness. Looking at the guest, she said in surprise. Rovia, are you here? Looking at the children, he said, Don't you think you behave like a child? It is unreasonable to buy slaves only out of sympathy. First of all, this is illegal, the princess asked a displeased tone. Did you criticize me now? Rovia calmly answered. Where is criticism? Eldria said. Well, I did not forbid you to express my opinion. But do not bend. I had my own reasons. She asked the children to go out. The girl thought, not even 10 years have passed since the slaves were banned by law. But, judging by the fact that the imperial family has no intention of arresting anyone, it is still widespread. Starting with me, in the imperial palace, everyone is engaged in this. Looking at the children again, Rovia said, East, Velad, I suppose. Eldria was surprised at his insight. Then she said, Yes, you are a master of all hands. The blonde asked in surprise. Master of what? He did not understand humor. Suddenly, Daisy flew into the office, screaming. The trouble happened! Your Highness! The librarian and princess paid attention to her. The maid screamed. One of the palace maids hanged myself. One of the servants who dared to touch your concubine tried to commit suicide, hanging herself on the chandelier. Since today we followed the palace on your order. Fortunately, we were able to find it in time. Now nothing threatens her life. Eldria thought. Here it is. This maid was one of those who touched Nadric. It's good that I took precautions. I received reports, but after a conversation with Elot, I strengthened observation of what was happening in the palace. If it weren't for my decision, that maid could have been found already dead the next day. Daisy asked worriedly. Your Highness, is everything good with you? The princess answered in surprise. Do I look like it? The maid said. Yes. It looked like the new entertainment of the princess. She specifically torments them. How to give their suffering, kill everyone, and without blinking with an eye. This is how I look in the eyes of the servants. I knew about these rumors, but did not stop them. I hoped that out of fear of death, they would no longer cross the line of permitted. However, it was not about the rumors. Everything became much worse. Everything led to the fact that the objects of the gossip that arose began to be subjected to universal contempt and persecution. And in the end, these rumors were separated from the rest. It was inevitable, but among the persecutors, there were those who were so cruel that they decided to exclude them from their obstruction. This continued while one young maid, who guarded them during their dirty deeds, made a suicide attempt. The princess turned to the maid. Hess! She, bowing, answered, Yes, Your Highness, the girl said. In addition to those who are entrusted with work outside the palace, catch and bring me everyone who is associated with this and past incidents. And yet, she wanted to say something, but, turning around, she did not see the guy, thinking, No Rovia? He definitely walked here with me as I looked at his departure. She called out, Your Highness? Still looking to the side where the blonde was supposed to stand, the princess awkwardly answered, Nothing. I want to give an order. The next day, Hess reported, some maids tried to escape at night. Eldria answered, I did not think that there is such a mess in the palace. Keyes said, We have caught everyone who was related to both incidents. The princess thought, It was my mistake. And then said the maid, Went. You can't continue to leave everything as it is. This time, I have to come from what is necessary. Elot in shock, suitable for crowding. Can't be. Her Highness decided to punish them? He heard Eldria's voice. Today, for your crime you will be chopped off the right wrist. The wounds will drag on over time. The pain will be forgotten. Caught servants trembled with fear. The girl said, But each time looking at your wrist, you will again recall a crime. This is your reckoning. Looking at her cold face, Iklat thought, Who is this person? The princess continued, After providing medical care, expose them from the palace. In addition, their accomplices are punished with 7 strokes of the whip and also drive out of the palace. The knight thought, From the very beginning, I noticed that Her Highness behaves not like before, but I believed that perhaps this is because she remained without my protection for a long time. Eldria concluded, Do not forget about the sin you committed. Ruby, a wave of an axe. Crunch, scream. Walking along the corridor, Iklat thought about what Daisy told him when he was looking for a princess. She spoke. Her Highness? She recently said she wanted to be alone. Perhaps now she is in the garden. The man thought, I am drawn to talk to her, but I can't find a suitable reason to talk. It remains for me, only it is pointless to wander in her search. Seeing the girl in a white dress, he bowed and said, Greetings, Your Highness. She answered guiltily. As a result, you were right, Iklad said. Do not take everything to heart, the girl said. I knew that you would say so. The knight looked at her in bewilderment. She continued, You said that it does not matter whether it is right or not. What do you think now? The man asked for. What are you talking about? Eldria answered. That I punished them, Iklat said. Your Highness is right, she asked. Why? Because they received the reckoning? For the fact that they reacted dismissive to the crown? Or am I right that I decided to get rid of objectionable people, provoking them to a crime? The knight said with a calm look, I do not see the difference. And he thought, What does she want to say? The girl said, In the first case, these are certainly their fault. In the second, guilt can be assigned to anyone, even on the emperor. Iklat fell sharply to his knee and shouted, Your Highness, no! She thought. I have always considered terribly unfairly blind adherence to authority of power, and not what is right. However, Iklat is the person who, if he obeys someone, will devote everything to himself without a trace. I think I should try to talk to him, the princess said. I want to ask you something. Will you answer my question? The man immediately minted. Of course, Your Highness. The princess began. When the means of achieving the goal turned out to be incorrect, it must be fixed. Otherwise, you can go differently, find a new remedy. However, it should be remembered about the goal. If it is initially incorrect, then which method does not choose, the result will be deplorable. Therefore, I ask, what means will you become for me? She held out her hand. The girl clarified. Inappropriate or new, she thought. Perhaps this man will never change. Therefore, I decided that if the meaning of his life in the service to the coffin to its master, then I will be his master. Iklat said, I will be happy to become your new remedy and the following anywhere you like. At dinner, Eldria asked in surprise. Seeger appointed to the guard? What does it mean? Rovia, crossing his arms over his chest, answered, Did you think that upon returning he would take his former place? She said. You said that he was the youngest vice captain and the first commoner to achieve a high post. I was mistaken somewhere? The blonde calmly answered, No, that's right. I doubt that the one who took the place after him kindly agrees to return it. Be that as it may, when he became a vice captain, there were many dissatisfied. Who said that his appointment is an unheard of business? The princess answered, Nothing goes as it should. But why do I learn about these gossos only now? She was indignant. Rovia said, You initially did not pay attention to such things, isn't it? If you bother you with useless news, there is a risk of leaving the palace forward with your feet. There is nothing strange in that the lower ones are wary of saying the word once again. Eldria spoke. By the way, you are yesterday. Suddenly the maid interrupted her. Your Highness, Sir Iclot arrived. The princess answered. Tell him to go. Rovia made a displeased face. The knight kissed the princess's hand. The girl asked, I'm listening. What is the matter? The man answered. I got the news that territorial negotiations with Rothschild are now heading. His Majesty ordered me to advise you on military issues. She remembered her brother's words. Of course, this is the first time, and you are very inexperienced. But with all the difficulties, Sir Iclot will help you. So do not worry about anything. It really was. Has the Emperor specifically entrusted me with this business? And his true goal was to improve our illit relations? She turned to the knight. Not worth it. You are now entitled to rest. You just recently returned from an exhausting trip. In addition, in this matter, I am more than enough of Rovia now. She pointed her finger at the blonde. The men looked at each other in a silent pause, until Rovia was the first to give a voice. For the first time I see a person who has less pride than mine. It hit ilt, he answered. I suppose you wanted to say not pride, but conscience, the librarian asked. What? Eldria ordered. Enough. Both. I don't care whether you curse or not, but I will ask you to choose a more suitable place and time. Iclot leaned and declared, I apologize, Your Highness. Rovia only grunted displeasedly. Looking at them, the princess thought. Like a cat and a dog, even the reactions are different. Then the girl turned to the knight. Will you look at me later? I also want to tell you something. Now, as you see, the situation does not have a dialogue. The man bowed again. Then he answered. I understood you. I will come to you in the evening, Eldria said. Okay, then see you in the evening, Rovia said. Why do you certainly need to talk to him alone? Everything is fine. Speak right now. Is this something that I should not know? Or do you just not trust me because I once changed you? If neither one nor the other, then why are these secrets? Speak here and now, the girl shouted. Rovia, what is the matter with you today? She thought. No, what is the matter with them? As if from the chain fell off. She looked displeased at men. There was absolutely no reason to get so nervous. Behave like children. I have to complete them. Suddenly, she took the blonde by the hand, and from it. Rovia, calm down. The guy swept away. Then he declared a gloomy and imploring tone. Your Highness, do not let this person close. She asked in bewilderment. What? Rovia answered. Do not believe him. He cannot be believed. Do you understand what I said? Suddenly, a cold and imperious voice was heard. Rovia Zuran. The princess and the librarian turned around. Elat said, Do you understand where you are and who are you talking to? To show such disrespect is unforgivable. Having lowered his eyes, the blonde asked, Your Highness, will you punish me? The princess thought. Cunning! He knows that I will answer, she said aloud. Number... Then the guy turned to the knight. Heard? This does not concern you. You can be free. Unable to restrain himself, Iclot answered. Your Highness, I insist on his punishment. Rovia did not retreat. Her Highness said that she was not against my behavior, so calm down already. The knight cried out, What a bad manner! Feeling a clear cold, the princess said. Both went over. At night, a creak of the door was heard. Eldria plopped down on the bed and said, You are late. They answered her. I'm sorry, she said. Do not apologize. Start first. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. She raised her eyes in surprise. In front of her stood a knight. She mentally said, Iclot? It seems to me, or the distance between us is less than usual. Suddenly, the man began to undress. Eldria told herself, "Wait, what is he doing now?" Having unbuttoned the collar of the shirt, he sat next to her. The girl said, "You are some kind of strange." The knight asked, "Am I awkward to you?" The princess answered casually, "Number, not that awkward." He began to slowly tilt his face to the girl. When their lips were very close to each other, she thought, "And what should I do now?" Suddenly, Islet asked a question. "Can I touch you, Your Highness?" She thought, "God, help me!" While he touched her cheeks, the shocked Eldria asked, "Are you talking about a kiss?" But the knight did not respond, but sharply knocked the princess on the bed and gave a passionate kiss. A few seconds later, she pushed off his chest and stuttered. "Wait!" He looked at her inquiringly, still hanging over the face of his mistress. Eldria was guilty and awkward. "It seems you misunderstood me." The man looked at the girl, looked discouraged and surprised. She asked, "Are you going to sleep with me now?" Iklot briefly answered, "Yes." The girl asked again, "Why? What are you talking about?" She stunnedly put her hands in front of her and asked another question. "Do you really love me?" Initially, I was afraid that he would not want to cut me in revenge for sending him to war, and it turns out, in fact, everything is different. Suddenly, the man gave his voice. "I executed your order," the princess said guiltily. "So this means that you do it not because you want it yourself?" He answered. "Subportion to serve your highness is my duty as your concubine. If you did not like how I do it, just tell me." Eldria interrupted him. "Number if so, then you do not need." Suddenly he asked, "Is it because of what happened during the day? Please believe me." Browning his shirt, she spoke. "This is not a distrust of you. I think you are worthy of more. If you yourself do not want this, I will not force you. I really called you only to talk. Sorry to mislead." The knight said right there, "You have no need to apologize." "So what did you want to say?" The girl blushed. "There is just something to apologize." Given the tricks of the past princess, of course, he thought about it. How could I agree so inadvertently in the evening? Iklot calmly began to put on a uniform, while the princess asked herself, "But what is this reaction?" Unpleasant sensation. Unpleasant so that it is impossible to describe in words. Suddenly he gave a voice. "For conversations too late. It will be better to meet another time." "Then let's talk." The knight bowed, grabbing his hand. The girl cried out, "Iklot, wait a minute, take care of yourself." Surprised by the behavior and actions of the princess, the man briefly answered, "Yes." Having a look, Eldria asked herself, "I said correctly?" Involuntarily, she drew attention to the eyelet trousers that showed his obvious excitement. Blinding, she rolled to the knight. He calmly answered, "I'm listening to you." Taking an awkward look, the girl muttered, "That kiss, I liked him." The surprised knight answered, "I understand you." Then he released her hand, saying, "Good night." Closing the door, Eldria slowly crawled to the floor, thinking, "What did I just say? You just can't imagine worse." But I felt that you can't just let him go. I know that a person who thinks about debauchery alone will never become an outstanding ruler. But how not to lose their heads when so many seductive, handsome men directly suggest in my bed? Even a normal person in my place, by the will of the willy, would have crossed on the dark side of lust and controversial. We must pull yourself together. He is a man to whom Rovia reacted especially acutely. I don't think this is a simple jealousy. Sleeping under a tree, Seeger heard a voice. "Sir, wake up!" He reluctantly opened his eyes. Two soldiers approached him and said, "Time of your shift. You are not going to continue?" He answered. "And I just started to dream of a pleasant dream. There were no long ago. If they woke up, then I'm going." However, the harsh soldier did not calm down. "I need to tell you something, sir. I understand that you are offended that you were unclenched, but this is not an occasion." Twirly referred to the work of the detachment. His colleagues stunned from his straightforwardness. Seeger only asked, "What?" The guy added, "Perhaps our responsibilities seem trifling, but we are proud of what we are doing. If you continue to treat the service is also not serious, I will report to the authorities. I respected you like the same commoner, sir." Having a pause, Seeger answered, "This means that now you do not respect me." The soldiers awkwardly looked away. Then he passed by, pronouncing them, Fine, sorry to disappoint. Then he slapped the guy on the shoulder. Leaving, he heard their conversation. You went too far. And he thought, okay with them. But what should I do with this crazy woman? He knew that Eldria watched him around the corner. By patrolling the perimeter, Gere thought. Haven't left yet? We survived. Now this woman is pursuing me, constantly hiding, and looks at me as a poor relative. I pretend that I do not notice her. I don't understand. Is this some new game? She does not fit, but only watches me from afar. Also, a compassionate expression on the face is building. How annoying! I knew that this woman was crazy, but she completely crazy. Work was in full swing in the palace. The maids screamed, "Hurry up! You need to prepare everything as soon as possible." Curtains in the lobby also changed to new ones. Are we enough products for a banquet? Maybe replenish the reserves? Daisy hummed an uncomplicated melody with admiration and thought. This is the first time to prepare such a celebration. Smiling, she said aloud, "Go crazy, Hess sister." The maid, as always, looked strict. Seeing the youngest maid, she spoke. Daisy, I see, you have a good mood. The girl answered, Certainly. Tomorrow here they will arrange a banquet on the occasion of victory. There will be a lot of all sorts of goodies. I will secretly wash a little, eat with you together. Hess grinned into a fist so that no one would notice. Then she answered, Sorry, I have relatives below, just your age. I remembered something. Daisy smiled, saying, Nothing. I am on the contrary. The maid asked the princess. The girl thought, I was restless in my heart, due to the fact that the last time I pursued my sister. What a relief that everything ended well. For a second, Daisy was breathed up. Hess turned to the maid. Daisy, apparently, you really like Her Highness. Smiling, the maid answered, Certainly. There is no such wonderful person as our princess anywhere in the world. She is not terrible at all, as they say about her. On the contrary, she is very, very kind. Even with an account, she lost how many times she treated me delicious. Where did these strange rumors about her come from? Hess smiled and answered, That's how. So she is kind. Then I'm calm for you. She stroked Daisy on the head, saying, Since you have become the personal maid of Her Highness, everyone was very worried. The maid answered, Everything is fine with me, really. Smiling, the woman answered, Glad to hear. If there are any difficulties, be sure to tell me. Hess looked carefully at the girl, then added, I will certainly help you with everything I can. Daisy answered happily, Yes. The maid turned to the princess. Your Highness, when will we start preparing for the banquet? Eldria was surprised. Everyone is already actively engaged in it. In the morning, it is so noisy. Daisy answered, We need to prepare a ballroom dress. If this banquet is held in the palace of Your Highness, you should look dazzling. The maid asked, Help me with the choice of dress? Eldria answered, Yes, please. The princess thought. This moment finally came. Daisy asked, And what is usually done at the banquet? The girl thought again. No wonder. I am in the imperial palace, so I expected something like a ball. But, as luck would have it, the first is a congratulatory banquet in honor of the victory of Ilt, which the princess decided to spend in the palace. Eldria hesitated with an answer, but he decided to save her scum, who took on the right to explain. Usually at such a banquet, depending on the degree of contribution to the victory, the order, title, and land complains. After that, the invited dance with their accompanying people, get acquainted with people, and conduct social conversations. This is what I know. Is everything right? Eldria awkwardly agreed. Thinking. Thank you, the scum helped out. But there is another problem. Of those who will be there, I do not know anyone. In addition, what to do with the dance? And why is such an important event in the Princess Palace in general? It would be no better to spend it in the main palace, as is usually done? Suddenly, the frill asked, Are you worried about the upcoming banquet? She answered, No, nothing like that. Just from the thought that I will have to smile all day, I'm already tired. Putting a cup on a saucer, the blonde calmly said. You cannot smile, the princess asked. Is it? The guy said. No one dares to pronounce the words in reproach to you. Smiling, the girl turned to the concubine. Nadika, are you not of mind being my accompanying? The guy, stunned by the news, silently looked at the princess. Eldria asked. What is wrong? You said that they come to the banquet with a couple, right? Or are you so embarrassed because you don't want to come with me? When she sat next to him, he blushed and answered. I can't help but want, Eldria said, then decided. Smiling, the princess turned to the maid. Daisy, will you help you prepare, and the scum too? Supporting her mood, the maid answered joyfully. Rely on me. Having a look, the blonde asked. But your highness, my presence will not create inconvenience? Eldria answered good-naturedly. Nadia, you go there as my accompanying person. There is nothing to worry about. She hugged him and said, How did you say who dare to say to me at least a word? Daisy cried out in shock. Perhaps I will leave you alone. I wish you to have a good time. At the same time, Edson, who was in his office, read a letter that was recently sent to him. Daisy cried out. The banquet will begin soon, Eldria answered. You helped a lot, Daisy. I am pleased with your work. As a reward, you can eat everything you wish. I have already ordered in the kitchen. The happy maid said, You two look perfect together. The princess, accompanied with elegant Nadia, asked, How? Then we went. Nadika, for all the time of preparation, you did not say a word. Something bothers you? The blonde answered uncertainly. I just will be at such a banquet for the first time. And so, I'm slightly nervous. The princess thought. If I knew that this would be our first joint publication, I would choose a place and time better. Suddenly the guy asked, Your Highness, are you not worried? Looking at him, she clarified. About what? Nadika spoke. There will be many guests at the banquet. I thought it could cause problems, because your memory has not yet restored. She answered. It's okay, I can handle it. Is it worth it? We are late, right? The blonde answered the same way. It's okay. The main characters are not late. They come on time. The princess looked at the concubine in surprise. The emperor said, The brave warriors who won another victory in a heavy battle in the name of our great empire. I have great hopes for you. Make all efforts to protect your homeland so that its pride and glory increase. In unison, bowing, the knights answered loudly, Will be fulfilled, your majesty. I do not cease to be surprised. Let it sometimes seem immature, but still to be an emperor in his blood. By the way, this banquet in honor of the victory in the war. But where is our hero Islet, the main culprit of the celebration? Something is not visible. She examined the hall full of guests, but the knight's face did not flash anywhere. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to her, Your Highness! He looked at the princess expectantly. She thought, A premonition tells me that this banquet will not be so peaceful. After a while, the girl spoke in shock. A little more, and I would have hit. Thanks to you, I escaped terrible troubles. The princess was breathing nervously. If I had not recognized the empress, everyone would have thought that I was finally crazy or ran to the scandal. Nadika answered, This is the only thing I could do in this situation. But now I think whether I spoke in vain. It was bold on my part. Eldria immediately interrupted him. Nadia, but the princess was not allowed to finish, brazenly grabbing his hand, then surprising Eldria and the scum. Strangely smiling guy said, Your Highness, haven't you seen each other for a long time? The girl thought. The smell of alcohol. He does not understand where he is? How could you get drunk to such a state? And why does he seem familiar to me? Exactly. He was caught by the guard when he tried to break into her bedroom. Judging by the reaction of others who did not block his path, they know in what relations he was with the princess. She asked to let her go. The guy answered, For what? Here I noticed that you were without an accompanying person, so I decided to provide you with a service. The princess thought, Does he do not count a frill for a person? She said. Now I would not want to raise an unnecessary noise. Ghost, while I ask in a good way. A drunk man answered, I don't know that you are only in words. He grabbed her hand even more tightly and declared, Will be for you. Let's go out together for a short while. The scum, watching the behavior of an arrogant man, suddenly felt the rage of raging inside him. While the princess demanded to let her go, the blonde could not stand it, and in a fit of rage, he knocked the impudent to the ground. The guard-fly fled to the cry of a drunkard. Damn it, he's completely sleeping. Does he not know his place? The man said loudly. This young man was distraught and grabbed her highness. Guests gathered around them and whispered, "What is the matter?" "God, whose son is this, say?" Eldria, who helped the concubine stand up, asked, "Nadika, is everything good with you?" He nodded. The drunken impudent screamed, "Some kind of stepson of a cutout of the lower class dared to touch me. You are a corpse, understand?" A sharp and chilling order of the princess sounded. "Let go." The man immediately supported her. "Let go, morons," it was said. "Some ordinary knights from commoners will take me away. Do not laugh." "Well, bastards. In general, no education." Suddenly, Eldria extended her hand to him. Grabbing the guy by the throat, she looked straight into his eyes while he was asking, "What are you doing now?" The girl answered in a cold tone, "Try to think for the first time in your life." He shook a little with his hips in front of me and already imagined that I belonged to you. Burning him with blue eyes, she continued, "You must analyze who should be touched and who is not." The princess pushed him, dropping him to the floor, ordering with a self-wisdom and cruel look, "Take away." Suddenly, a scum turned to her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Smiling, the girl answered, "What can happen to me? But how are you?" The guy said guiltily, "I am very sorry. I made a noise and put you in an awkward position." The princess looked around and began to observe guests who did not show and talked among themselves. Turning to the concubine, Eldria said, "And what about that?" "I'm a princess." The blonde smiled and agreed. The girl said, "Subtria, let's go to find fresh air?" Standing on the balcony, the princess thought, "That impudent boor ruined the whole celebration. Now there is no desire to attend the ball. Does this miserable slave mean so much for you, for you?" These were the words of that impudent. I almost restrained myself not to beat him right there. But he got his own, and I'm not sorry about it. The scum turned to her from behind. "Forgive me," she asked in surprise. "Why are you apologizing?" He answered, "I not only did not help you, but also attracted unnecessary attention." She hastened to reassure him. "Everything is wrong. No need to say that. Nadia." The princess hugged the concubine tightly, and then she said, "You helped me a lot." The guy was saying guiltily, "But I could not really do anything. It is depressing me," Eldria argued. "Believe me, I don't think so," the blonde said. "This is not enough for me. I also want to protect your highness. I want to become a more significant person for you. I want to protect you the same way you protect me." The princess smiled and answered, "Fine, I will do everything so that you become such a person, I promise." Taking her by the shoulders, Nadika said, "I said that I myself want to protect you." The girl nodded. The blonde added, "Your Highness, you know nothing," she asked. "What do you mean?" The guy translated the topic. "I will bring drinks," Eldria thought. My appearance here was sudden, but gradually I got used to this world, to the people who surround me, and to what they serve me. I fully adapted to the circumstances. So far I can handle it, but what awaits me in the future? To understand this, I need Uriel. But we are enemies, therefore she for no reason. If I had at least a little clue. Suddenly, a warning signal sounded. The princess was so surprised that her hand slipped from the railing. The game window just flickered before my eyes. Or not. It just seemed to me. And I fell because of this from the balcony? God. This is the second floor, so I won't die. The ejection was surprisingly soft. Opening her eyes, she found a familiar face nearby. Looking at the man with surprise, Eldria said, "Edson." Speezing from his hands, she added, "Have not seen each other for a long time. I did not expect to meet you here." Helping her cheek, she launched, "Sorry." The man gave his voice. "You apologize again," the girl said. "I will probably go. It must have been unpleasant for me to help me, but thanks." Suddenly, a red-haired guy grabbed her hand, stopping. "I want to ask something." She looked at him in surprise, thinking, "What? Why would Edson show such an attentive to me?" He asked, "Why are you helping me?" Eldria was surprised, then smiled and answered, "I said you are no longer interesting to me." Edson said, "It would be easier for you to get rid of me. But that day you said that you are sorry. Why? That princess that I know does not know pity. So he is not here to have fun at the ball. He wanted to see and interrogate me." The girl decided to answer the question with a question. "Do you know me so well?" He answered, "I saw only the most vile side of your nature. Therefore answer. Why are you helping me? I will not be able to get out as last time. Twisting her hand, she said, What is the difference to you? Better forget about everything. If we do not encounter any more, it will be possible to assume that everything is over. Edson asked with despair in his voice. How is it possible? Do you know this pain? Leaving the corner, Nadika noticed the conversations of Edson and the princess. He wanted to head to them. Suddenly, his mouth was closed and pulled back. It was a Seeger who hinted to be quieter. Meanwhile, Edson said, When I wake up in the morning and when I fall asleep, when I laugh or sad, even when I am in the arms of another woman, wherever I go and whatever I do, every moment in my thoughts you are. Do you tell me just to forget? Suddenly, a man came up behind them, commenting, Perhaps there is no point in eavesdropping further. Prince of Velad was only able to say, You. But Seeger turned to the princess. Someone is waiting for you. The girl asked in surprise. Who? And seeing a familiar guy, she answered herself. Nadia. Looking at his anxious face, she thought, I suddenly disappeared. He was probably worried. Then the princess again turned to the man and said, Okay, Edson, I realized what you wanted to say. However, since you are so painful to look at me, the best for us will be at a distance. Eldria moved away from him a few meters and said, Do not come closer. Keep the distance. Suddenly Edson got angry and asked, Did I come close to you? However, the princess was already standing next to Nadika, smiling, asking, Have you been waiting for me? The concubine asked in bewilderment. How did you end up here? She answered. It happened by chance. Then Eldria turned slightly and looked aside, asking herself, Left? She again turned to the blonde. Let's go back, scum. Suddenly she called out, Your Highness, thank you for the performance. The voice belonged to the smiling Sigurd. Having shuddered, the princess thought, I was going to leave, pretending that I did not notice him. Then Eldria asked a question. Performance? The knight agreed. I'm wrong somewhere? Despite the fact that you destroyed his country and destroyed his loved ones, he is completely in your power. Even his heart and mind are enslaved. He literally mired in you. But this guy is not one of those who agree to admit it. As a result, this will destroy it. The princess turned to him. The guy was surprised to ask, Do you remember my name? She answered. Yes, I remember you. Are you offended that in the prime of your age, I destroyed your dreams to make a brilliant career, and that after the humiliation you suffered, I just threw you away, like an old worn shoes? Now, looking at Edson, are you comparing yourself with him? The soldier tensed when he heard such a statement. Eldria continued, Seeger, you need to learn how to hide your feelings if you want to take revenge. Walking along the corridor, the princess thought, His heart and mind in my power? You are mistaken, Seeger. Edson's feelings cannot be explained so simply. The girl turned to the girl. She immediately responded. What? He said, I want you to be happy. Do not bind yourself to the past that you cannot even remember. Eldria thought. Exactly. In the eyes of the scum, I am a princess who lost her memory. Then the girl answered. But my past is also part of me. I am responsible for him. The concubine muttered quietly. Number. And the princess thought. All guests at the ball. They focused on me. No, on the princess. Strange feeling. Almost all the time I spent in the palace freely, and thought that everyone had forgotten about me. Suddenly, she opened her eyes widely, seeing a humbly sitting knight. Eclot. One could hear the guests discussed him. He wanted to enter the imperial family, but became another concubine. Judging by today, another concubine, and even a former slave, squeezed him. What a shame! Where is this visible? Eldria also listened carefully to the conversations and thought, I knew that the emperor restrains Elot, but I did not expect that everything was so bad. For this he arranged a ball in honor of the victory in the princess's palace, and I have never even worried about him. Approaching the princess, Nadika said, I have to admit. Eldria asked about it with worriedly. The concubine answered guiltily, I do not know how to dance. I did not study dancing, which are usually performed at balls. While he correctly kissed her hand, the princess said in surprise, Why are you suddenly? Breaking, the concubine began to apologize. I am very far, Your Highness. Suddenly it dawned on her. That's how. He wants to leave me so that I can pay attention to Elot, the blonde said. I promise. I will definitely dance with you next time. The guests continued to discuss the night. As expected, the husband did not come out of him. If he had been content with his status of the duke, he would not have been eventually an abandoned concubine. Eldria thought, even knowing that I hear, they continue to humiliate him without hesitation. Is it because the princess used to be disgusted with him? Everything would end if he simply left, but he continues to sit, preserving the calm look. The main culprit of the celebration was made by the laughing stock, due to the fact that the princess treats him dismissively, putting below the other concubine, and that at the ball in his honor, she did not even a look at him. But for me he is not a simple concubine, but a much more valuable person. Approaching the knight, the princess said, I came to play the role of your spouse. The man was shocked. What can I do for him? Having sank to the knee, she asked, Sir, let one dance? Will it be enough now? The girl turned to the knight. He answered the call. The princess admitted to the knight, Honestly, I'm not dancing so well. Smiling, she continued, I want you to help me. I need you. The princess was not surprisingly surprised to look at Eclot. He smiled and then said, Glad to try. When they began to dance, Eldria was awkwardly reasoning. The sixth time I step on his leg, she spoke to a shocking guy. I warned that I was not dancing badly. The man answered right away. Your Highness, I apologize in advance for my rudeness. Smiling, the girl answered, I forgive. But what are you going to do, rude? The knight grabbed her by the waist and elegantly pressed her to him, looking directly into his eyes. The princess said, Listen, Eclot. He listened carefully. It seems that my legs do not touch the floor. The answer was heard, so conceived. The girl thought. On the ceiling, a dazzling gilded chandelier. On all sides, the bright light of lights, and the princess and aristocrats dancing among them. I actually got into another world. Eldria again turned to the knight. He answered, Speak. I thought that only I needed you. I accepted your devotion to granted. But relationships are not what can be one-sided. Instead of looking for your support, I should have been for you. Eclot took the word. Thank you for the care, but you do not need to worry about me. However, the princess was adamant. If difficulties arise, call me at any time. I will come to you. After a while, the girl thought, I thought everything was how to slip out of the ballroom. But who could know that the reason would be that I will, quote, tired. Suddenly, she noticed a fair-haired guy standing at the exit. So you were waiting for me, frowning. The concubine became interested. How did the ball go? Eldria answered. I threw off some legs, without understanding anything, the blonde asked. But the girl continued. They are probably very swollen. By the way, scum, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with Eilot. The guy answered calmly. There is nothing. You were worried about him. She wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by a scream behind them. Let go! At the entrance, the guard held the hands of Rovia, who screamed, Your Highness! Letting go of the guy, the guard bowed. The princess turned to an unexpected guest. What is the matter? The librarian announced angrily. Why didn't you come to me? Have you been to the ball with him? I told you not to believe him. I was waiting for you. I waited for you to come. I thought you would want to ask me, at least before you meet him again. Before you laugh carelessly with him at all. But you never appeared. I'm not even allowed? The princess looked at him with surprise. Eldria resolutely answered Rovia. I trust Eilot. The guy was dumbfounded by such an answer. A tear slowly rolled out of his eye when he spoke. And I'm not worthy of your trust? I wanted to get better. He tried as best he could. But all my efforts were meaningless for you? The discouraged girl answered. They are not meaningless. Where did you get it? The librarian said. Then prove to me? She asked in shock. How? Suddenly, the princess called out to the scum. From surprise, the princess shuddered. Rovia spoke again. If you want to prove, then come with me. Right now. Without looking away from Rovia, Eldria said, Nadia, can you wait a bit? The concubine made a short pause, after which he answered, I will wait for you in your room. Eldria was boat. So here there is a lake. Is this the very lake with which the memories of the former princess are associated? Rovia gave a voice. We first met here, she asked. Do you propose to arrange an evening of memories? The librarian answered. You promised to prove that my efforts are not in vain, Eldria thought. Each time he expresses his feelings so ardently, it is embarrassed for me to answer him affectionately. After all, his feelings are addressed not to me, but to a real princess, she said. This does not mean that I love you. Smiling sadly, Rovia said, Clear. I waited for you to say that. Then he took the princess by the hand and spoke. Your Highness, remember what you told me here? That evening you said that I was too jealous and you like it. Then I started a strand of your hair in my ear, like this. He straightened her hair. Eldria thought, this atmosphere fascinates me. She looked into the guy's eyes. He began to lean closer, and their lips almost touched. But the girl suddenly bounced. With a calm look, Rovius asked, I can't even kiss you? Am I so disgusting to you? Looking away, Eldria answered. Number Rovia, you didn't bring me here for this, the librarian said. Okay. That evening, there was another person with you, but of the two of us, you chose me. I'm talking about Odrin. Don't remember this name, the princess thought. What is he talking about? Did someone stand between me and Rovia? Did the princess have another concubine? In a drooping voice, the blonde said, You chose me, but kissed him. The question did not give me any rest. Why? Did you want to see my despair? Answer. He spoke with tears in his eyes. I want to hear it from you. Say that they chose me because you like me more than him, Eldria thought. The princess who knows Rovia, an already non-existent person. What should I do? To dodge, saying that I do not remember? It will be better if he stops depending on the princess. He must be waiting for this answer, Eldria said. Right, then I liked you more. She thought again. I sincerely want him to stop tormenting himself with these doubts. Why doesn't he say anything? Some strange silence. She turned to the guy. Suddenly, the librarian, without warning, grabbed the princess's hand and declared, Odrin Viode Cecilia. This is the name of the previous emperor who died 12 years ago. You could not confuse this name. And you have never been here with me. Who are you? Answer immediately. The dumbfounded girl pulled out her hand and screamed, Do not touch me! In a panic, she thought, I got. But where? When? I did not allow myself to relax for a minute. In addition to the scum, Rovia is a person who is closest to me. He had to guess. But this could not happen so soon, Eldria said aloud. I lost my memory. Not having time to finish, Rovia interrupted her. It makes no sense to say that you have lost memory. You are another person. The girl clenched her hands into a fist, thinking. He is firmly sure of this, the guy said. If I scared you. She stopped him. Do not come. Yes, you're right. I'm not a princess, Rovia thought. When I first met her in the library, I was fascinated. Soon I realized that I was drawn to her. I started courtship and achieved her attention. Friends cast oblique glances at me, but I was still glad of any meeting. The maid announced, Your Highness, you want to see Rovia Zuran. The guy with flowers in his hands found the princess surrounded by half-naked men. She asked, Who is? I don't remember this. That's how I became her concubine. Rather, the nameless toy with which she played and forgot. I was so angry that I was ready to take revenge. Uriel told him, It's okay. You will forget her with me. Eldria did not ask doomedly. What will you do? Will you tell everyone? Surprised by her question, the guy answered. I did not think about this, the girl said. Then why did you make me open up? What do you have from this? I wanted to pull the truth out of me with a lie, and then blackmail? The guy took a step, but Eldria stopped him. No, do not come closer! Suddenly, she stumbled on the side of the boat, falling with her back into the water. Rovia pulled a hand to her. The librarian shouted, Your Highness! After which the princess plunged underwater. She thought, Again? It is amazing how quiet underwater. As if I am one in the whole world. Did the real self exist? Or was I always a princess? But because of a system failure, other people's memories came into my head. I'm just a systemic error. Perhaps my fate is to be defeated or erased from this world. But even so, I want to live. Rovia quickly sailed to Eldria, after which he kissed her right underwater. A few minutes later, pulling it back into the boat, the princess eagerly grabbed the air with her mouth. The wet guy said, I did not believe myself. Again, fell in love with the princess as a naive fool? So I thought. But I was mistaken. I fell in love with you. Not a princess, but you. She listened to his speech in shock. Jumping, the girl thought. Lieutenant? Again he tries to deceive me, after saying aloud, loved me? First a princess, then Uriel, and now I? Eldria thought. I have too many reasons not to believe him. Rovia screamed in despair. I do not lie, she thought. He guessed that the princess and I am different people, and this does not scare him and does not push him away. On the contrary, did he fall in love with me? Then she asked, why am I? Do you need someone to love someone so much? And it doesn't matter who it will be? The librarian answered. No, this is completely different. Only you were able to arouse such strong feelings in me. What is it, if not love? Eldria asked. Are you sure that I am not your next intervention? Rovia said. I would like to be so, but everything is not so simple. The princess asked a question. What do you want from me? Do you demand to accept your feelings? You will not go blackmail. Any of your word will make you worse against me. Who will believe more? The sister of the emperor? Or the concubine who came across treason? Be careful from now on. The fact that I do not kill people does not mean that I am not capable of it, the blonde answered. Number, you are too kind, she asked angrily. What do you want to say that? The guy said. My story with the order was invention, but you really regretted me, and I wanted to console. You asked what I know about you? You have a good heart. The princess, whom I knew, was not merciful. Eldria thought. How long I have been waiting for these words. I was so afraid of so much, put so much strength, to change the reputation of the princess, and now they called me good. Rovia begged her. Let me stay next to you. Now you must not believe me. My deception could be confused. But believe me, I'm on your side. He held out the princess's hand, saying, Give me only a chance, and I will prove it to you. Eldria answered. I can't, Rovia said. I will still try to convince you, and I will achieve you to wish me yourself. I will not demand anything, and will not touch you without permission. So let me hug you now. Has Rovia have long considered this conversation for a long time? The princess was surprised. Are you not afraid of me? He calmly answered. Number, you are charming, the girl thought. As Rovia said, I am a fake princess. I hid the whole truth from the devoted princess of the scum, and was looking for comfort in his arms. I felt guilty due to Edson's mental injury, but continued to pretend to be a ruthless Eldria in front of him. I bathed in the care and attention of the noble Ilt, as if I had every right to do so. Fake princess, fake Eldria. Her eyes filled with tears. Since I got to this place, I was able to be myself for the first time. The princess hugged Rovia. In the evening, lying in bed, the frill thought. She returned through the wet. Eldria, lying next to him, asked, Nadika, are you sleeping? The blonde answered negatively. She turned to face him, saying, There is what I have to tell you. The girl reasoned. Nadika is the first person who deserves to know the truth. I must lay out everything. Even if it hurts the scum, I do not want to continue to deceive him. But where to start? How to explain to me? From her thoughts, the guy's voice distracted her. Ria. The guy gave a voice. Take a look at me. If hard, you may not speak. Clutching her hand into a fist, the girl said, I lied to you. I did not lose any memories. I'm just a different person. I am not the princess that you remember. Nadika calmly answered. I know. Eldria shuddered, looking at the blonde, after which she asked, You know? She thought about dumbfounded. But how? Number, what is more important? How long did he learn it? Taking her hands, he spoke. On the day of our first meeting, you took me by the hands. At that moment, I understood everything. The princess would never have done so. Eldria asked, Why didn't you tell me? No, since you knew it from the very beginning. Why did you help me? Nadika answered. At first I thought I could take a breath a little, that he got out of hell for a short while. But at some point I began to pray that this would continue forever. I was afraid every time you fell asleep. Every morning I wondered if the other princess returned. I was tormented by doubts and superstitious fear that if I utter the truth out loud, you will disappear, dissolving in an inaccessible distance. Ask why I helped you. You already know the answer. By the way, I noticed that Rovia also guesses on your account. The princess answered. And you are observant. The frill continued. You sunk into his heart, Rhea. Not a princess, but you. He all the time tirelessly watched you. The girl knew this. Rovia is a smart person, the concubine added. He himself revealed the truth. And in his thoughts, there are no thoughts to harm you. Rhea, are you thinking whether to accept it or not? Better accept it. Eldria was dumbfounded. Why do you advise me this? Because I'm a fake princess? The guy answered. This is wrong. She asked the question again. Am I burden you? Nadika shook his head. Raising his head, he whimpered. I'm scared. You are in danger, Rhea. But I am weak and cannot protect you. It is painful for me to look at you and realize that I am powerless to help you. Therefore, do not hesitate and accept it. He will become your ally. Do not hate him, right? I beg you, take care of yourself for me. I can't lose you. The next day, the mysterious figure in a cloak knocked on the door of the house. The man threw off the hood. It turned out to be Edson. The door opened. He was met by Uriel. Entering the house and hugging the girl, the man asked, How do you live here? She answered. Tolerant. How is that woman? Edson asked a question. Why are you constantly asking about her? The main character spoke. And what? Now I have no interest in asking? She screamed angrily. Her labors I live in this wretched and dirty shack. Through her fault, my life went to dust, and you have never even stood up for me. I would finally do something if you really love me. What, the tongue swallowed? Maybe I'm indifferent to you? He answered. You were always dear to me. Like now, Uriel cried out. Then take a closer look in what a distress I am. That's how. An ordinary maid was kicked out of the palace, which was interfered under his feet. For you, as a former member of the royal family, this is a mere trifle. Edson said. You know that I don't think so, the girl asked. And what? I should be grateful, the man said. You were expelled through your fault, she cried out. By my fault? Yes, I did not do anything special. You say that a saint. All people make mistakes. Here are just some come out dry, while others can only cry about their regrettable position. And now I'm from these others? This does not suit me. I will not leave it like that. I was the first. The man stopped the stream of her speeches, putting his hand on his shoulder, and called her by name. In front of me is the woman who I loved? He asked her to calm down, thinking, at the moment when I was angry and confused, so much so that she could not believe anyone, she became the only one who did not let me perish in the abyss of despair. Grabbing his hand angrily, Uriel said, I will not forgive her. Better forget about the princess. We could leave somewhere and live far from the palace. I officially became a knight, and now I will receive a salary. This money is enough for a comfortable life. She told me to forget, stay at a distance, not too far and not too close, exactly as much as it would be enough for each of us to go their own way. Uriel cried out, Do you tell me to wipe this woman? Do you laugh in my face? Edson answered, I said it is better to forget. The girl did not stop. What did you find on you? She thought. He behaves as if he had already forgiven the princess. A fool, noble even in his hatred. He was like that from our first meeting. He did not bend to be trampled by the princess for the sake of his people. I easily agreed to part with life, just to protect me. Since you, as a faithful knight, devoted yourself to me, so do so that I drive you. I understand how you feel. I only have you. Therefore, let's leave everything as it is and leave, Uriel reasoned. Who wants it? Since when did we only do what he wants? Have you forgotten her true nature? She loves to play and manipulate people. Who can give a guarantee that she will not do this to us? I still don't understand. She only wrap her in a word that she changed her mind, and we are ending. Or did you really hoped that she would leave us alive? Edson thought, this is possible. But at some point, Uriel, who would seem to never change, and the princess changed. And I myself am not the same as before. She grabbed the guy by the tie and said, If you believe me, kill this woman for me. Then I will run away with you, and I will forget everything. Suddenly, a notification signal sounded. You gave a request exceeding the permissible one to Eden Bicycle. If you do not call the request, the level of interest will decrease. If you call a request, there will be no changes. Carefully, the abbreviated level of interest will not be replenished again. I do not ask you to do it right now, but you must be prepared for this. I ruined you, Uriel. The girl smiled and answered. So bear responsibility for this, she thought. I don't know why and how I got here, but I will definitely win. At the same time, in the palace, Eldria touched the hair of sleeping Scum. Waking up, he jumped up and shouted, Excuse me, I slept longer than you. I myself did not want to wake you up. You cried a lot yesterday and are very tired, so sleep longer, he asked. And you, Rhea? She answered. In the morning, I have a meeting about territorial negotiations. I studied so much, but still not sure if I can do such responsibility, the blonde said. You will succeed. If it is you, Rhea, you will succeed. Eldria kissed him and answered. Thank you, Scum. I will quickly deal with everything and return. So I said then. But when I barely pulled my eyes in the morning, I thought that it had accumulated. But this sharp headache and cotton body reminded me of something very familiar from a past life. Looking at the tired princess, someone greeted her. Then we will begin the meeting. The theme of our discussion will be negotiations related to the Kingdom of Born, the cold Eldria thought. In fact, this is an official meeting, on which I hold the position of the responsible person. The princess stopped the cockroach guy. I'll try to take advantage of the situation and achieve what I have planned. Before discussing the main topic, I would like to clarify one question. I am worried that Sir Phakeus was not among those who were awarded for military merits. What is the reason for such injustice? The man asked. Isn't he a concubine of your highness? The country's chancellor said. Neither titles nor land are granted to the concubines. This is a long-established tradition, and not groundless, Eldria asked. And what are her reasons? You see, the country will not be able to control well if the power is in the hands of the concubine. Do you want to reward Sir Phakeus? Try to choose some kind of luxury items. He treats me as a small child requiring something irrational. I am talking about a reward that relies on a person who made a huge contribution to the victory of our country. But you considered my words as another whim in love games? Silence came. Only His Majesty Emperor can make a decision on the salary of lands or title to him. Today, I am here as an observer. I will not speak out on this issue. I will leave his decision at the discretion of the princess. The girl thanked him. So I understand correctly that you deny the importance of Sir Phakeus's military merits. He will not dare so to speak. Eklot, at the head of a small army, broke into the very heart of an enemy country. He occupied a strategically advantageous height, thus having forced the enemy to sign an agreement on surrender. Your Highness, why don't we listen to his personal opinion about this? Eklot Phakeus, step forward. The man took a step from a number of soldiers. Recently, he humiliated Eklot, stating that he had no right to interfere in state affairs. Now he asks his opinion? The knight silently looked at the audience. Do you want to get land and title for combat merits, contrary to our traditions? And he can't take meanness. He asked this question on purpose, knowing the answer perfectly in advance. Eklot will never demand a reward for his achievements, especially publicly. He will have no choice but to leave. I thought he would defend the correctness of traditions. His silence means that he will not object to me? The princess said. I would also like to ask something. Is this book that are present here? It describes everything that happened in this war, all the pain and cruelty of every battle of her, and the valor of Sir Phakeus, who has hardly achieved victory for our country. Forgetting our heroes, we risk losing our subjects. You will continue to say that you do not recognize his merits. People immediately gangled. This is the diary of the protocolist. The declared document at the meeting was not submitted. After reading this book, I realized how huge the influence of Sir Phakeus was on the outcome of this war. His subordinates will confirm this, right? The soldiers, like one, screamed, So for sure, Your Highness! You told the pure truth, and therefore we demand that Sir Phakeus's merits be recognized. Please reward him appropriate for his exploits, the Chancellor said in shock. God! So what? You continue to insist on your innocence even in such a situation. Suppose I do not deny his merits, but the award will still cause difficulties. Suddenly, a female voice was heard. Duke Dominate, are you too loud? I heard that you have already acquired the 10th concubine. Luxurious estate, extensive lands. There are so many rumors about your wealth that it remains only to guess as soon as you turn the sea into a personal pond. What merits do you have so much for? Eklot in shock looked at the familiar girl. Eldria saw her for the first time, but the knight asked loudly, Quarantine! Why are you here? Suddenly, the stranger turned to the princess. Nice to meet you, your highness. I am the deputy Face Ease. Quarantation Face Ease, Eldria thought. Deputy? If so, this girl is the current Marquise Facies. The quarantine bowed respectfully. Suddenly, the chancellor shouted, What do you allow yourself? Eldria took the word. Duke Dominate. Judging by your words, you recognize all the exploits of Sir Phaseus, but you are confused by his status. I understand correctly? Not understanding the essence of her question, the man agreed. In other words, if he were not an concubine, could he get recognition and reward worthy of the hero? An uncertain answer was heard. This is true. But the princess jumped sharply, crying out, Fine! If only this is an obstacle in the presence of His Majesty and noblemen, I declare. From this moment, Eclat Faces is officially deprived of the status of a concubine. At the same time, Rovia talked with the informant, asking, A member of the guard? The answer was heard. Yes, it seems that he completely lost his head because of a woman named Uriel. Of the suspicious actions, only the fact that she was visited by a maid, with whom she talked in the palace. Rovia asked, Can you find out who she is? The man answered, It would be easier to find out if she appeared again. But for now, I'll try to find out what they say about her. Thinking, Rovia gave the order, Report everything without exception to me. Do not miss a single little thing. He obeyed correctly. As for Uriel, he could not continue his thought. Opposite the blonde stood Edson. The informant said right there, On this I will leave you, gentlemen. Prince of Volota voted. What are you doing here? He did not like what he heard. Rovia answered, I came to ask why you did not run away. Are you in a hated country of your own free will? I would like to hear at least one reason. Or do you have hidden intentions? Edson said. You have no right to interrogate me. Is Uriel hold you here? And what holds her? Are you not worried about the fact that she, having done things, continues to stay near the palace? You still do not understand that she was plotting something? Turning away, Edson snorted displeasedly. What do you know? Do you really not notice? Or just pretending? The red-haired man cut him off. Shut up. He tried to keep himself in his hands. Amazing! Do you really trust her yet? Edson was angry. You do not concern you that Uriel, or why I did not abandon her, as you did. I threw it? First of all, she has never been mine, like yours too. If you love Uriel, stop it at all costs, and do not commit rash acts yourself. If Her Highness is not indifferent to you. Thinking, the prince looked away. A few hours later, the negotiations were announced. We will complete the meeting on this. Lord, finally this meeting ended. I tried not to give a look, but compared to the morning, my condition worsened. Fortunately, I managed to convince them. Now, the Eclat title has been restored, and the question of the territories is resolved. They opposed my open. I did not expect. It would be difficult without this book. That morning, she heard a noise. A maid entered and spoke. Sorry. In the morning, one knight arranges a commotion. He says that he should see you. When he entered, he fell to his knees and spoke. My name is Dacis. During the war, I acted as a protagonist. For the sake of Mr. Iclot, and for the sake of the honor of our army, please, you should see this book. Eldria thought. At the very last moment, I had to read this protocol and think what to do next. I am dying. It would be possible to get to the room as soon as possible, until no one noticed my painful condition. Holding behind the wall and trembling, she heard a voice. Why did you do this? Turning around, she thought. Eclot? He was not visible. I thought that he had left earlier with the Marquise. In a drooping voice, he asked a question. Have you decided to leave me? The princess looked in surprise at the soldier murdered. She came up and took his hands. Then she said, Leave? You misunderstood me. I never thought of leaving you. Not before, not now, not in the future, or do you not believe me? A whisper was heard. I believe. Eldria was imposed. Then why did you think so? The depressed knight answered. You have deprived me of the status of a concubine. I wanted to thank you in this way for your oath in fidelity to me. Are you not happy? Now you can restore your position in society and get what you deserve. Surely Sir Defet will be delighted. I heard him was your student. Perhaps thanks to this, he will even stop hating me. No, I didn't want to say that. How can you explain all this? Due to the temperature, I do not think anything. Honestly, I do not understand what you did not like in my decision. It just seemed to me that our relationship was too contradictory. I wanted to start this way all over again, and she believed that it would be better for you. I was mistaken? Eclat answered. Number but, Your Highness. It was my choice, Eldria thought. I can't. Suddenly, she plopped down on the knight, losing consciousness. The man tried to shout to the princess, but unsuccessfully. Somewhere in the distance, the girl heard a voice. Your Highness! She opened her eyes sharply, and worried scum stood over her and asked, Have you woke up? It feels like I had a very important dream, the guy asked. No, it doesn't matter anymore, she thought. When did I fall asleep? I remember how after the meeting, I was glorying to Islet. The blonde voted. I am terribly sorry. I had to notice before that you were bad, the girl answered. You have nothing to blame yourself for. In the morning I felt good. The temperature rose at the meeting, and it, as luck would have it, dragged on. Eldria hugged him, saying, This is a pity that I often make you worry so often. The princess raised her head and noticed two maids asking, Daisy, what's wrong with you? The sobbing maid screamed, Your Highness, I was worried too. You all scared us all. You must protect yourself. Eldria reassured them. Quietly, Everything is fine with me, so calm down. These two were so worried about fainting. How did Elit reacted then? Knowing his character, she said, Hess, give it to Elot to immediately appear in my palace. Having bowed, the maid answered, Mr. Faces expects outside. The dumbfounded princess did not believe her ears. Did he stay because of anxiety? Half an hour later, the girl was sitting on the couch. A knight stood quietly in front of her. So all the time that I spent without feelings, did he stand under the door? He is incorrigible. She began to turn to him, but he fell to her knees and shouted, I deserve punishment! What? Why suddenly? Did you manage to do something while I was unconscious? I behaved selfishly. I only thought about myself and did not notice your condition. This is unforgivable. I understand your feelings perfectly. I suddenly deprived you of the status of a concubine. Of course, you were confused, but to punish for this would be absurd. If I took him the status of an concubine for no reason, not only he would become an object of criticism, but I also. I just wanted to find the most profitable way to get out of this situation, she said. I just wanted to give you freedom, Eclat answered. My desire is to stay beside you. Behind the open door, they were eavesdropping on Rovaya, thinking, Elat Faces. He is dangerous. This man is a sword of the empire, ready to put life in the name of its prosperity and well-being. Devotion to members of the imperial family is above all for him. If he finds out that the current princess is not quite the same, no doubt he will direct his sword against her. You need to come up with a plan for how to protect Her Highness from him. He headed away. Walking along the corridor, he ran into his shoulder with some stranger, but not paying attention to him. Suddenly, the librarian stopped to reread the letter that he received. I am getting to work in the Duchy of Dominate. I will soon find out personal information about the new maid. A few hours later, the girl turned to the knight at the Faces Marquisia estate. What did Her Highness say to you, since you go to be lowered in the water? He drew attention to the blue-haired marquise that stood, leaning on the door. If only out of decency pretended to be happy to return here after so much time. By the way, my congratulations. I solemnly leave the post of Marquise and, according to custom, give you the chambers. True, I remember when I threw the estate. You said that after giving something, you refuse it forever. With a calm look, the knight answered. So it was. The quarantation added. The meeting turned out to be fun. The face of that grumpy old man is priceless. And the famous princess did not let her get bored. It is curious what intrigues she weaves this time. The man stopped her. He immediately began a peppy speech that she, a noble girl, speaks about the princess. Okay, just returned, as again for his own. I do not listen to your grunt. Next time, I will try to behave more than one. In exchange, answer me one question. You never slept? Eclat in shock asked. The quarantine clarified. I mean, with Her Highness. I knew, sorry. It must be insulting to such a prominent man to be innocent. How so? Her Highness is not like your cause? She laughed. The dumbfounded knight asked, How dare you talk about Her Highness in such obscene expressions? About Her Highness? I would first think about myself. My intuition suggests that you are not indifferent to her. Have I really interested you? Do you want me to give you a couple of tips? How to interest her? Stop! I'm not going to continue to listen to this meaningless chatter. Have you heard about the embassy from the Rothschild Empire? They say that among them there will be the second prince, Kairos Ariel Rothschild. In his country, he is widely known, like a terrible womanizer and transferer. As responsible for peace negotiations, Her Highness will be obliged to accept such a person. You barely regained your title. How do you protect the princess from such messengers? Do you need my help? Meanwhile, in the palace of Her Highness, the guy who fell, the NIC asked, "What did you just say?" "I said you are moving to my palace. You can start transporting things." He began to scream. "Have mercy! I am still young and have to take care of the family, and I am inconspicuously sick. It's okay. I will appoint you such a salary that you cannot worry about expenses." Without raising his head, the guy answered with a trembling voice, "My disease can be contagious." "How?" "Then nothing can be done." "What a pity. I wanted to appoint you my assistant, so that you accompany me at important events." The poor fellow raised his head in shock. Eldria continued, "In such a case, I will ask you to arrange a workplace in an isolated room." "What is the matter with you? You thought I was calling you to my bed?" "Sorry, but you are not to my taste." The princess grinned at a dumbfounded and trembling guy. Getting up from the bench, she wanted to continue the conversation, but she was interrupted by a familiar voice. The joyful Daisy walked towards her and read it. "Your Highness!" Eldria smiled. "Do not run so fast, otherwise you will fall again." The maid spoke. "I was looking for you because the ceremony is soon. We need to prepare a lot of things." The princess was surprised. "Really? They did not report to me. Where did Hess go? Why are you alone?" The maid answered. "She said that she has an important thing, and she left the palace early in the morning. Now she is so busy, there is no free minute." Eldria asked. "Clear. By the way, Daisy, did you fulfill the order?" The maid answered in the affirmative. Then the maid began to rush the girl. Eldria agreed. "Dasis, you also follow us." The princess's palace was surprisingly quiet. Only a couple of soldiers were talking among themselves. So rumors did not lie? What does Her Highness of the princess only think about? She attached to our ranks Prince Clid. What a prince he is now. He was brought from the war as a military trophy. While they were talking, someone crept quietly to them, asking, "What are we talking about so cheerfully about?" They shuddered, seeing Seeger behind him, who again asked, "Can I join? Tell me who we have a saleswoman?" Suddenly he was pulled by the ear. Leo spoke menacingly. "Seeger, don't spin. We start soon, so stand quietly." At the same time, Dasis read, "I, Emperor Elport Enzo Cecilia, command Princess Eldria Vitae Cecilia, on my behalf and on behalf of the whole empire, viat to give honors to Elit Physes for his military merits." Standing on one knee in front of the princess, the knight listened to her speech. "Elat Physes, accept this sword." The girl began to touch the knight's shoulders several times. The man was saying next, "I swear that I will faithfully serve my country until my death." His colleagues immediately piled up. "Long live Mr. Faces." Leo wiped his eyes while Seeger asked him, "Are you crying now?" The emperor took the word. "I am immensely happy to see your happy faces on this honorable day. It is decided. On the birthday of the princess, who will be held soon, a large ball will be open." After the ceremony, Elport talked with Rovia. "The princess has changed a lot. I suppose this is largely thanks to your lessons, so I wanted to praise you personally. Try for the benefit of the Princes and henceforth." The guy bowed thanks to the emperor. Then the man turned his head, and when he saw his sister, he joyfully greeted her. "You are a big well done today." She thought about it. "Why Rovia is here? This is our first meeting since he revealed my personality. I would not say that I am hostile to him. I just can't imagine what to talk about with him." Suddenly Elport declared, "On this I will leave you. You can calmly talk." Without inventing anything better, Eldria turned around and said, "I'm tired, so I will return to myself." Having lowered his head, he tried to call her out, after which he said, "Uriel! Let me take Uriel. Give me a chance to prove your sincerity to you. After all, you need a person who would take care of her, right? Once I deceived you, but now you can rely on me." He waited with trepidation of her answer. Do what you want. He answered right away. I will not disappoint you. The princess confirmed his words. It is impossible to be disappointed in who you do not trust. Walking along the corridor, Eldria thought. He surprised me. I did not expect that he would offer to resist Uriel. Does this mean that his route is completely destroyed? Be that as it may, I will leave this battle on him. I understood that the expulsion of Uriel from the palace was only a temporary measure, and that sooner or later I will have to face her again. The girl went out into the illuminated garden with an oblong fountain. She was surprised to meet a familiar face. She was met by the scum to whom she turned. You changed clothes. As I thought, this clothing suits you very much. Do you like it? The guy answered. It's somehow embarrassed to receive so many expensive gifts from you. Eldria said. Well, what are you? I had to take care of you for a long time. Yes. And I myself am pleased to pamper you. Are you hiding something behind your back? The blonde was embarrassed. Dazi said that your highness wanted to give me a wreath. He talks about a wreath that I could not give, because she kept a distance from Uriel, and who ultimately crumbled and crumbled. The scum blushed. I was glad of this, and I also wanted to give you flowers. He handed the princess a bouquet, from which she was delighted. And yet, you told me the truth about yourself. And in response, I also want to admit something. Smiling and looking at the flowers, the girl asked, What is the same? Having gathered in the light air, the scum firmly declared, I love you, Rhea. At night, in the Duchy of Dominate, screams and a brown slap were heard. Arkan Dominate! What did you do again? Get rid of people using our soldiers. It is very risky. When it comes to you, useless boy. If you were not the only heir, I would have drove you out for a long time. I believed that with your help, I could manipulate the princess. But all to no avail. The last time I close my eyes to your antics. Keep in mind, I will not be so condescending. Having dropped something lying at hand, the guy swore. Suddenly, the maid's voice was heard. Young gentleman, one girl asks you to meet with you. Let him clean! I have no time for passage now. This worthless old man broke all the nerves, the maid said. She says that she can tell something secret about the princess, and she asked to pass. I wish the same as you, he thought. If I spend time in vain, you are the first to pay with life. Bring it to me. Holding a white pawn in his hands, Arkan incredulously examined an unexpected guest. The entered Uriel made curtsy and said, Nice to meet you, the young Mr. Arkan. Do you know what I want? Didn't a simple maid about myself much? Let's do without rash statements, and first introduce yourself to each other. My name is Uriel Dravu Cecily. The notification signal sounded. A new quest is open. The second princess. The percentage of progress. Eldria Viata Cecilia. The collapse of the princess. Reset. Suddenly, Eldria opened her eyes. What is this feeling? It seems as if I had something similar. She grabbed her head. Looking to the side, she heard a sleepy fellow. Good morning, she asked Ordinary. Have you slept well? He answered. Yes, your highness. Eldria corrected him. Are you again? He promised that in private you will call me Rhea, the surprised concubine said. What are you talking about? I would never dare, the blonde asked scaredly. I was guilty of something? I beg you, spare. The frightening feeling that I experienced for the first time in this world. The girl grabbed the guy by the shoulders and screamed, Fool, look at me! Who do you see? I am not Princess Eldria. Suddenly the voice of Rovia was heard. You did not look for meetings with me. You always had plenty of men to replace. But now you are sleeping alone, as if even it was bored with you. She thought in shock. Is this a dream? The librarian, sitting in front of her, continued. And still, you would not call me the first. What did I stay? Why are you always so cruel with me? She thought. Again I see his suffering face. If this is just a dream, then I can at least. She slowly held out her hand. Reaching to the blonde's cheek, she said, Rovia, raise your head. But the closer she brought her hand, the faster the situation changed. She took another man by the hand. There was a time of the Ilt, the award ceremony, who, sitting on his knee, called out to the princess, This dream is about Nedrika, Rovia, and Elot. The knight kissed her hand. Then he said, I swear that I will faithfully serve my country until my death. Does this dream belong to me? Or the mistress of this body? She squeezed the sword in her hands. If the second, then I will see him. She stood opposite the defeated Edson, Putting the sword to his throat, she said, "So it was you, Edson Valad?" The man looked at her with a cold and decisive look that he was ready to accept his fate. Someone behind Eldria asked, "Are you going to kill?" She immediately turned around. Peering into the distance, she thought, "I just heard someone's voice." In the middle of the night, the princess opened her eyes when she heard a familiar voice. Rhea. Turning her head, she saw the scum that he was saying. "Sorry I didn't want to wake you up, but I was scolded that you were bad. How do you feel?" "All is well, don't apologize. I just sleep badly lately. Sorry to wake up." The concubine spoke uncertainly. "If you sleep badly, I can help you." He began to pull off his robe, saying, "I will make you can fall asleep." A second later, the blonde all kissed the princess, who moaned and tried to stop him. He looked at the girl with tenderness, then kissed her hand. She asked, "Do you really want this?" He timidly agreed. The scum sank down, caressing her tongue, from which Eldria felt pleasant tingling. Then he got up and kissed the princess again, giving free rein to feelings. The concubine threw her to the bed, saying, "I love you, Rhea." Dawn came. The night spent by the girl in the company of the guy exhausted her. Waking up a little later, Eldria thought, Nadika did not lie. When I woke up, it was already noon. It seems that my desire to hatching has grown into something more. A maid turned to her. "Call my servants," Eldria answered. "Not worth it. The scum is still sleeping. Bring something to eat and you can be free. I want to be alone." Walking along the estate, the girl reasoned the hearing. They said that this palace was empty. But why? For the first time I visited here when I returned from the greenhouse. A quiet and pleasant place. I need a room somewhere here. Suddenly, the man attracted her attention. It was Edson, proudly patrolling the palace with a calm look. How difficult it brought him here. They looked awkwardly at each other. I heard he passed the knight's exam. For the first time I see it in shape. Now his life should become better. He politely greeted her and then asked, "Militer to give an order?" She thought in shock. I assumed that, having received freedom, he would change his attitude towards me. Respectful appeal? I would not have thought that this would appear in this form. Having lowered his head, he said, "If you have no instructions, I will go." She stopped him, trying to talk about Uriel. Suddenly she called out. Turning her head, she saw two men heading for them. The librarian asked, "Why are you here at such an hour?" She thought, "Rovia, and with him Iklat. Usually these two are like a cat with a dog. Why are they together?" The knight immediately began to kiss her hand. "Your Highness, your faithful servant welcomes you." Edson examined the approaching men with an indifferent look. The blonde gave him a suspicious look, not daring to say something. Eldria's voice gave the first. "Iklat, I was just looking for you." He bowed. "I am at your service." While Rovia was trembling with jealousy, Edson said, "Then I will go." The princess thought, "It's good that Rovia interrupted our conversation." The librarian also said, "I suppose you want to talk with Sir Elot alone. I will not interfere." The girl thought, "It can be seen that he does not find a place for himself. I'm sorry for him, but I have to be careful with him, because he knows my secret." Having sent a blonde, the princess turned to the knight who listened to her words. "I want you to return to the Faces estate and arrange me a personal meeting with one person." Iklat asked, "Who is this person?" The answer was simple. Quarantation Face he is. The night came, under which insidious affairs were plotted in one big house. Arkan said, "Making us drag into such a wilderness, the mind is incomprehensible." Uriel answered, "Not surprising. With the case that we planned, it is better not to catch your eye." The guy was Tumble. "Yes, you can just get rid of any rabble," Uriel thought. "I would try to stay in my skin," Arkan asked. "And where is this girl?" The maid answered, "Will come soon, and he will bring us what she promised." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that strained the new ones. With a creak, the door opened, and a mysterious girl in a hood entered the room. Pulling off the hood, the girl opened her face. It was a Hess with her hair loose. Burning with impatience, Uriel asked without greeting, "Where is it?" Without answering anything, the maid of the princess reached out in the inner pocket. Seeing something in the hands of the servants, the satisfied heroine said, "Yes, what you need." The next day, Daisy asked, "How do you like these earrings? Or is it better than something larger? To shine throughout the hall. For example, Some rare stone brought as a gift from afar? Calm down, Daisy. I'll be back soon. These words did not work, but today the ball in honor of the birthday of your highness. I swear to you that I will pick up all the best for you. You can no longer postpone the solution to the problem with Uriel. I will go to the ball for a while, and will return to the development of the plan. This time I decided to go without a partner. Suddenly, Hess, holding a jewelry in her hands, approached her. How do you like this necklace? Eldria was surprised. Unusual. Hess was the first to talk about him. Hess has not left me since I appeared in this world. As close to the previous princess, she knew about substances, and this gave me a reason to suspect her. But she continues to serve me faithfully. It would be worth a little closer to her. She answered. Okay, let us dwell on it, Daisy cried out. But what about my help? The princess said. Next time. The maid did not calm down. I will help put on. Then she began to fasten the necklace. Eldria looked at herself in the mirror, wondering how she was dressed up. Getting off the chair, the princess announced. It's time to go. The maids bowed. Having lowered her head, the girl did not notice how Eilot approached her. Your Highness, I came to accompany you to the ballroom, she asked. Why are you in knightly uniform? Your title is restored. Therefore, I thought that you would come to the ball as a nobleman, he answered. On the ball, in honor of the birthday, he will get to know from the whole empire. His Majesty gave an order to increase the guard in the palace. Can I ask a question? Are you really going to entrust the coronation of the place of the chancellor of this country? The girl thought, recalling the conversation with the marquise. Your Highness, you yourself are surprised. Invite me to a secret meeting. What did you want to chill with me about? Eclat could not restrain himself. Courant, behave decent. Eldria stopped his attempts. This is our first personal meeting after the meeting. I'll go right to business. I suggest you join me and become the chancellor of this country. Why did the choice fall on me? Are you interested in a person from a kind that you trampled in the mud? Previously, you freed Illibat from the status of the concubine. Really imbued with feelings? The dumbfounded guy was surprised at the behavior of the marquise and cried out, Quarantine! Therefore, you decided to raise the family from the knees and return our good name? I think I was mistaken in your account. I thought you better know your price. Yes, after my decision to make Ilot the Faces Rod, the Faces lost its honor. However, despite this, you managed to resolve the conflict between the dominants and the imperial group. They could not even achieve this in the palace. In vain, the Duke Dominate tried to crush you, declaring the Faces clan his enemy. Now Ilt's status is restored. Potential partners who want to resume relationships do not stop visiting the palace. Am I wrong? Hearing the consent, she continued. I could not help but notice your potential at the meeting. I am the only princess and heiress of the throne of this country, and I can't choose the chancellor, relying on feelings of guilt or love. What will you answer now? Looking at the Ilta in the ball of ball, Eldria said. Yes, it's true. I did not expect you to be aware of the situation in my family. They didn't ask me anything. The girl agreed and thought. I had to say that, to show yourself worthy. The truth is that I felt guilty before him and found out the details, watching his environment. I did not choose the chancellor, relying on the feelings of love or guilt. Are you angry at me? The man silently looked at her. Really imbued with feelings? The knight answered. I would never dare. The devotion and honesty of Iclot is really flawless. She suddenly became interesting. Can I ask something too? Why were you yesterday with Rovia? He thought before answering. He came to me, the princess asked in surprise. Rovia? The knight spoke uncertainly, recalling the details. A little later, sitting on the throne, Eldria recalled the words of Ilt. He asked me to protect you, because the maid, kicked out of the palace, behaved suspiciously. Rovia said this, although he hates Ilt. Not that I did not trust Rovia. I will only meet Rovia, and again I will talk to him, as soon as this ball ends. The princess examined the guests. Suddenly, Elport with her wife approached her. Ria, congratulations on birthday! You came, Your Majesty Emperor, Empress. The brother's wife also congratulated Eldria. The man said, Enjoy the ball? Aristocrats are now generous for gifts. The girl agreed, turning to the servant. It is better to transfer them a little to the palace. Have you heard the order? The princess decided to turn to her brother. Your Majesty, today is a little early. But a loud voice interrupted her. Dominate Arkan appeared, the guests whispered. I heard that he quarreled with Her Majesty. Surely he was rejected. But who is this lady next to him? Eldria looked dumbfounded in his direction. The girl, an accompanying guy, was Uriel, who went towards the princess. She smiled sweetly and said, Congratulations on birthday. Once in the body of the princess, I gained the power of the authority of her name. How can I survive if I am not the main character of this story? I managed to change several rubles with the help of tips. But the story seemed to continue to go according to its own logic. If I cannot die, I do not mind living like a princess further. But what if death awaits me at all ends of the game? When I got into the body of the princess, I gained the power of power and the authority of her name. Using this force, the previous princess was played, stolen, destroyed other people's lives. She intimidated and promised death. I could no longer continue these atrocities. Therefore, Uriel sent outside the palace. I wanted to stop the plot of the game associated with her. As a result, I could not avoid him. Now I have the only choice. The death of the player Uriel. You received Arkeen and returned to the palace. If you take advantage of the chance, the collapse of the princess will become possible. Uriel returned. Together with the damned system windows, the unexpected guest bowed low, welcoming the princess. Why is the person who was expelled from the palace now stands in front of me? I understand that, having visited this ball, I will commit a crime. However, otherwise I would not be able to return the thing to the late mother. My apologies. The dumbfounded Eldria asked for. Thing? She knew what Uriel was talking about. The previous emperor granted her to my mother, and my mother left her as a keepsake. The emperor joined the conversation. Who was your mother? My mother was the nanny of Your Majesty, and entered into a connection with the previous emperor. For this, the previous empress disobedience to her and drove her out of the palace. Having learned about my origin, the princess took away the thing that I carefully kept and kicked me out, falsely accusing me. The dumbfounded emperor asked loudly, Your words are true? Eldria strained, listening to the guest's answer. Pure truth. In confirmation, the memory of my mother is a blood necklace, which is the once-lost treasure of the imperial family. Now on her neck, Her Highness. She pointed a finger at Eldria. The girl shouted, I will prove. She brought her a knife that she grabbed. She cut her finger and sprinkled the necklace with blood. It shone at the same second. Then Uriel lost her balance and fell into Arkan's hands. The emperor asked in shock, Are you really the daughter of the emblem? The guest confirmed his words. Alert. The percentage of success rose by 20. This crazy game. Uriel suddenly turned out to be the daughter of the previous emperor? Is she a princess? Then what will happen to me? Whatever one may say, I will remain a villain who will die. Sent a whisper. If this is true, then Her Highness really took the valve. She wanted to remain the only princess, preventing the appearance of another. If there are two princesses, will the inheritance order change? Each time, the percentage of collapse grew. The guest said, Thank you for helping me to reveal the truth, Mr. Arkan. He answered, Not at all, Madame Uriel. Then he gave a sign to the man, the guy who held the knife after Uriel bounced, torn the lying bag next to him. He said, Apparently the bag broke, unable to withstand weight. I'll take it right now. People whispered again. I suspected. Where does the white powder come from in grief of gifts? Are these substances? The dumbfounded Eldria thought. How much should I be a hostage to this damn princess? Flapping, she saw a new notification. The percentage of collapse rose to 70. Suddenly, the voice gave Arkan. Many reached bad rumors. They said that Her Highness buys minors of mamluks and slaves, and kills them before the sunset. You can call it a little terrible hobby. If she stopped only on this, and did not do something worse, disorder things with corpses, at which even the devil would look with pity and pain. Eldria thought. Rumors said that the princess simply bought boys as slaves. What is he carrying? It's just false nonsense. She stood in a stupor. The body of the princess, in which I am now, feels nausea. I can't stand it. I will be sick now. Notification. The percentage of collapse rose to 90%. She grabbed her chest and shuddered when they suddenly turned to her. Turning her head, she mumbled, Eclot. The soldier looked at her with tenderness. Suddenly, his face became colder, and he turned to all those present. How do you laugh? Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Everyone instantly turned around. On the threshold stood Edson, holding a wounded cowl on the shoulder. Picking heavily, the blonde said. Do not believe the words of these people. A little earlier, there was a mine behind the Dominant's palace. Interesting people here at night scored an arrow, the prince asked. Have you recognized one of them? Rovia answered. Head of slave traders. I once saw him in the palace of Her Highness. Edson thought out. Then he asked, You say Uriel is related to this gathering? The blonde answered the question. Do you continue to believe this woman? After all, her actions also seem suspicious to you. So you wandered at such a chill for an hour, right? Having shuddered, the red-haired man did not find what to answer, while Rovia continued. Or did you follow her, thinking that she again went to cheat with another? I just did not want her to be in trouble. Rovia said. Even in this situation, you realized that she is the one who arranges trouble? Suddenly, the screams of pain were heard. Men in business cuts of bandits. Looking at them, Edson said. Apparently, they were on different sides. The librarian thought. How so? They are no doubt the people of the genus Dominat. What is the benefit of killing slave traders? Also, before tomorrow's ball, suddenly the blonde turned, saying, Return to the palace and bring help. If anyone stayed here, is it to me? What can you do? The librarian answered. You know that Uriel is behind this. I cannot leave you alone here. I don't like sending you alone either. However, at the moment, you are my only trump card. Give the knights, and I will watch them for now. And yet, Rovia thought, most likely this madness is happening in order to substitute it. Having tied up with the murder of people, I was able to convince Edson to go for help. However, given the length of the path from the duchy to the imperial palace, there is not enough time. What if we miss the evidence that will help prevent their plan? He said loudly. What are you achieving by arranging a massacre here in the middle of the night? The bandits immediately asked. Who is there? Rovia had already threw off his cloak, standing in front of them. For a whole year, have you never remembered my face? The question was heard. Who is he? The concubine of the princess. In the past, we met when transferring goods in the palace. When we saw each other, you seemed to me a reasonable small one. However, you decided to trust a person like a Dominance. What did you get under the contract since you survived? Do not know the Dominance at all. He puts human life below the dog. Hope to get away from him. Okay, fart further empty hopes that he will save your life. That's just when Her Highness reaches him. Do you think she will spare you? If you were faced with Her Highness, I would have remembered for a long time. She is a man who does not throw words into the wind. He answered. For the traitor, suffering is worse than death. Suddenly, his accomplice hit him while he screamed. The young master threatened me, and I am by order. From the blow, he could not finish and fell to the ground, coughing after a blow to his stomach. Suddenly, a man in a suit turned to Rovia and asked, Have you heard? Smiling slightly, the librarian answered briefly, Saw. A few minutes later, the man spoke. Direct in a prominent place so that there are no traces left. The blonde asked, Be sure to reach the extremes. According to our plan, it will only be possible to shake the position of the princess, but it will not be destroyed. The murder of the concubine will create excess chores. One of the accomplices said. He himself got involved in this matter and got caught. What to do with it? The slave trader gave a voice. We lingered enough. I will take it on myself, and you are advanced in a safe place. The answer was heard. Cockatell Jack. The son will grow up soon. Jess is waiting. Get out with him quickly and come back. Rovia thought. Now the help will definitely not rush. But with any outcome, everything will be fine. If Edson acts according to my last words. A man in a suit stood over a tied blonde with a knife. The concubine of the princess? And you are fearless since you came out on us alone. Maybe you had other intentions? Now is the time to admit. Rovia tried to say something, but he was abruptly dusted into his stomach. Oh, remotely, he heard a question. Thinking well before answering, As soon as you die, we will throw you where the robbers will be accused of your murder. The most reasonable way to quickly get rid of you. Suddenly, a noise obeyed behind. The man holding the knife, crumbling in pain, began to fall to the ground. The dumbfounded and pale Rawaya asked, Why did you return? In front of him, Edson stood alone with a bloodied sword. Your Majesty, Kaka, can you listen to a person who is in a sick delirium? First, you should provide him with medical care and afterwards to interrogate. But Rovia was adamant. I have evidence. Evidence that will help distinguish the truth from lies. Do not pay attention. You finally gained a lump, sister. But you should overshadow a joyful day. I guarantee the absence of lies of accusations. The emperor nodded. Looking at Uriel, the blonde thought, Slide sister? Is she really? The main character, having learned men, was also surprised. Why even Edson? In this case, I should not prove the injustice of accusations against Her Highness. Maybe I have to take advantage of the last chance and wrap everything against her, like you? The Duke shouted heart-rendingly. Shut up! Otherwise, I will break your mouth! The dispute will be resolved when evidence will be presented. If you have them, show. Putting his hand in his pocket, the librarian said. Look at that! Eldria unconsciously asked. Is this a ball? She first saw this. Voices were heard from the ball. Do you think she will spare you? The young master threatened me. Be sure to reach the extreme. According to our plan, it will only be possible to shake the plans of the princess. It will not be destroyed. The murder of the concubine will create excess chores. As soon as you die, we will throw you where the robbers will be accused of your murder. This is evidence, Your Majesty. Dive those who attacked the imperial family. Suddenly, Ravia strode and plopped down right into the hands of Eldria. She called him. You are seriously wounded. But the guy slowly turned to her. Sorry, I stained you with blood. Putting him on the floor, she asked, Do you think it's important now? Do not be angry with me, the princess said in a panic. I would be worried about myself. While the doctors ran up to him, he said, Everything will be fine. Notification. An unforeseen mistake has been discovered. The percentage of collapse cannot be raised. Eldria menacingly turned towards Uriel. Let's see who will win, Arkan shouted. This is inaudible. The so-called concubine simply slandered me. I just heard about the mentioned prosecution from the slave trader who conducted a deal with the princess. While the dominants complained, Uriel noticed Iloba, who took the sword. The false accusation of a member of the imperial family is an insult for which the death penalty is entitled. Ready to fulfill the order, he heard Eldria's voice. Eklat, stop. If there were no strangers, the emperor could calmly stand on my side. However, this is the ball, on which ambassadors from different countries and aristocrats gathered. Uriel waited for the right moment to publicly reveal his origin and become a princess. This is obvious. The knight held out her hand so that the girl rose. Eldria pondered further actions. But there was something more important. She shouted, Take Rovia immediately and cure it. The doctors immediately obeyed. Save him, no matter what it costs. The healers assured her in their abilities. When the librarian was taken, she looked at Edson. He asked to immediately bring him to you. The girl asked, Have you helped Rovia? In bewilderment, Prince Volod asked, Some problem? The princess thought in surprise. Why Eden? He would undoubtedly not. Uriel most likely also at a loss. The signal was heard. Two princesses carefully read a pop-up window. Eldria spoke. You say that it was deceived. However, you must be punished for the fact that he frivolously believed the words of an insignificant man and tried to tarnish our reputation. Although Uriel revealed her personality when she was my servant, she violated the law of the court. She had a relationship with my concubine. I showed mercy, but she again approached another concubine and, being expelled, put forward the charges against me. Your Majesty, in the presence of the ambassadors of other countries, swear by my title of princess that I will not forgive the attempt to tarnish my honor. Moreover, in order to defend the dignity of the empire, I demand the opportunity to prove my obvious innocence. After the event, Eldria asked the doctor, How is the state of Rovia? Nothing threatens his life. True, his condition is stably grave. But you can breathe calmly. The princess sat in front of his bed. I have no more than a day left before the final battle. The girl held out her hand and stroked the unconscious guy on her cheek. She thought, After the ball, I was going to go to you. What face expression did you have if I spoke to you? Suddenly, Elit appeared in the room. Eldria asked, What news? Dominate Arkan was detained in the main palace. Despite what happened, a woman named Uriel His Majesty allocated the chambers in the palace. And the witness that Rovia spoke of? The knight thought. Apparently, someone was the first to act, taking advantage of the chaos in the hall. The only surviving slave trader who witnessed was cutting off his life. He left a note in which his handwriting indicates that he himself arranged everything out of devotion to dominance. This hostility, experienced by Arkan to the princess and expressed by him at the ball. Judging by the conversations of people, it is easy to guess what relations they were connected. Using a discord between the princess and Arkan as an excuse, they cleaned their tails. Despite the riskiness of his plan, Rovia was still substituted. She quietly turned to Ilt. "Leave me one for a short while." The knight remained standing still, trying to resist. The princess assured him, "I will not go far." He accepted the answer. As soon as the sunset came to an end, rain settled. Walking around the greenhouse, Eldria thought. Today, many broke up with life. How lucky was that there was no cornea among them. I thought that since I became a princess, I adapted to this world, that I coped with the ruler's role assigned to me. Apparently I was mistaken. Otherwise, could I do anything? The perpetrators who should call for an answer, like sand, leaked through their fingers. Someone, for the sake of them, lured his hands in the blood, and someone shed his blood. Then, who will take the blame for the poisonous smell of the blood that this palace was saturated? Suddenly, the girl noticed a familiar lonely figure. The smiling Hess said, "You were here, Your Highness." In another part of the palace, the maids whispered, "Have you heard that the second princess appeared? And about Princess Eldria? Forbidden substances? Corpses?" A friend answered, "Caution with words. This accusation can be false." Suddenly they shuddered, noticing Sigurd, who smiled and said, "What? You can gossip." Seeing the guard of order, they were injected away, apologizing. "Do they think that since I was hanging in the harem of the princess, will I take up her? Whatever happens with this crazy woman, it does not concern me." Suddenly, he caught himself thinking, "Why do I constantly think about her?" Uriel complained, "How much will this winter rain go?" Today, I finally became a princess. The weather should already know how to match the situation. Yes, and the room I wanted more and more vicious. It is unlikely that this is all for me. There was a notification. The status is updated. The second princess in question. The quest was partially changed. A special route of Elport Enzo Cecilia is blocked. Now, I cannot open this route. However, there were 2 random meetings with the Emperor. Clue: find a way to unlock the route? Again, notification. In the case of the execution of 2 special routes, you are approaching a bad end. Continue a special route? What else? Special Ruth Arkan Dominate? Also with a bad end? Definitely not. I will not endanger myself because of some kind of nonsense. I expected that since he was the only heir, he would be more of good use. I will give him a chance to sacrifice himself to the princess. Besides, okay, Rovia, but why Eden? I am surrounded by continuous stupid. Okay, Drove. I will lead new men who can be used. Now I am a princess of this country, and everything that I wish will be fulfilled. Suddenly, the same gaming notification appeared, but with one option. Yes, surprised Uriel said, but I just chose number. Meanwhile, in a greenhouse, Hess, holding a knife behind her, he said, "Luck was on your side. I knew that. I already knew that this woman could not cope." Eldria did not understand anything. Hess continued, "When they also lied to me, I was constantly visited by such thoughts. This has continued so far. In any case, no one will help us. Do you know why I came here?" Then, so that right now, with your own hands, she grabbed the knife with 2 hands, aiming at the princess. Suddenly, she felt that someone had stopped her. It was Seeger. Also, Alet was already standing next to the princess, taking out a sword. The knight immediately apologized. "I tried not to catch your eye, wanting to keep my promise. But in the end, he violated the order. As soon as I deal with the culprit, I will be ready to accept the punishment." Then they looked at the maid. The dumbfounded maid looked at the soldier who held her. They looked at each other before Hesse said, "You. No, you. I wanted to take you with me to hell." Eldria was shocked. A second later, Hess stuck a knife into her chest, publishing a dying wheezing. The princess ran to her, nullifying her and sitting on her knees. The girl looked dumbfounded into the wrinkling face of the maid. Ending a bloodied hand forward, the maid asked for help. Then she slowly laid her hand on the princess's cheek. Sobbing, Hess asked, "Why don't you pay for your sins?" Her hand began to fall slowly, and her body was published by the last breath. Eldria froze in a stupor from the last question of the maid. Suddenly, the guard began to run up to them. The girl thought, who will take the blame on himself? Eklot turned to the soldiers. Strengthen the guard, so that no one would step into the palace before dawn. The soldier obeyed. Only then, how to do with a person is waiting for a meeting with Her Highness? That same night, Eldria sat at the table, sorting through the papers. Until now, I tried to make amends made by the princess, even knowing that she destroyed not toys at all that can be repaired, and human lives. The princess hated by people, now not the same as before, which no longer shows its disgusting entity. They could not stand it, and the anger, who brought them so much suffering, rising from the inside, destroyed them. For the sake of my calm, I have to fall, taking on all the crimes of the previous princess. From her thoughts, a familiar voice pulled out that he called out the girl. Nadika spoke. I heard what happened at the ball today, and the fact that tomorrow is an official punishment. Eldria began uncertainly to make excuses before the blonde. Having fallen in front of her, he said, Not you did all this. If necessary, I will provide any evidence. Like a palace slave, I have always been with Her Highness during games. I will tell everyone that you have never done this. Suddenly, he felt Eldria's lips. The guy answered her kiss, not believing, slander in her direction. While he got up, the princess said, I have to tell you something. The next day, Daisy ran along the corridor in a panic. The statement of the princess about the guilt of Uriel turned to her head. The maid ran to Ilt, pushing the details. The knight said, while the princess was preparing for proceedings, Eldria stating, There are no material evidence of that the necklace of the imperial family went to Uriel as an inheritance. The presence of it does not confirm that I took him from Uriel. As for the bags of powder found in the ballroom, we walked on the list of guests, but could not find the person to whom they belonged. The doctor who treated Rovia shouted, Urgently report to Her Highness. Mr. Zurin, have you woke up? Rovia slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Eldria continued, The slave trader who was the only witness. He left only a conflicting certificate and committed suicide. Therefore, it became impossible to get to the bottom of the truth. However, although the current I am innocent, I'm sinful. Suddenly, Seeger heard the conversation of two soldiers. The maid died yesterday. They say that Her Highness ordered the funeral. The interlocutor answered, Yes, it cannot be. Surely again will mock the body again, Eldria thought. Using power in my hands, I pulled out other people's dreams, and they doomed people to such suffering that they chose death. Crimes of Uriel are undeniable, but I will no longer deny my sins. I will stand right in front of these people and accept their hatred. The maid turned to Eden. Her Highness Uriel told you to wait for you in the room. The estimate of Volota thought about how they turned to his lover. Then he remembered the words of Rovia. If, having returned, you will find me dead. Check the magic device in my bosom. He was firmly ready to die for this woman. Is she worth such victims? Eldria thought. As a direct heiress of this country, I am ready to pay for my sins. A bunch of people gathered in the meeting hall, to whom the princess addressed. I, Eldria Viat Cecilia. Here and now, I am lining the rights to the throne of the empire. Uriel and Arkan froze in shock, no longer listening to the princess. What is she doing? Refuses the authorities yourself? Then Kavia set for its overthrow? The second princess. 100% success in the collapse of the princess has been achieved. Due to the inexplicable intervention for achieving a reward, no reward is issued. The dumbfounded Uriel, looking at the alert, could not believe it. Eldria turned to the emperor. I will leave the palace until the disputes about me are firing. In order for no one to suppress me for the actions of the past princess, today I am falling. Princess, this is unacceptable, she answered. If I stay, refusing claims to the throne, you yourself understand that nothing will change. I will leave the palace and take up the correction of my sins, and I will return here only when I will be worthy of such an honor. Entering the room, Eldria heard a question. How has it been? Standing near Rovia, she answered. It all ended well. Otherwise, I would not be here. Lie down yet. The crisis has passed, but you should protect yourself. The guy decided to ask, Why did you suddenly change? The princess answered, You should not have been so dangerous. I was obliged to do it, Eldria thought. So he will do so again. Stubborn, I forbid you. Promise that you will no longer force me to worry. The dumbfounded guy cried out with pain. Did you worry? But the girl was eager for an answer. Promise, I say. Are you listening to me? But the blonde again repeated the question. Did you worry about me? You wanted to be with me. He said that you are not afraid of me. Raising her head, she noticed that Rovia burst into tears. The girl immediately hastened to reassure him. Sorry, I didn't think. Or your condition will worsen. She looked at the doctor. He nodded to her. Then she called out the librarian. He looked at her. Understand, you can't be only one next to me. But I agree to be with you, if it suits you. Sobbing, the guy hugged the princess, screaming, Yes, your highness. Eldria said, Now you agree. But later you can change your mind. Do I look like a fool? I have thought everything over for a long time. And I do not mind at all. Do what you want. But do not allow Rovia to learn about my departure from the palace. We will convey this to all servants helping in treatment. It remains only to take care of the departure. Suddenly, they crept up to Eldria. Without saying a word, Daisy came up and hugged her from behind. The girl spoke. Forgive me, I had to notice. I did not expect that the sister Hess is bad and Uriel. Eldria stopped her. Daisy, now be careful with words. Do not scatter this name. In my absence, do not behave with others just like with me. I will return soon. Try not to get into trouble. The maid said, Take me with you. I promise that I will not let you down. I want to become your hands and feet so that you can rely on me. Eldria answered. Outside will have to be harder than in the palace. Do you want anyway? Sitting in a carriage. The girl thought. I know that leaving the palace, leaving Uriel there, a risky move. But of all the possible layouts of the future, this best. However, something does not give me rest. She remembered the dialogue with Nadika. I'll be back soon. This must be done, and I will not regret it. A drooping guy, realizing that nothing could be done, only agreed. Stroking him, Eldria said, Do not go to the side until I will be. Do not say such things. The princess asked with a smile. Offended? The blonde answered, Ria, you know that I will never do that, and I will support any of your solutions. I believe in you, but I will be very bored. The face of her concubine was cordy and dreary. Nadika, if only everything was fine with you. Daisy's voice was heard. It is no good. Not only do you live in an abandoned fortress tower, so they also sent you there in the middle of the night in a cheap carriage. If His Majesty recognized, I myself decided so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Are you sorry? And I said that it would be not easy. The maid shouted, Non-nobility! The carriage stopped. The coachman announced, Prophet. Things were not completely dismantled, but for the first time, there should be enough for a comfortable residence. If inconvenience arises, tell me. The servants will correct everything. Is this the same place? Not as I imagined. Suddenly, a familiar male voice called out to the princess. Eldria asked in shock, Eclot, how did you find yourself here? Before the empty mansion in the middle of the night stood a princess, a maid, and a knight. At the same time, a figure in a white coat was watching them from the window of the mansion. Smiling and putting her hand on the window, she said, Number so will not go. Eldria said, I foresaw that you would do this. Therefore, I asked you not to go after me in a letter. Eclot answered, I don't understand. Why did you decide so? Explain. The answer was heard. Only I am responsible for my sins, the man firmly stated. This is not a reason. Eldria was surprised. She said, I have never been a worthy person. You are not obliged to follow me. Putting his hand on his chest, the knight asked, And what about that? The princess said, I no longer want devotion to me to be ashamed. My decisions may not like you. She's chloride on the shoulder. But you will follow the order? She looked carefully at the man. What do you mean? I was not going to object to you, to blame, she said. After what happened, truth is no longer important. In this situation, it is better to pick up the title of the Duke of Dominate and shift it from the post. If he wants to protect the soldiers and property, let him pretend to be not related to treason. Before moving here, I made a deal with His Majesty. As we expected, the post of Chancellor will temporarily take a quarantation. Eclot stayed in the palace and find the place of transactions with that substance. If we do not get rid of those who conspired with the aristocrats who rebelled, this will again turn into a weapon that is used against me. They must fall into my hands first. Loof bowed, Eclot answered. I will keep in mind. The next morning, in the imperial palace, 2 maids fell. Dissatisfied, Uriel screamed, What kind of swill did you bring me? Sorry, Your Highness. We will redo. They began to collect fragments of dishes. I thought everything would change when I would become a princess. Half-breed. The second princess, also with weak support. Aristocrats do not come to me. I have boiled in the quest. I won at the moment when this terrible woman fell. She had everything that I could only dream of, but voluntarily refused it. Everything belonged to her from birth. This is probably why she gave out such nonsense. However, why do I feel like a loser? When the sun rose above the castle of Eldria, she thought, he was avoided for many years. You can enjoy your stay there. Under the contract, if you do not take it, I will appoint a quarantor in place of the chancellor. Of course, I do not intend to harm either you or him. He conceived something. Daisy gave a voice. What to do with things in front of the castle? The maid joyfully explained. Gifts to you from aristocrats. They are taken from early morning. The dumbfounded princess, sitting at the table, tried to understand their motives. I heard they were sent with the wish of your speedy return. This is good, but the second princess apparently is not trusted. Since these gifts have already been received, we will leave them, but do not take anything else. By the way, I see this girl behind the first time. The maid shuddered. His Majesty ordered the pity of you. I was chosen and sent here. Daisy has enough for help. Until I call myself, do not come closer to my chambers. The maid immediately apologized and bowed low, hearing the order. Eldria let them go and thought. Together with the letter, he sent a man. So much nervous. Apparently, it's hard to believe that I will dutifully accept the punishment. The term of imprisonment for which we agreed is 6 months. Life in an unused tower at the outer wall of the fortress. To be honest, I was a little worried, but it turned out just as I wanted. Daisy, have you prepared what I asked you about yesterday? Yes, but you're everything. I can really do this. You promised that you would become my arms and legs? The reddened maid screamed. You can rely on me! After a couple of hours, Eldria said. You will manage faster than I thought. What do you say? Does it suit me? Daisy delighted the princess. Correcting her hair, Eldria said. Fine. Then let's go? The princess repainted her scarlet hair in a dark color. Dressing like a commoner, she went to the city for a couple with Daisy. In the city, the guy in the market was saying, I have no money with me today. The young girl answered, A kiss as a board will also go. The red-haired young man immediately dug into her lips. Suddenly, people in the hoods ran to him, screaming, Finally found it. Mr. Kairos! This was the second prince of the Rothschild Empire. The girl, seeing that the servants came running to the guy, immediately retreated. What an annoyance! I escaped at the sight of 2 suspicious types. Like a Cinderella, only instead of a shoe left an apple. You lied about the schedule of the ambassador group. What will the Empire think? Kairos answered. Yes, everything is fine. What can happen? Mr. Kairos, listen to me. You are simply unbearable. Illa, don't you think that this country is full of beauties? Return to the county and pass it. I'll be back tonight. Don't get tired of me anymore. The frightened servant immediately bowed and agreed, retiring. The prince thought, South, who should I have fun with? Illa, doubting a guy, asked, Should I stay? Who to choose? Eating apple, he examined the girls. Meanwhile, in a small house, the man joyfully greeted the children. Socher, who returned with purchases, heard the cheerful cry of the brothers and sister. How are you? Didn't quarrel during the games? Everything is fine? Brother, you came early today. The knight began to tell. Something happened in the palace. So far, the work is full of free time. The blue-haired boy asked. Then we will sleep with our brother tonight? The soldier agreed. Suddenly, a man flew into the house. Mr. Knight, the trouble happened. He was breathing heavily. At the same time, Eldria walked along the street, noticing a familiar institution. Aiden Frank? I will no longer sit back and wait. Suddenly, she collided with an ash-haired boy. Having searched the belt, the princess realized that she was robbed. The boy shouted, Let go! She noticed how the thief grabbed ill in the company with Kairos. When the boy raised his hands up, the girl noticed her wallet. The prince turned to him. Do you want to return my little thing? I have nothing, Kairos said. Better do not cheat. You don't want trouble? I will not see that you are a child. Suddenly, Eldria turned to them by the hood. The wallet in the hands of this child is mine. Let me talk to him. Putting the wallet on the ground, she sat on her knee and spoke. Listen carefully. Do you know that theft is bad? Not only because you can't steal other people's things, there is something more important. Over time, you cannot honestly look people in the face. Just like now you look away. Do not worry, not everything is lost yet. Will you return a thing stolen from that man? The guy nodded. Then he said awkwardly, I hid her in another place. Having patted it through the hair, the girl answered, I will wait for you. Then the boy hurried away towards his cash. Mister, what did that baby steal in you? We have no money. Smiling, the prince answered, Yes, there is only one trifle. Just a sign of Rothschild. Illa's face turned pale in a second, as soon as he heard it. Kairos explained, I brought him as a gift from the embassy. What an annoyance. Illa screamed with screams. The prince wished him a good way, and Eldria did not understand anything. The girl said, When the child is returning, do not blame him anymore. And if the boy does not come, will you agree to open the face? Eldria answered, Fasten. Kairos asked a question with surprise. Informal speech? You yourself spoke informally. Why should I be respectful? She covered her face with her hand, thinking, The head hurts. But I recently went outside. Is it because of hair dye? She remembered Daisy's words. This is a non-dimensional tool and can be a little poisonous. Or is it because of the non-stop chatter of this man? Behavior naturally converts into informal. Attractiveness and a rare face with elegant features for aristocrats. And the servant accompanying him. I have never seen him.